Check. Hello guys, another Sunday stream. Welcome to one and all, everybody in. Another hot one, isn't it? I've had a bit of a panic before I started. I've lost my glasses. You know, I don't know if, well, you probably can't tell, but these are different glasses. And I've been running around like a blue-ass fly trying to find all these different glasses where I can read your comments. But I think these are going to do anyway. Right, okay, let's start saying hi to everybody. Good to have you in. I'm not sure if it was a good idea to do a stream tonight because it is quite warm, but we'll see. All right, who we got in tonight? So first, Shin Runner, hi, how you doing? Charlie Stewart Wright, why does, okay, I don't want to mention that guy. Ryan Seeger, happy, Don Trump, howdy Peter, your local president in the house. It'd be great if it was a real one, wouldn't it? Danish Bacon, Super Streamer Sunday, yeah, how you doing? Good to see you in. Hugh Jas, hi to you. Right, what are you saying there, Clive? Dime, I've only got half a bottle of red wine left. Drunk probably 8 cans of Stella earlier. Watching the Froggy GP, should have paced myself. You're probably pissed at the moment then, aren't you, Clive? I couldn't handle 8 cans. Good day from Australia from Marshall127. Hugh Jas, interested update from... Okay, let's put that up there. Let's talk about that. Hugh Jas, if you haven't been here before on a Sunday, just to let you know, there's no competitions, there's no news, there's no currency exchange, there's nothing. It's just me talking, and I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Whatever comes into the stream, that's what we're talking about. And Hugh Jas says, interesting update from Brian Flowers this morning. He said he determined that his channel was shut down because of content that was in an unlisted video. Well, I haven't spoken to Brian. I sent him a message today. I spoke to Ed Sweeney. I can't remember if it was this morning or yesterday. I actually phoned him up. I spoke to him for about half an hour, and it just seems, I don't know why TikTok and other platforms, they're much easier going, but YouTube are very, very strict, and everybody is really watching it now. You know, I don't know if you know, there's a guy out there. He's trying to take my channel down. He's just one of these. He's one of these guys. He's just hate. He's upset a lot of people. I'm not going to mention his name because I don't want to give the guy any sort of credence. He's just a total waste of time. But because of people like this, we have to watch it and be very careful, you know, what we say and what we do. And, you know, we don't want to give them any satisfaction. Right, no name. Hi, Peter. Did you mention that Simon was doing keto style eating? I believe he was losing weight. Yeah, my friend in Thailand, he's on the keto diet, but he's kind of come to a standstill. It worked quite well in the beginning. He started off on, I think it was 109 kilos. He went down to 97 kilos. But he's just stopped. He's on 97 kilos. He's for about 2 months now. He hasn't lost any, but then he doesn't exercise at all. And I think exercise is a big part of it. Carl Wirrell, hi from Holland. Ivan, how you doing? Steve P, hope this live stream doesn't go over 4 hours because you've got church service later. No, it will really. I know I always say this, but it won't be a very long one tonight because it's hot. I'm not drinking at the moment, and just say hi to everybody. We'll see how it goes. Hi, Brian Street. How you doing? Let's have a look. Rio Rennie, greetings, Peter, and everybody from a sunny Copacabana. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Leeds, how you doing? Martin Blunston, good evening. Yeah, okay. Ivan, how are you doing? Dutch Farang, then, yeah. Cy London, how you doing? I'm trying not to fall behind in the chat too far, but I don't really want to rush through it because once I run out of chat, I'll have nothing to say. Ivan, Tinder sucks. Correction, Tinder sucks in the US. It was amazing in Bangkok. Okay. No name, not me in Asia. You have to be patient. Okay, you already talking to each other. Lieutenant Columbo's glass eye evening all. Charlie Stewart Wright. Okay, we've got a discussion about Tinder going on here. Dog, hi Peter, hope you're doing well. I'm glad to see you doing a Sunday live stream. Cheers. Yeah, good to be here as well. Andrew Hammond, good evening. Looking forward to another good stream tonight. Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Lester Paul, evening, fellow mongers, trolls. Just do one before we start. Daniel Mills, hi. Guideline 7. Seamus Doherty, didn't see you in on Friday unless I've forgotten. Hi, Peter, seriously considering booking a flight to Thailand in January? You should. I've got a lot of people booked for October. I've got a flight booked for the first week in October. Something I'm going to talk about later on. I was talking with Andrew about rucksacks are selling real quick. They're running out of stock. There was one I was looking at. It's not available now. And what it is, it's not just the UK. It's the whole of Europe. The airports are messed up. Some people get lucky. They come off a flight, they get their bags within half an hour, 40 minutes. They're just getting lucky. But the majority of people, they're waiting up to 2 hours, 3 hours. And what people are trying to do now, rather than come back on a long haul flight and have to stand in Heathrow for, 2 hours plus waiting for your bag, because I've stood for half an hour, 45 minutes, and it's awful. You've been on a 12-hour flight. You just want to grab your bag, get in your car and go. You're standing in this hall watching this carousel go around with the same 3 or 4 bags on it. And because of this, what people are doing now, there's certain rucksacks that are very well designed so that they'll fit into the hand luggage thing that they have at the airport. The wire cage. Normally, you have, not all the time, but sometimes if they think your bag's a bit big for the cabin, what they'll do, they'll pop your bag in that cage, and if it fits, no problem. If it doesn't, they'll say you have to check it in. And what the clever designers are doing with the rucksacks now, they're building them in such a way that they do fit into those cages. They will fit into overhead lockers, but they're very well designed. They've got pockets for laptops. They're gone are the days where you just unzip the top and you have to dig through it to get to the bottom. They've got pockets all over inside, pockets where you can go straight to the bottom. You can even, they're even balanced so that when you wear them, they're very comfortable. The straps, you can even, the one I was looking at, it's quite expensive, about £120. You can actually take the straps off it, put them in the bag, and you can carry it like a suitcase. Very, very convenient. The only reason I didn't buy it a month ago when somebody was talking to me about it was I didn't like the idea that you can't take any aerosols, because I like to take a lot of my own deodorants because I use it as insect repellent as well. That works. Shaving foams and all that. I don't want to go shopping as soon as I get to Bangkok. But then I decided that I was going to get one. I went to look at it, and they haven't got them. They're sold out, so I'm going to have to keep looking. But what do you think, guys? Do you think it's a good idea to go with a rucksack, or are you an old school hardcore suitcase or nothing sort of thing? I can see positive and negatives on both sides. I mean, the obvious positive with a rucksack is that you don't have to wait for your bag to come off. That's a positive. I guess the negative is you can't take any aerosols, and it's not always as secure as a hard case in the room if you want to lock something away. Who's that? Someone's just given me a super chat. Jeff say a small donation for the beverage fund. Well, I don't know if you're in on Friday. The beverage fund is on hold now because I want to buy a GoPro 10, a nice dongle, and something to clip it on a motorbike. It's the whole package is about £500. I did quite well on Friday. I'm about a third of the way there now, and I believe I can use it to film the. Not only can I use it as a GoPro out and about, I can actually put it here and use it as a webcam, and I can also use it rather than tell the stories into my phone and then put them onto the PC. I can actually use it as a. You can use a GoPro for everything basically. So thanks for that super chat. Hi to Carlis Harin. Is it Harana? Evening, Peter. Bob J, how you doing? That was nice food you sent me the pictures of today. There, I'll put you up there. Look, famous Bob. There you go. Leave you there for a while. Old Fogarty. Good evening, mate. Any manga minutes? Not on a Sunday. Not on a Sunday, Old Fogarty. Sunday's a very casual stream. I don't do anything as far as competitions, manga minutes, news, nothing. It's just come on, have a drink, talk to you guys. Very casual. I don't even know how long it's going to last for. Okay, Chris. Evening, folks. Evening, Peter. I'm on the Westin cider. I love cider, but the problem is cider's very, very high sugar content, and I was diabetic too, self-inflicted, overweight, and cider tastes wonderful. It's a lovely drink, really nice. But again, it's just the sugar content. Everything's got sugar, but cider's very, very high. Perhaps I'd have one if I wanted to treat myself, but certainly no more than that. It's like sherry, isn't it? I like a drop of sherry, believe it or not. It's normally priests and old ladies drink sherry, but every now and again I've got a bottle in the cupboard there. And again, I used to swear by Harvey's Bristol Cream, and you're going to think I've got shares in Aldi. I haven't. A bottle of Harvey's Bristol Cream in my local co-op is not Harvey's Bristol. Which one is it? It's the blue bottle, is it? I forget the name of it. It's not. Yeah, it is Harvey's. It's a blue bottle. So in my local co-op, that's £10.50. Will Aldi do an equivalent, and it's £5.50. Yeah, it's nearly half price. And honestly, guys, you can't tell the difference. If you had the two glasses and guess the right one, you just be guessing 50-50. Wonderful stuff. Right, Charlie. Right, let's have a look. What are you saying there? Bonjour, Mucka. Yeah, bonjour to you. Watched on Friday night and enjoyed it. Back for another dose. Well, as I said, Charlie, good to have you in the stream, but it's a little bit laid back on a Sundays. Let's have a look. Gary Russell, have I said hello to you? Boohoo, howdy. I seen you in a stream, Boohoo, the other night, and what a stream. Right, Paul Shackleton. What's that saying now? Good evening, Peter, and all. 97 days, 7 hours until Bangkok touchdown, and you should have ended, but not counting. So 97 days, that's about 3 months, isn't it? Just over 3 months. I'll be there before you. Right, let's have a look. Canary spreads his wing. Hello, handsome man. Yes. Right, who else? Javier, how you doing? Did I say hi to you, Carlos? Say hi now anyway. Dr. Mark in Texas, hi to you. That's a strange one. Are you a real doctor? Stephen Roberts, hi. Michael, I don't know how to say it. Is it how do you pronounce that? Ginas, is it? Anyway, hi. 20 Rothmans, hi everybody. Hope that your buffaloes are all well. Yeah. Do you know, you guys, you must be all live streamed out, because I did have a look around the internet today, and there's so many live streams on a Sunday, especially from YouTubers who are based in Thailand. There's, you started off with Trevor at 10 o'clock in the morning, and they've just been going all day with lots of different people. And I'll come on and give it a go. But there are a lot of live stream. By the way, if you're around on Thursday, 10:30 our time, Trevor from Buzzin' Patty is doing a stream, and I'll be a guest on his stream. He's invited me on this time. I don't know what we're going to be talking about, but I'm happy to go on there. Paul, how you doing? Super nice. Yeah, okay. Hi, Billy Boy. Hello, Peter. Good evening to everyone. Alan Hunter. Hi, Peter. You getting excited about leaving? Not really. Not really excited. Looking forward to it, but more excited the last time. Oh, do you know what? I made a mistake today, because I went and had a local kebab shop. I had a pizza and chips, and the chips are really nice, but I bang on a load of salt, and of course I'm really thirsty now, and I know that cup won't last well, so we're going big time tonight. Crack open a beer in about an hour, maybe. Okay, Alan Hunter, how are you? Yeah, I just read that one, haven't I? Matthew Cartwright, how you doing? Won't be a long one tonight, Matthew. I mean that. Alexander de Great, good evening, Peter, and everyone in the chat. Did I say hi? I said hi, Danish Bacon, didn't I? Yeah. Right. How do I pronounce that? Is that Renzed? Hi, Peter. Good to be live in the stream. Normal watching it later during the week. Walking the dog. Cheers and greeting from Holland. Okay. Yeah, Geezers from North London. How you doing? Nice to have you in as well. What are you saying? You said it's a North London in the house. Yes, it's a very hot one, but raining in Bangkok earlier. Okay, I wish it had rained here. Really, what we need is a good storm. Wash it all away. Desmond Castro. Hello from Las Vegas. Looking forward to visiting Pattaya soon. Yeah. Parky, how are you doing? George Van. I'll put that up because I can't pronounce that last one. Peter, do you like the deaf girls in Soy Nana? I've not come across any deaf girls in Soy Nana, but then I haven't been into Nana Plaza for at least 3 years before the lockdown. I keep forgetting to contact you, Yoz. I only remember when I see you on here. We'll have to get together and sort this out for a Sunday stream. Good evening, Peter and gang. I raise my glass. Yes, good man. And we've got Running Man 21. Cheers from hot New Jersey. 97 degrees. Wow. Okay, Leslie 535. You're showing your age now, Leslie. Tuning in. That's what we used to say, tune in the old dog. Yeah, but good to have you in, all the way from Florida. Saji, I didn't know what time, but I checked and you're on. Yeah, it's not set in stone, Saji. It's not like every Sunday. It's when I feel like it, basically. I finished work on Thursday. That was my last day, so I've got more time. So I'm going to be trying to add a bit more, do a bit more time to do things on YouTube, which is quite nice. Bernie, good evening, Peter. Looking forward to a great stream. Yeah, I hope it's going to be a great one. Brian Street says about the bags. You put, I think international flights are okay. Well, funny enough, my daughter's going to Norway on. Her sister's taking her on Monday, and I'm going to collect her from Stansted next week. The reason she's going to Norway, I've never mentioned this before. I've got a 21-year-old daughter. Well, something that's very, just watch her on the camera going out with a big sister there. Something that's very big now, you might not know this if you're kind of the age that I am, something that's really a worldwide phenomenon. It's very, very popular. You wouldn't believe it, but there's a hobby that they do, the kids, well, I say kids, 20, 30, whatever. It's called cosplay. And what they do, they dress up in all sorts of characters. Like, do you remember Star Trek, how the girls dress? Or it could be Wonder Woman, or my daughter, because she's mixed race, she looks Asian. She's taken on to Magna characters. So, you know, these cartoons that you get in Japan, you know, the Magna character, she spends hundreds and hundreds of pounds on it. She's got all these kind of blonde wigs and suits, and she does all these videos. She's got thousands of followers on TikTok, thousands. And I've said to her, you can't tell them, but I've actually said to her, look, because she works, you know, and I said, look, you could come onto YouTube. I'll do it. Just produce the videos. We'll make a channel, and you could sit at home and do this. You wouldn't have to go out to work. But she doesn't want to do it. She said to me that, you know, it's not going to become a hobby then. Anyway, I'm going all over the place. The reason she's going to Norway is because they have a convention in Switzerland. So they're going to have a convention of all these kids dressed up in all these costumes. And when I say costumes, you're not talking, you know, 20 quid from your local joke shop. You know, I mean, they spend hundreds, literally hundreds on these costumes. I mean, my daughter got me to drive her up to a seamstress. Is that what you call them now? You know, they let the sewing machines, and she had it all specially done. And so she's flying to Norway. One of her online girlfriends is going to meet her at Norway. Then they're going in the car, and they're going to be driving and picking somebody else up and going over to Sweden. And that's in Sweden. And I'm picking her up next week. I mean, I think it's great. But yeah, I tried to tell her, I said, look, you know, allow yourself a lot of time, because the airports aren't normal. But you can't tell them, you know, they just turn around and say, no, you're a panicker, Dad. You worry too much. Simon Inglis, is it? Regarding baggage, last time I went to Thailand, all I had was a small rucksack with 2/3 pairs of clothes and Tesco's bag for life, so I could carry it. Well, you can do, that's good, Simon. That's good. And that seems to be becoming popular. But I'm going for 2 months, so I can't go with a couple of pairs of socks and 2 T-shirts. There's certain things I take prescription medicine that has to come with me. You know, I take quite a lot of clothes, because I don't just wear shorts and T-shirts. There are some very, very good, you know, you get what you pay for. The rucksack I was looking at is £120. It's a very, very good one, but they've sold out at the moment. They've only got the small ones. Right, Daniel Mills said he still prefers a suitcase. That's fair enough. You know, to be honest, I prefer a suitcase and a rucksack, because the thing is, when you go into the airport, I mean, I'm not a young man anymore. What I like about when you're going out there, for instance, you got this bag. I have a very small rucksack with my camera equipment, my laptop, and it's quite light. I bought a new laptop. It's very slim, and a couple of 2.5 kilos or something. It's very light. And, you know, you've got your 20 kilo case. And once you've checked that in, and you've got a couple, 2-3 hours to roam around the airport, well, you're very, you know, you're very lightweight, aren't you? Whereas if you're carrying a 40 kilo rucksack, then it can become a bit cumbersome. And I know they've got trolleys, but then you get to an escalator and it says no trolleys beyond this point, you know, so there is that, I suppose. Right. Steve P says, I do carry on only, much more flexible and saves time. Okay. But again, it does depend on how long you're going for. What is the name of the rucksack? You know, I knew somebody was going to ask this, and for the life of me, I can't remember. What I'll do, I'll try and find out for Friday and let you know on there, because I was looking at it the other day and I thought I must order it, and I actually forgot the name myself, so I had to look it up. So it's not off the top of my hand. Okay, so I didn't realize this. Boo says, I never check a bag, 40-litre Osprey only. Okay, yeah, okay. Danish Bacon, I travel very light to Thailand. Hand luggage, if you can, so much quicker. I didn't realize so many people only took hand luggage. Yeah, I know nothing. I always go with a rucksack. All you need to take a few T-shirts, socks. All right, yeah. Brian Street, imagine 350 people took rucksacks. Yeah. All right. Gary Hughes said, weight restricted cabin baggage so you won't get all your gear in, Peter. Well, you know, I do know somebody, and I brought this question up to the guy. It was Andrew, actually, Andrew Hammond. And I said, look, well, how do you get on? Because you've got a 40-kilo rucksack. Surely they don't. But they do. Apparently they do. As long as it fits, you can take it in. It's not a problem, apparently. Okay. You're saying, oh, just call me Carlo. Okay. I hope I remember that the next time in, because you know me, my memory's terrible. Lester Paul says, rucksacks only 10K in Europe, so not enough for Thailand 2 to 3 week trip. Okay. Well, I'm hearing different things on this. So the people who do it, they swear blind, they don't have a problem. Okay, we've got a lot of rucksack talk here now. Adrian Smith, don't need anything more than a rucksack to Thailand. No need for bulky warm clothes. Just take overhead compartment luggage and no waiting for a carousel. But normally, in normal times, a carousel isn't a problem, is it? I finished that already. Let me just top that up. Charlie says, hand baggage only, wheelie and backpack is easy. Yeah, there's not many people say, there's only one person who swears by having a suitcase. Right, DWP, do you not think Pattaya vlogging is dead now that many on YouTube it's been done? Well, I don't really have an opinion on that. Do I think Pattaya vlogging is dead? I don't think it's dead because Trevor did a vlog this morning. He had nearly 500 people in his stream. So if it was dead, he wouldn't. But I know where you're coming from, though. You're saying is it basically has it been overdone? I said a long time ago, I'm going to live in Thailand full time, or at least if I can't sell my house for now, I'm going to spend a lot of time over there. And I've always said I wouldn't base myself in Pattaya because personally, yes, I think I would say I can't add anything new. There's people down there already. I couldn't go down to Pattaya and start making videos and add something new to it. So, yeah, there's a lot of people doing it. It must be tough. I wouldn't like to be based in Pattaya. But then I guess they do it because it's a nice place to live, isn't it? If you're a single guy, apartments are real cheap down there. You can get lots of Western food, lots of company, and I suppose that's why they're down there. Is that Kairan Wellan? Yeah, thanks for that. What's a username and a half? How do you say that? Hypocritical reject. Peter, what band is somebody's just asked me that. I can't remember. I'll try and get it for next Friday, but even if I could, you can't buy it at the moment anyway because it's out of stock everywhere. Steve B, hi, how are you? Depends on airline, can be 7-8 carry-on limit. Yeah. So what happens then? So you get to the airport, you've got this 40-litre rucksack that fits into the hand luggage, and they say you can't take it. So what do? You've got to just check it in. That would defeat the whole object. Wouldn't having buying an expensive rucksack to carry on, and then they make you check it in. Okay. Ryan X Gaming, just seen everything on Pattaya Ladyboy video. Why do guys spend their time with them? Aerobics is not the answer. Okay, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Errol Palmer, hi, hello. Errol Palmer, hello from Texas. Darren Howe, good evening from Suffolk. A good spread out audience tonight. Shinrid, Dan the Man had his channel taken off YouTube as well. Yeah, I know about that. We discussed that last week, and we know Brian Flowers. And at the moment, I've got to be careful because he's not a troll. He's a hater. He's a hater, and he's not very popular. He's not very popular in a lot of people, especially in Pattaya. He's upset a lot of people, and at the moment, I'm in his sights. Every time I put out a live stream or a video, he scrutinizes it word by word, and if he finds anything, talking about anything that he thinks could be breaking YouTube's rules, he reports me. So at the moment, I'm okay because I've actually got a YouTube manager. When you get to a certain level, you can apply to have a manager who you have contact with. And I actually wrote to him and said, look, I'm a bit nervous because of what I talk about. I've actually got his email here. He actually said what they don't like you promoting that stuff. And they said the videos are fine if it's a topic of discussion. So in other words, you're allowed to talk about anything really within reason, but you can't promote anything, if that makes sense. So if I was to say to you, for instance, we're going to discuss ladies in Pattaya, that's fine, but I shouldn't say you should go to Pattaya because there's lots of ladies and it's cheap, and that's promoting it. That's what they don't allow. I've had my channel looked at, but even so, I'm still careful because I don't want to give anybody any satisfaction. Why does he do it? I don't know. He's just a sad man. Right. Michelle Marsolis, is it? I love listening to your stories. I tend to put on the playlist when cleaning or puttering around the house. Very entertaining. That last one today was a bit hardcore, wasn't it? The girl, he caught her with his best friend on the sofa at the swimming pool. That was it. I don't think I'd have let it go that far myself. Neil Stanton, is it? Hello, Peter. First time talking to you. Going to Hua Hin first, then Pattaya in September. Meeting up with Johnny there. Something happening. Your stream is good. Well, Neil, when you meet Johnny, ask him to show you where that leisure centre is, just off Soi 94. They've got a huge outdoor swimming pool. You can eat. You can get drinks. Very relaxing. 50 baht a day. Your hotel might have a swimming pool, but if it's a budget hotel, it's probably small. Not many people around it. Sometimes they don't heat it to save cost. This big, large swimming pool. So it's very nice. When I was there with my wife the last time, we used to go there most days, but it gets very, very hot, so be careful. Geezer said, sorry, Peter, I'm a suitcase traveler. Yeah, that's fair enough. I've always been a suitcase traveler. Simon Lights, yeah, I've read that one. James Casey, how you doing? Hi, Peter. Hi, gang. Terribly sorry. Well, you'll be in detention later, James. Right, Chuck White. All right, yeah, wow. James K. Yours travels again. Las Vegas, my favorite place in the world. Been so many times. Disneyland for adults. I went to Vegas a couple of times. When I first went is when, do you remember when the movie Casino came out around 1990 with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci? Fantastic movie, about 3 hours long. And I went about that time. So I just watched the movie and 2 days later I was there. And of course, all that was filmed in the old, they did have the old Stardust there, you know, quite atmospheric standing outside it. But it was filmed, the actual movie where they filmed that movie, they've tore it down now, but it was opposite the McDonald's. I forget the name of it. But a lot of movies have been filmed in that older casino. It's not in the old part of Las Vegas. It's in the newer part of the Strip, but it got ripped down years ago. And I remember you'd have McDonald's was kind of there and it was there. I forget the name of it, but very interesting. Yeah, No Name says cosplay. Love it. Right, let's have a look. Chris Stone says, laugh out loud, manga, not magna. Yeah, well, that just shows you what I know about it. What's it called? Manga. I called it it is Magna's a cider, isn't it? Shows you what's on my mind. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of people are correcting me on that word there, but you knew what I meant anyway. Okay, no Name says bucket list item is to do cosplay expo in Tokyo. It's really big around the world. I told you my daughter's on TikTok. She doesn't do it for money, but she's got thousands of followers. And I'm not going to tell you her username. Right, Dutch Frank, Peter, better not giving too much info. That's just a coincidence. I hadn't read that. Yeah. Rick says young people used to be rebels. Now the world's changed. It's cosplay. It's a girl thing, really. There's not too many guys do it. Okay, Paul Hoskins says, I've seen that cosplay thing. Your daughter looks nice. I don't know how you know it's my daughter, Paul, because I've never put an image out there. I never would. I'm sure you're a very nice man and you've got no problems, but you know, in a public forum, you know the sort of people we deal with. I'm dealing with one at the moment. Okay. Yours Travis said, try to hypercritical, but won't allow link on chat. Not sure what that's about. James Casey again says, I always go to Thailand with shorts, tongs, wife beater, bank cards, passport, start fresh. Yeah. Okay. That's fair enough. I tried to get Ed on again tonight. You know, he's a ducker and diver, isn't he, Ed Sweeney? I actually phoned him up today because I'll send him a message and he does write back to me. But I was out with the dog and I thought, I bet he doesn't pick up because the last time I phoned him, he didn't pick up. So I phoned him up and he picked up. And we were talking about, YouTube, how it's going at the moment because, there's a lot of people having a lot of problems at the moment. I know people don't like to hear about trolls, but there's these trolls now. They've learned they can do a lot more damage if they disguise themselves as somebody else. Like, we had a fake Farang in here, didn't we? A couple of weeks ago, we had a fake Paul Hoskin in here. It's that bad that I went on to Ed Sweeney's stream last night, left some comments, and they didn't go up. And I found out I was banned. So I've said to Ed today, I said, what's all that about? You banned me? And what it is, because he gets so many fakes on his channel, he's had a fake Thailand bound on there. And I must have left a comment that he wasn't sure about. And he banned me, but he didn't know it was me. So he unblocked me today. But, I was talking to Ed about that today. And, it's not, it's just not good, right? I'm not going to put this up and I'm not going to read the guy's name out, but I just wanted, I'll read the message out. I just wanted to say, yeah, I don't believe that's a real, person who's wrote that message. So I'm not going to get into it. If that's genuine, send me an email because I know what your email address is. Okay. But I honestly don't believe that's you or it is. See, we're talking about imposters at the moment. We've got one in the stream now. Okay. James Casey, trolling tonight. Okay. I haven't caught him yet. We will. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, he's gone. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, this is becoming it's more of a nuisance than anything for YouTubers. So what it is, we're out. You know what I do, guys. I tell stories. We talk a little bit about mongering, Pattaya girls, things like that. I mean, we don't do any harm. We're all over 18. We're not out to hurt anybody. But these guys are coming in. They're just trying to cause so much trouble. For everybody. It's not me personally. It's not Ed Sweeney. Nick Dean's had this shit. Brian Flowers now, whether he lost his channel because somebody stuck the boot in or whatever, but it's going really crazy now, and we're just got to be really careful. Okay, let me just blocking a couple there. Okay, right. Yeah, I'm not. There's a few people mentioned. I'm not even going to get into that. Right, Yoz Travels says they never weigh hand luggage at the gate. They sometimes ask to fit in the cage. Never weigh. Only way of checking in a case. Yeah, I mean that's where that's exactly what I was trying to say, Yoz. So they'll say, have you only got one bag? Normally, if you check it in, they want to see your handbags. They look at it, they're happy. If they look at it and think, looks a bit big, does he need to check it in? They'll have a wire cage. Well, this rucksack is a large rucksack, but it's been designed to fit into that cage. So if it fits in there, like you say, they normally won't weigh it because it's a rucksack. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, Dave State Fox. Hello, Capio sent me good evening. Yeah, hi. I haven't seen Capio in the stream tonight. Lester Paul, it's a person doing the vlog, not just the same old vlogs. Different is good. Nick T. There we go. A man who says it as it is. I won't repeat it, but there you go. Okay. Yeah, it could be that one, Stephen 4K. Didn't you say Osprey rucksack? But they do so many, Osprey, I think they do 10 or 12 different ways. You've got to get the right one. And I don't know if that's the brand of the one I'm thinking about. It could be it's from one of these camping style millets, is it? Somewhere like that. Right. Let's have a look who we haven't said it out to. Super nice. Hi, Peter. I guess North Face. Yeah, it could be North Face, actually, because North Face is quality, isn't it? Super nice says, hi, Peter. I guess North Face is best for backpacks. So, yeah, I mean, if you're one of those people out there and you're thinking about getting yourself a decent backpack right, and ditching the suitcase, have a look at North Face, because that is quality, isn't it? It's known to be quality. Okay, No Name says, Peter, have you ever stayed a night or so in Nana Hotel just today? You've done it. No, I've never stayed in the Nana Hotel in purpose, actually, because you've got Nana Plaza, and the last thing I want to do is, I mean, it's handy to come out of Nana Plaza and there's your hotel, but I don't want to have all that shit around my hotel in the daytime. I can't even go to the restaurant. Where I was staying, I don't know if I'm going to continue staying there, but it's right at the end of Soi 4, right at the end, the other end from Sukhumvit, the very last building on the left. They keep changing the name. It's called the Nanatai Mansion. I'm not staying there this time. I've booked in 5 nights into a hotel in Soi 8, Stable Lodge, and then I'm going to head down to Pattaya for a week and see what's going on down there. Yeah, James Casey. I know all about that, mate. I'm not going to give the guy any credence because he's not worth my time, quite frankly. He's a hater. I think he thinks he's the what's that American DJ Stern? What's his name? The outspoken guy. He's quite famous in radio DJ. Howard Stern. I think he's trying to put himself across as the Howard Stern of YouTube. But I mean, the guy's got about as much charisma as a wet fart. So that's never going to happen, is it? But I don't want to talk about him. He's not worth my time. He's not worth your time. Okay, he's just a total waste of time. Right, Adrian Smith. You will want to take camera equipment which is bulky and heavy, so you're probably best to take a roller bag and just take a rucksack with the valuables you want to keep with you on the plane. That's what I tend to do. I tend to have a suitcase with all my aerosols and clothes and prescription medicine, hairbrushes and everything in there. So that goes through. And then I've got a rucksack, a smallish kind of rucksack that I can put my laptop. I've got a hell of a lot of cables and cameras, and I can't show you. I mean, I've got a shelf full of electronics there. And I'm now going to buy all the GoPro equipment because I'm stepping up, as they say. So I don't know if a rucksack would be suitable for me. It's very tempting with the queues at the airport, but how long are they going to last? I'm not going till October. I know the airports are recruiting like mad now, and it's not just the UK, it's all over Europe, actually. A lot of people like to blame it on Brexit. The people who are anti-Brexit, anything goes wrong, oh, it's Brexit, but if that was the case, they wouldn't be having the problems in Europe as well. Right, smoothing medication. I keep meaning to try hand luggage only, but always end up taking my suitcase. Most airlines require you to book rucksacks through baggy luggage, as all the straps can get caught on the conveyors. Well, I don't disbelieve you, but again, people have said differently to that. I'm going to have to, if I keep drinking like this, that buffalo is going to get a lot of airtime tonight. Steve Francis, okay. I'm trying to avoid that bloke, that guy, right, Black Bolt, nice to see you in. How's it going? It's going absolutely splendid, Black Bolt, absolutely splendid. It's quite warm, but it's going good. Right, the Potato Republic, any spanners around? I'm sure Franco and other people are around, but yeah, I went a long time without any moderators, and I don't get too many in. I normally spot them. What's the worst that can happen? People see their comments, and do they take them seriously? I don't know. Chris J. Stone, I don't see the rucksack thing working. If everyone started doing that, the airlines would change the rules. Plus, it doesn't sound secure. Knowing my luck, someone would try to smuggle something in my bag. I've got a bag that I don't want to use it anymore, because the last 2 times I've taken it, I've been watching the carousel. I've seen my bag coming around, and somebody else has picked it up and put it on their trolley. And I know it's mine because I had a little sticker on the side. I mean, that would be awful if you get there and you got the wrong bag. Remember the story today, the second story? The guy got to his hotel, pulled his blue rucksack out, and it wasn't his. So he decided, he said, well, a young guy, I'll just wear what clothes are in the rucksack. He had all these valuables with him, and he thought, right, okay, I've got the wrong rucksack. I'll just wear whatever clothes are in there. He opened it up, and it was a lady's suitcase. He did get it back in the end. Yeah, I agree with that. Canary spreads his wing. Again, I won't mention his name. Good God, this guy gets a lot of coverage. He is incredibly boring. Seen him on Eddie's stream. Yeah, I've got an opinion on that as well, which I've spoken to him about, but I don't want to bring that up because it's not my business. Lester Paul says, now listening to the stories and cannot believe how people get taken in. Yeah, it's a difficult one because, most people are sensible, but, you can meet a girl, get infatuated with her, and you just allow yourself to be sucked in. And from the outside looking in, you can look at somebody and be very judgmental. If you've been to Thailand a lot of times, you've got a lot more experience, but you do get guys who are lonely. They go out to Thailand and they go out there with an open mind. They don't have any experience with Thai girls, and they're dealing with, not the nicest of Thai girls in that way. And yeah, they can get conned quite easily. But I've got I've read it already. I've recorded the stories for next Saturday already. I record them for they'll be uploaded for the silver and gold members on Tuesday. They go out to everyone else on a Saturday. But I've got a fantastic story for you next week, guys. I've been going 3 years with the stories. There must be 500 stories on the channel now. I've never had one written by a girl from Isan who's in that business. And your first thought is, well, it's some guy's written it. He's made it up. No, not at all. Do you remember? I don't know if you're into the stories, but do you remember about 3 to 6 months ago, I told a story about a guy called Liam who he went on a dating site. He arranged to meet a girl in Khon Kaen in Isan. He went up there. He met the girl, all was good, and then she confessed that she'd been working in Phuket for 8 years as a freelancer. And I won't tell the whole story again, but there were ups and downs. But he did end up marrying her and taking her back to Australia. They've been married for about 12 years now. Now, I persuaded Liam, I called the girl I persuaded Liam to get her to write her story. So she starts off the story. It's written by her. Liam has adjusted the grammar and the spellings, taken out a bit of repetitive writing, but basically he hasn't added to the story. He hasn't changed the style of it. He's written it out as she's told him. And she starts off and she says, you might know, there are thousands of girls like me in Isan who are very, very poor, don't speak English. And then she goes on to tell her story, how she ended up in Phuket. She tells some of the incidents that happened to her, and it's got a real kind of human touch to it. And people who are very, very judgmental and just say, oh, all those girls are, you know, whatever. You know, if you listen to the story, there is hopefully you can connect with it. I found it great, very interesting, a little bit sad, but it worked out for them because she's now living a very happy life. She's been with a guy for 12 years. She's not a gold digger, but just the fact that we've got this story now that this girl has told in her own words, it's great. It's fantastic to listen to. And that will be the first of 2 stories next Saturday, because the second story is a real long story. So it's the same length of upload, but I could only fit 2 stories into that one upload. So look forward to that. That is a very good story. Okay, Stephen, if you can get laundry done easily and cheaply, why bother with case? I managed to visit America for a month with a carry-on only. Personal choice. Laundry's cheap in Thailand anyway. It's just personal choice, isn't it? Eugene Vincent. Let me see if I can pronounce it. Are you on the same I can never pronounce it. I can't pronounce it. People write to me and they say, this is how you say it, and they break it down phonetically. I just can't pronounce it. But yeah, I will do. But because it's an early stream, I'm still bloated from the pizza and chips. And I probably won't even have a drink. I might have a nip of whiskey later. I certainly couldn't drink beer now. And I'm full of water now because I've been having a lot of salt. Right, Freddie the Hound. There's a lot of things you can't put in hand luggage that you can put in a suitcase, like aerosols. And I take a lot of aerosols. Simon Inglis. I miss Dan the Man and Grumpy. Well, I've never actually watched a Dan the Man. He's younger than me, isn't he? And I don't watch a lot of YouTube channels because I'm busy with my own. I believe he's quite popular. A younger crowd, maybe. Yeah, Paul Hoskins says it's not me. We know it's not you, Paul. We know it's not you. This is you, but the last one wasn't. You're getting the sympathy vote now, Paul. Dutch Frank says, don't worry, Paul. Yeah, we know it's not you. Okay. Right, let's have a look. Canary spreads his wing. Oh, I get it now. My God, I thought it was sad. Yeah, okay. Now, I think you're mistaken there, Wayne. You said Dan the Traveller Man is still on YouTube. He's got a new channel, his last channel. He's actually had his channel taken down twice, I was told. He admitted the second time around that the first one was far too raunchy, so YouTube took it down because they didn't like the content. The second one, I don't know. He's back up again for a third time, so you will see him on there, but it's not his channel that he's had on there for a while. I've never seen him myself, as I say. I'm just getting secondhand information. Day State Fox, it's very easy to check who is real. Do you know what? Saying that, it is in a way for us, because when we do these live streams, oh, I've got a super chat there. Let's not miss that. Thank you, Kevin. Very generous. Kevin selling super sticker, 20 Australian dollars, straight into the camera, the camera fund, the GoPro 10. Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, it is very easy for us, because what happens when you do these streams week in, week out, I would say 95% of the people who come into the stream are the same people. They seem to click in with other people on the stream, and they write in such a way, and you get to realize the mannerisms, the way that, like Paul Hoskins, for instance, he always comes out with these incredible jokes, doesn't he? But lately he's been a little bit sensible. But you get used to the way people write, and sometimes you'll get a comment with supposedly from that person, but it's totally nothing like what that person would say. So you know straight away. Yeah, one of the best names on YouTube there. Asplast Alive. Peter, how you doing, man? I'm doing good, thank you. Are you still here? You're still here, Stinger. Have you got your YouTube channel up yet? I was playing with you the other day. Yours Travels again. I take loads of tech anyway, so always check a 20 kg in, then have hand luggage for iPad Pro cameras. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point. You know, if you carry a lot of electronics, like I carry, you know, like these selfie sticks, they're great. Let me get rid of your thing there. I mean, I take this when I'm out and about in Bangkok, simply because it folds down that size, and I can hook that on the inside of my pocket there. It's incredibly small, and then I can put my phone in there, and it goes right out like that. So you can use it as a kind of selfie stick, or you can look like I'm selling a product on the TV channel here. I'm just showing you though. or you can, if you do a sit down video in a hotel, you can put a tripod, you can have it short, you can have it tall. I mean, it's a great bit of kit. I bought it in Icon Plaza in Bangkok, but you can get them anywhere. But I'll be getting the GoPro one. But I've got that, and I've got various stands. But I've got a whole shelf of electronics, and it's a good point Yours Travel makes that, when you've got all the electronics, you don't necessarily want them in a backpack digging into you or possibly getting damaged. When they're in a hard case, you can put clothes around them, check them in, and they're probably, they're safe. Bend over. Banh mi, a Vietnamese sort of baguette filled with meat and greens. Okay. Okay, Boohoo says Osprey bags have a lifetime warranty. Yeah, okay. I think, I don't know Osprey as a brand really well, but I know North Face, they're quality, aren't they? McLaren F1 says for FSS, is anybody real on here? Yeah, even I'm a fake on here. I'm not the real Peter from Thailand Bound. He's out fishing tonight. I'm a fake. I just come in. I'm pretending to be him. Right. World Traveller Forever. The stories are good examples of what can happen to any one of us if you're single and hang with bargos often. There is a high chance you fall in love with one. I'd like to think it wouldn't happen to me now, because I would like to think it wouldn't happen to you guys. Like I said earlier, the first reaction people when they read these stories is, oh, that guy was dumb, stupid, he's not streetwise. But the girls are good at what they do, aren't they? Nick T said, Dutch Frank, I think it's gone back to £160 now. Last week they were practically giving them away with extra 20% check voucher codes. All right. Okay. You put John's bum, is it? Is it John's bum? Peter, how can I send you a story? Well, you can send it from my website, but the easiest way, just put it on a Word document and attach it and send it to that address. Blimey, I've got to fill that up again. Ooh. Drinking a lot of water tonight. I don't actually, I know this is unusual, but I don't actually feel like drinking beer at the moment. I should actually put my email address in the link, shouldn't I? Okay. Right, Andrew Hammond, the rucksack king himself. Okay. Right, the lack of airport personnel is due to the lockdown around the world, and staff were laid off. Now they have to employ security check and train the new staff, which can take a long time. Okay, but yeah, I agree with you, Andrew. But how long is a long time? Are we talking 6 weeks, 6 months? I'd like to think it wasn't too long. Right. Let's have one from somebody we haven't said hello to tonight. Okay, Kevin Sutherland, from Kevin Sutherland, Queens Lane, ready to go to work. Yours, the $20, whatever you want. Enjoy your show. Okay, what's that about? Paul Hoskins says, I've got loads of jokes, but they are XXX rated, so I can't do them. Thank God. Thank God. There is a God up there. Lester Paul. So nearly 40,000 subs, Peter. Free book, the 40,000 one. Nearly 30. Do you know what? They don't actually let you get, you can't actually get a free book off Amazon, even though it's mine, because what it is, they print to order. So they don't have, it's not like when you order, he's talking about my book now, this one. Hang on, and I will answer it. I might as well have a quick plug. I didn't bring it up, right? This one, yeah. Real Tales and Love and Losses in the Land of Smiles, by, you got to know my last name there, right? But that's on Amazon. It's a paperback and it's a downloadable ebook, okay? So you're saying, so nearly 40,000, Peter, free book to the 40,000 one. Yeah, it's a good idea. I wouldn't mind doing it. But firstly, I wouldn't know who was number 40,000, because when I wake up, I might have 30 new subscribers, because people sign up in the night, don't they? So I don't know. I'm not sitting there watching it. So unless I was sitting there and it said 39,999, and then I refreshed the page, it now said 40,000. Yeah, but the chances of that happening are very slim. I'd buy the guy a book. I'm not that tight, but with the thing is, with these big companies now, you can't give anything away. It's like YouTube. If I wanted to give a friend a membership, if I said, well, look, I'll give you a free membership, you can come into the members area because I'm going to start doing members only streams, so we can talk about a little bit more, because people like the person we were talking about earlier won't be able to come in and scrutinize what we're talking about, because it'll only be members, okay? Unless he buys a membership, then yeah, thank you, I'll take his money. But yeah, what it is with YouTube, because they get a percentage of the membership So if somebody joins in a membership, they get a percentage. So if I was allowed to give a membership away, they wouldn't get their percentage, and they won't allow that. And it's the same with Amazon. They don't have a warehouse full of books. They've got it on a computer. And when somebody orders a paperback, they have it printed. I can get what they call author's copies that are a little bit cheaper. And it's not that cheap. You still have to pay for the thing to be printed, the actual book and posted out and everything. But it's a great idea. I mean, if you know of a way I could find out who the 40,000 person was, I'd buy them a book. But there's no way to know who it is, because you just look, and I might have 20 more subscribers, Okay, only in Thailand. Hi all, it would be a lot easier for someone to walk out of your hotel unnoticed with a rucksack on their back rather than someone carrying a large suitcase for me every time. Yeah, it would be. I wouldn't be so worried about that, because hotel staff are normally pretty good. And if you're talking about people who come to your room to accompany you, they generally don't walk off with suitcases as a rule. They normally want small items, nice watches, wallets, cards. Gold in particular is a nice thing for somebody to walk off with. Okay. Clint Flaxman, do you ever get to South Korea? My wife is Korean as well. We live in Mokpo, is it? About Australian dollars, £450 per month, 3-bed, 2-bath. I've only ever been to South Korea once, and that is where I met my wife. It was in 1989, I think it was, or 88. And I was working in a hotel in a town called Busan. It's now called Busan. It's on the south coast. It's like Brighton in the UK. And I was working in a hotel there, a 5-star hotel, and she just left college. She was 19 when I met her. 18 was she, or 19? She was 19 when I married her. I can't remember. But she was working behind reception. So I met her, and her parents weren't very happy that she was, dating a foreigner. It took a long time. But I've been with her 33 years, but it's not going to be lasting for 34 years. You know the story, don't you? But no, I don't have any particular... I'll be honest with you, South Korea wasn't my favorite country that I ever visited. It might be different now, but when I was there, I don't want to slate it, but let's just say we'll leave it at that. Right, Tony West. I feel sorry for all the mongers here who are lonely and in here every week. Well, Tony, they're not in here because they're lonely. They're in here because it's just, it's a bunch of guys. It's like meeting a bunch of guys in the pub, isn't it? They can either watch Netflix or they can go mow their lawn, or it's, there's nothing wrong with it. I'd go into streams and talk to people. Why not? Right, Nick T says, I'm traveling light in future. I took 13 pairs of Adidas to Cambodia in February. I only went for 3 weeks. What do? Sell them there? Devil's Den. After 2 years off with full pay, no one wants to go back to work. Any slight sign of the virus and they are off again, although is virtually no illness. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in China at the moment, would you? They're still full lockdown. I did watch a documentary on YouTube, actually. It was live, and they break into their houses. So these people are fast asleep at night, and the government workers, they come along and they crowbar open their front doors just to make sure there's nobody hiding there, and they whisk them off to a center, to put them in. Horrible. Aren't we so lucky we don't live there? And I have been there several times. I've lived in the country, not just visited. So I'm not just kind of talking as uneducated about the country. Okay, Chris says, Peter, he means you should do a giveaway at 40,000. There's software YouTubers use as an electronic lottery for giveaways when you reach milestones. Chris, you know my email address. I don't know nothing about it. I don't know how it works. I don't make loads and loads of money on YouTube. You might think I do. On a good night like Friday, you see people leaving $5, $10 in, and it adds up, and it's nice. But YouTube take a chunk of that. Okay, I don't get it all. They take, believe it or not, for every $100 they take 30. Okay, that's how much they take. And even the payments from advertising, they take money from that. So I don't make huge amounts, but I'd be willing to give something away. Maybe I'd buy them a book or a book maybe, or I buy the membership for them. I don't know, but I don't know the mechanics of how this works. So if you've seen something, not a video that lasts for 45 minutes, because I haven't got time to watch that, but if you see something that lasts sort of 5 minutes and it basically breaks down the mechanics of how it works, send it to my email address, Chris, and I'll have a look at it and I'll have a think about that. There's my email address again. I won't leave it up there too long. You can rewind it and look at the timestamp now and then go back to it. Okay. Now I can't find it to get rid of it. There we are. Okay, let's get down to some of the newer comments. David Pipe says, Mark, I'm a huge Newman fan. All right. Kev12364, when traveling to Thailand, travel light. Hey, you know what? On Friday, if you're in on Friday, do you remember us trying to think of that corny James Bond line? They come out with these, they always have these shocking. They always have these cheesy lines in James Bond films. The example I gave you on Friday is when Sean Connery pushed Jaws or one of the baddies over a fence and he landed on an electric fence. He electrocutes and dies. And Sean Connery looks over and he says, shocking, truly shocking. And I was trying to think of the one when he was, it was Moonraker or Diamonds of Forever, one of those ones. And James Bond was in a space, Roger Moore was in a spacecraft with one of the beautiful Bond girls. And they're in bed in this spacecraft orbiting. And that, I can't remember his handler, James Bond's handler, but he couldn't see James Bond. But he was talking to him and he said, yes, Bond, what are you doing now? And you see him come out of these covers and he says, we're just about to make our second re-entry. And there's this cheesy grin and, love it. Okay, Paul Hoskins. Let's get you up there. I'm a monger and I'm tired. Okay, no, Paul, no. Paul Shackinson says, I haven't got any Monga stripes yet. Not sure I ever will. Get to Thailand, you'll get plenty. Matthew Cartwright, Peter, crack on with the whiskey and let's get this. Oh, Matthew, I'm absolutely bloated. I couldn't face I might have a can of beer because I'm drinking this water, but not now. I just don't feel like it. How long we've been going now? An hour now. Let's see. Right, super nice. Finally, I got your message thread on laptop and I see you talking on my TV. It's much better that way. It's the recommended way. Finally, I got your message thread on the laptop. Not sure what you mean there, super nice. Do you mean watching the streams and the videos on a flat screen as opposed to your phone? Not sure what you mean there. I watch YouTube on a 65-inch flat screen. I don't, I watch TikTok if I'm in the bathroom or something because you just flick through 1-minute videos. But if I don't really watch terrestrial TV anymore because it's just crap. I watch Netflix, but that's not great either. Netflix, a lot of old stuff on there. I've got some movie channels that have, they're not all, I'm not going to say they're illegal, but they have movies on there. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't work, but they're a lot newer than Netflix. And I watch a lot of YouTube. I just flick through YouTube and you'll come across some decent documentaries. You'll come across, all sorts of, I watch things like these scam baiting videos. They're quite fun to watch. Or, you've got these Indian call centers who pretend they're calling from Amazon or Microsoft and they're trying to cheat people out of money. And you've got people who are dedicated to kind of like, shutting down these call centers, and they're very good at what they do. I like kind of that kind of content. Boohoo says, I have to go to Thailand to get a break from women. That's a strange one. Haven't heard that one before. Went to China in 06, wouldn't want to go now. I was in China. Do you remember when they had the Tiananmen Square, the riots and stuff, where you had the guys walking in front of the tanks and, the policemen were hung off bridges and stuff like that. I was there when that was going on. That was pretty scary. Right, JS. We'll be like China by 2030. Social credit system and centralized digital currency coming unless people wake up. I'm glad I won't be around. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. And, looking back on the 70s, I mean, it wasn't as comfortable as it was now. We didn't have mobile phones. We didn't have internet. We didn't even have color TV. Single pane windows. We didn't have double glazing. We didn't have carpet. We had lino on the floor. It was a simpler time, wasn't it? But is it better now? It's more, we've got more gadgets and life is more comfortable and we've got a lot more comforts in our life, color TVs and mobile phones and laptops and things. But are we happier? I don't know. Alexander the Great, Thailand ban, that would be the police in China who break into residents' properties to take them to quarantine center. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, Alexander the Great. I couldn't believe it because, I understand them going around these apartment blocks, But what they were doing, they were actually crowbarring people's front doors open because they've heard there might be somebody hiding in there. It's like Big Brother, isn't it? Matthew Cartwright says 40,000 is a big milestone. It is for me, Matthew, because bearing in mind most of it's been done from the UK. I've had some funny trolls over the years. You know, the trolls, I was speaking to Ed about it again, Ed Sweeney, and you have to laugh with some of the things these guys come out with. You know, I mean, originally when you first start a channel and people start knocking you, it can hurt your feelings. It can be offensive. But when you've been doing it for sort of 3 years and you're at this kind of level now, you get comments and you don't really think anything of it. Some of them are really funny. You know, I mean, I had a guy once write to me and he's been deadly serious. He'd read the story and he said, and don't forget, there's probably 500 to 600 stories on the channel. And he wrote to me, he said something like, seriously, buddy, do you believe anybody to honestly believe that this happened? You've made a good little niche for yourself making up all these stories. And I'm like, wow, you know, this guy actually thinks I made these all up. You know, you get some comments, you know, that are nothing to do with your channel. They just like, I had a bloke once, I made a video in my kitchen, and it just so happened the utility room was behind me. So my kitchen's kind of wide at one end, but where I was sitting, it's quite small behind me. And some guy wrote, oh, Peter's writing from his tiny little house or something. And if he actually came and see my house, he'd be quite shocked. You know, but it is funny, some of the people you deal with. And I've left comments for people and stuff, but I've never really been a troll. And you kind of look at it and you think, why, what do they get out of it? What do they do it for? You know, does it make them feel sort of good? Does it make them feel brave? You know, like I said, I didn't want to talk about the guy who's trying to get my channel put down at the moment. He won't, because I don't break any of the rules on YouTube, but he's trying his hardest. What do they get out of it? You know, does he hate me so much that he wants my channel gone? I don't know. I suppose he does. Right. Danny Ho, around 50 women can go through radical personality changes. All the baby hormones are going away and influx of test. I haven't had a drink yet. It's a bit heavy for me, Danny. Right. Reggae vibes. On Friday and Sunday, I like stream because I'm driving about 700 miles back in my truck. There's another, we got Deke the trucker, he's in quite often, Reggae vibes. Yeah, I know what you mean, because I listen to the stories, not because I mentioned this on Friday, not because I love the sound of my own voice, but when I record the stories, I'm listening for errors, swear words, slang words that people might not get. So I'm correcting them, editing. And then when it's finally done, I think, is it okay? And before I upload it, like the stories for Saturday, I've loaded them onto my phone, the edited version. When I go out with Benji in the morning, the dog, I should put the headphones in, because I always make the upload about half an hour, 35 minutes. And I walk half an hour in the morning, half an hour at night. And I listen to it. And because I've now finished editing, I've taken out all the mistakes and everything, I'm actually walking my dog and I'm listening to it. And it's really weird because I'm enjoying the stories. And although I've read it, I've heard them for editing, I've not really taken them in as in I'm listening for mistakes. I'm not really thinking about the story. And when I actually get to walk my dog and I listen to the story, even though it's me talking, it's like it's not me talking, because I'm listening to the story and I'm taking it all in. I'm thinking, oh, you know, yeah. And it's quite interesting. So I know where you're coming from. If you're driving and you're listening in the background, I know it can make the time go more quickly. I understand that. And if I don't listen to the story, I like to listen to LBC. Nigel is not Nigel Farage. Nick Farage, is it, on the Breakfast Show if you're from the UK, on LBC. Very, very interesting. But I just absolutely detest the adverts. You know, you're getting into a subject and then you get the same old adverts for 3 minutes. Right, Tony West. They take 30% and then you have to pay. Yeah, that's right, Tony West. You're talking about the YouTube. So they take 30%, then you pay the tax on top of it. Hopefully, all up to date with taxes. I've just paid a £5,000 tax bill, but that's not because of YouTube. It's because I've got other things going on, and I can't lose most of it because most of it comes through bank-to-bank payments. It's horrible when you get, when you get a tax bill. Nobody likes to pay tax, but when you have to pay like. You've got £5,000. When you think what you could do with £5,000, I could buy a second-hand car, couldn't I? I could have my house completely decorated. I could go to Thailand for 2 months on that. And you just have to give it to the tax man, and we can't get a doctor's appointment. You can't get into a dentist. You sit in an ambulance 3 hours outside the hospital, terrible, terrible. Lester Paul, did your daughter get you that cup? Mine got me the same type one, I think, Source of All Wisdom. They do. Yeah, this one. Beneath this, it says, beneath the steely exterior beats the heart of a dashing hero. She did. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm glad I got it today with water in it. God, I'm so thirsty. I've nearly finished that. Look at that, look. Nearly finished that, and the cup was full as well. I think it's about half a pint. Because when I go for a pizza and chip, I only do it on a Sunday. I load a lot of salt and vinegar on the chips, so it's not worth having chips, is it? But you pay for it later. And it's hot today as well. Right, David Pipe. I'm trying for my next trip to Pattaya in October, but most of the popular hotels around LK Metro are fully booked. But why do you want to stay around LK Metro? I know it's nice to be close to the action, but when you think about it, Pattaya is so small, you can get to anywhere. I mean, I'd even consider Jump Team because it's much nicer. You know, when you come out and you want to use a beach, if you want to go to downtown into Pattaya, into the nightlife, it's 15 minutes on the back of a BART bus, isn't it? But the beauty of it is in the daytime, you know, you're away from all that and you've got the beach. That's just me. Right, Yoss Travels. I love my watches and have a few, nothing too expensive, but looking at getting a couple of decent super clones in Bangkok at the $300 to $500 mark. Anyone have experience been watching a few videos? Yeah, there's copies and there's copies, Yoz. Be really careful because some of them are absolutely crap. The really good watch copies, they're not cheap. You can pay. I know somebody who bought a Rolex, and what did they pay for? I'm just trying to think how much it was. It was, I think they paid 3,000 baht, or no, more than that. About 150, 200. But you're in the right ballpark for a decent watch. But they, you know, you can pick them up for a few hundred baht, and they're terrible. You know, absolutely terrible. And if you go to, I don't know if it's open yet, probably not. But the Pat Pong market, that's where you get a lot of counterfeit goods along there. And they've got some pretty nice watches along there. But whatever they're asking, offer them 25% of what they ask you and pay maybe 40, 50%. They won't get offended. They'll just give you a drama of hands in the air and when I'm not making any money. And when you finally do a deal, it'll be like special for you, my friend. You come back. Don't tell anybody. I'll go out of business. You know, normal sort of stuff. But you're in the right ballpark, right ballpark for the what you want to spend. And the other place you can go to is Klong Toy. That's a big watch area as well. I don't know if you can email me if you want to write it down at another time. Okay, Glenn Henrik says, I love those Bond movies. Do you remember Alan Partridge, Steve Coogan? He used to have the James Bond afternoon with his East European girlfriend, and you know he had them all marked out in that plastic box. Okay. Only in Thailand. Watched a bit of Trev's stream today and never realized that YouTube also take 30% of the donations for ladies. They take 30% of everything. And this was actually why Trevor got into a bit of a problem. Not he got a problem, but what happened was, you know, we're talking about the people who come in and they just have a go at you all the time. You know, these people, I wouldn't even call them trolls. Some are just critics, or they're always right and you're always wrong, or they want to come in and correct you. I had one tonight. You know that video I've got on the Katoy, the lady boy, where he's shouting in the park, Stefan, you know, and you hear the guys in the background laughing. I uploaded that like 2.5 years ago, and some guy left me a comment today, and he said, "Oh, that's a really old video, and it's pronounced like this, not like that." And I gave him my standard reply: "Don't see my refund department if you're not entirely happy with the video, you know." But yeah, I mean, this is what happened with Trevor, because Trevor did a big. I actually stuck up for Trevor. I put a video out there and I mentioned it because what was happening, he did a lot of good work with charity work when it was really grim down there, you know, in the thick of COVID, and there were people literally starving, sleeping in disused buildings. And he went onto his channel and he raised a lot of money, and he went out with his some Thai people, you know, and they made sandwiches. They bought I don't know what they did. I do know what they did. They had these plastic food boxes. A lot of people have done it who live in Thailand, but Trevor did around Pattaya, and they did a lot of good. But what happened is people came and they started having a go at him. They were saying, well, where's the books? You collected more money than that. I can see what you've bought doesn't come to the money that you've received because I've called. And he just got really fed up of it. And he said, never again, because people don't know what they do. They'll watch your super chats come in, and 25, 10, and they'll add it up and they'll write that down and they'll stick that somewhere and they'll watch it next week. And they come up with this total and they think, well, the guy spent this much, but I've worked out he gets this much. But what they don't calculate into the mix is that YouTube take 30% of it. Plus, when these guys do it, they have to take some money out for their expenses. So if Trevor has to hire a pickup truck from somebody who owns a pickup truck, like he might say to a guy, look, we need you in your pickup truck for the day. We'll pay you 1,000 baht, and couple of $100 for your fuel. That's $1,200, right? They're his workers. When he takes them out, he'll have to buy them lunch. Well, of course, he can't be expected to pay for all that out of his pocket, right? So, you know, when you do these charity, that's what put me off, because somebody said, why don't you do it when you go to Thailand? No way, you know, after seeing what happened to Trevor. So what happens is you collect all this money, they take 30%, you've got some expenses. And when I say expenses, I'm not saying you go to a gentleman's club for the night for 2 hours before you go out giving them money. No, I mean genuine expenses. But people come up with false figures and they just give you shit about it. And in the end, people just turn around and say, it's not worth it. What's the point? And that's why. Right. Yeah, okay, I've done that. Lester Paul Hoskins is very near the knuckle, literally. It is banter, Paul Hoskins, yeah. Yeah, some of Paul's I don't put up because they are very close to the knuckle, like you say. All right, let's have a look. Okay, McLaren F1 race. Not sure what the comment was earlier, but I'm sure it was why we were supposed to mongers. Asian women are so much more beautiful, exotic, and kinder than Western women. Okay. See, I've got to be careful about giving my opinion here, haven't I? Okay, Reggae Vibe says Amazon Prime is better than Netflix. The only reason I've got Netflix, I'll be honest with you, I don't particularly like Netflix. I find it very limited. But what Netflix does, it has a lot of Korean dramas, a lot of Korean movies. You probably don't know that because you don't go looking for them. You know, it's time for a beer, guys. It's time for a beer. It really is. You won't go looking for them. But my wife has got she has a fabulous collection of Korean. She's Korean, obviously, right? She wants to watch movies, and she likes all these dramas, and she can watch them. And you know, the ones that she comes across on YouTube, they tend to be either not very good quality, or they're incomplete, or she'll be watching a series and it'll get to episode number 13 or 12 and that's missing. And the thing with Netflix, you know, if it's all there, it's good quality, and it's mainly for her. And I have come across some good stuff on there as well. I've watched the one thing I do like about Netflix, sometimes you'll come across old films and you think, oh, these are old. And I watched one that I'd watched years ago, and it would come up on Netflix, and it was an old Robert De Niro movie called Sleepers. You must have seen it. It was about the 4 boys in Hell's Kitchen in New York, and you know, they were young, and they got this Italian hot dog seller's cart. They pushed it down the subway. Boys will be boys and all that. They went to court and they got sent to an American reformatory school, and they got totally abused. Kevin Bacon was in it, and I watched that and I thought, what a fabulous film. You know, and I never would have dreamt of watching it had it not been on Netflix. It's an old film, but very, very good. Brilliant acting by one of my favorite actors, Robert De Niro. Absolutely brilliant. Right, and with that, I'm sure this is going to be absolutely brilliant. Cheers, guys. Bit early, but what the heck. Oh, do you know what? It's really refreshing, but it's hard getting it down because I'm bloated with water now. Okay, phone, Thailand bound. Hey, just found a Russian YouTube channel where they want to Chang-Mia Island off the coast of Pattaya and acted like it was hardcore camping a desert island. Okay, right. I haven't seen that. Yeah, okay. I guess that paid for the rest of the trip. Yeah, I mean, look, I've got an itchy hoot here. Excuse me. Look, I mean, let's be honest about it. If you have a YouTube channel, I started YouTube as a hobby, a fun. I don't like football. I'm one of the few English guys who doesn't watch football. I don't particularly like rugby, cricket, anything like that. That's why I did a bit of flying when I was younger, fishing, that sort of thing. I was in Thailand. I thought I'd start a YouTube channel. It has got to the point where it is generating some income now, and it's not bad. And it's allowing me now to finish my work and do other things, concentrate on this. So, you know, it is kind of nice to do it. And these guys on the island, yeah, I'm sure they had their Russian friends sending them super chats and all this. And yeah. Right, Cam the Cook. When the pandemic began, people in China were being locked into their homes by having their gates welded shut. I know, isn't it awful? Isn't it awful? Aren't we lucky to be living here? Right, I know I'm way behind in my chat now. I'm going to go to the newer ones after this. Andrew Hammond, I love watching Jim Browning videos as he is ruthlessly exposes these scammers from India and Nigeria. Jim Browning is very, very good at it. I'm actually subscribed to Jim Browning. He doesn't bring out as many videos as I'd like. I'll tell you another very, very good channel. He's a guy called Pleasant Green, and he deals with scammers in a very light-hearted way, but he's very good at what he does. They're very easy to watch videos. They last for about 10, 12 minutes and they're good. So let me whiz down to the newer comments because I know I'm way behind here. Mark Hanley, some good Korean movies. I don't understand, so I wouldn't know. Some beautiful Korean girls. Kevin Sutherland, sorry, Peter, I didn't mean to take that 20 years then. I don't understand how all this works. I'll take and get the $20 back to you now then. So what was that, Kevin? I didn't mean to take that 20 years then. I don't understand how this works. Oh, I'm not sending it back to you, Kevin. You've had it now. Reddigy Vice says Sleepers is great. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. Shane Bongers, he says, you're as bad as Sweeney. Well, we have done oh, that's what I was going to say to you earlier, and I got sidetracked. So I spoke to Ed Sweeney this morning, and we were talking about live streams, and I said, well, I'm on tonight. I decided to do one tonight. And I says, you don't want to come on tonight, do you, Ed? Because he said he'd come and do another one with me. And he said, oh, my mate comes around on Sunday, and we have a Sunday roast, and we cook up and blah, blah, blah. And I couldn't get him on. I'm sure we'll do one soon. Okay, David Alexander. Hi, Peter. Glad you decided to do a stream tonight. All the best, mate. Enjoy the channel. Cheers, David from Glasgow. Yeah, thanks, David. Is that you there? Do you play the guitar? Well, good to be able to play an instrument. Nick T says, you can tell very easily that Trevor is a diamond. Trevor's one of those guys. He's pretty much down to, I think, he drink a lot. He drinks a hell of a lot. I didn't know he could drink a lot. But he's a very, he's a nice guy. I mean, when I told you, when I got to Pattaya, we arranged to meet each other. Now, he's Mr. Pattaya, isn't he? So he could have said to me, right, well, I'm in this bar in LK Metro. I'll be there at 5, come on over. But he didn't do that. He phoned me up and he said, where are you staying? I said, I'm in the Flipper Lodge on Soy 8, opposite the Sailor Bar. No, I know. That's what it's called, right? And he said, all right, I'll be there at 4 o'clock. He came over, good to his word. He was there at 4. I came down, met him for the first time. And I was in Pattaya for 5 days. And every single night, he arranged to take me out, meet me. He introduced me to Nick Dean. We had a few drinks in his bar. I met a few other YouTubers there. And then we went out on his Discord group. He does this Discord group thing. There's about 20 people going to a bar. I met a lot of guys. A lot of guys knew me. And he was a good host. He was, I can't knock him for it. So I don't expect him to do it again. But yeah, he is very down to earth. Right, Eugene Vince says, I'm looking forward to a good foot massage when I return. Only a foot massage. I don't really watch Korean movies myself. Right, Yoz Travels. We talked about this before, didn't we? I use a VPN when on Netflix. You can change your country to the US or Canada and far more content than UK. Well, that's a good point, because not only for Netflix, but there's a lot of things you can look at on the internet that are banned in Thailand. And if you've got a VPN, virtual private network, they're cheap enough now. Then yeah, you can say what country you're in. And even simple things like I like old movies, black and white movies. I'll give you a typical example of the sort of movies I like to watch. You'll laugh, but I like movies like Whistle Down the Wind with Hayley Mills. That was the one where an escaped prisoner, that kids found an escaped prisoner in the barn with a beard, and they thought he was Jesus. Very quaint movie. Saturday Night, Sunday Morning with Albert Finney. Classic, great movie. They call them kitchen sink movies, kitchen sink dramas. I love all that sort of stuff. And there's a channel in America that's dedicated to old black and white movies. Now you can't get it if you're not in the States. You've got to be in the States to receive it. And if you've got a VPN, you can tell it you're in the States, and you can watch them. So yeah, but you've got to be careful when you start having subscriptions. They can soon add up. Two mouthfuls nearly gone. I've just moved over to Google Drive full time now. You know, when you're in Google, I think you get 15 megabytes free, but I've just bought 2 terabytes because it makes sense. Simon's been trying to talk me into it for about a year, and I've always been against it. I don't know why. So, if your main computer, you work out from home, I've got a desktop, I've got a laptop. So when I go to Thailand, I've got to put files onto a USB stick, put them onto my laptop because I'm going to Thailand, and then you can have a hard drive failing. You've lost all your data, haven't you? Well, I put it now on the cloud with Google. I've got 2 terabytes. It's £7.95 a month. So whatever I have access to on this computer, any computer I go on in the world, I don't have to have a hard drive full of stuff. I can get it from anywhere. So yeah, there's $7.95 on there. I've now signed up for Google Premium, which is about £12 a month, because I hate all those adverts. You know, every time you flick through different stuff on YouTube, you've got to sit through sometimes a 30-second advert and then a 5-second advert, and you watch what you watch. And you think, no, I don't like this. You go to something else and you get it again. I bit the bullet, and I'm now paying £12 a month to you know, to be advert free, and it's worth every penny. It really is. Okay, Carl Jones, thank you, mate, for that super chat. Love your channel, really enjoy your stories. Well, if you've just come in, I'll say it very, very briefly again. The first story next week is from a girl from Isan who eventually married an Australian guy, but she tells it how it was for her as a freelancer for eight years. Some of the ups, some of the downs, mainly downs. Very, very, very interesting story. Right, Black Bolt. I think that's the channel I was talking about. TMC channel, good stuff. Let me see if I can get this right. Does that stand for Turner? Is it something Turner something channel? Turner movie channel. Is that right? Am I wrong? Could be right. Only in Thailand. Hayley Mills was my first imaginary girlfriend. Well, you know, of course, Hayley Mills is a daughter of the famous actor. Forgotten his name now. He was in lots and lots of films. What was his first name? Not George. Tell me who it was, guys. But you know who I mean. Mills. He was in the Colditz Story. He was in all those old Second World War movies. Right. Shane Bongos, thank you for that super chat, mate. That is going to. I'm saving up at the moment for a GoPro and a gimbal and a thing to go on a motorbike, so I can film on the motorbike when I'm going around Hua Hin and stuff. So thank you for that. What was his name? Mills. His first name. Oh God, I hate it when this happens to me. I'm so tempted just to go into Google and type it up. John Mills. Yes, thank you, David. Right. So John Mills, he was in every old classic black and white hit. There's a couple of them. There was John Mills, and who was the other one? Dirk Bogart. He played. He had a famous one where he played he was a barrister and he was a secret homosexual. That was a great movie. But he was in so many great movies. He was in one called The Night Porter. That was another one. But that kind of style of movies, I just think they were simpler, but they were, you know, maybe it's my age. I don't like, you know, sci-fi and all these, you know, I'm a bit old-fashioned like that. Right, Franco De Rosa. What a busy night I'm having. I think I'm on top of it. Well, I know you're doing a bit of, we've had a couple of trolls in tonight, but we are dealing with them. Right. Yeah, somebody else is say there. Someone's saying hello to you there, Franco. It wasn't Roy. It was, what are you saying, Roy? Yeah, Turner channel is TMC, Turner Classic Movies. Okay, I was nearly right. Oh, somebody left you a message and I've lost it. Was it Danish Bacon? Oh, 20 Rothmans has gone one up. He's saying Sir John Mills, but he is right. He was a Sir John Mills. I don't think he's alive anymore, is he? Oh yeah, Paul Shackleton. He says, "Good work, Franco De Rosa." Okay. Clive says, "Franco De Rosa, you love the trolls, mate." Yeah. Oh, you've got a fan club now. Look, Matthew Cartwright. Great work, Franco De Rosa. We'll have to. I've tried to get Franco in to have a little chat on here. You know, just to, you know, just so you could hear him, see him, what it's all about. But he's a bit shy. He doesn't want to come on. He don't ask to talk though when you get him on the phone, but he won't come on here and talk. Right, Stephen Forex, Sharma. Every video title is cute Thai girls in bikini, and no, I don't subscribe or watch her. I get plenty though. Well, the whole thing with the thumbnails and the girls in bikinis, I won't lie to you. I mean, the common term used is clickbait, and I suppose it is, because the whole goal of any YouTuber is to try and get more and more people to watch their channel, because the more people who watch their channel, the more people will subscribe. The more people subscribe, it just, you know, it's a snowball effect, isn't it? And I could put, you know, I tell 3 stories. I could put a picture of the Grand Palace up there. How many people would click on that as opposed to a girl, you know, in a bikini? And then the people who clicked on the thumbnail because it was a Grand Palace, how disappointed are they going to be, because they have to sit there and listen to a story about a bar girl and some guy she's just ripped off. So yeah, they're just for fun. They're not too raunchy, but I'm toning them down a little bit now because of my super troll out there who's got it in for me. You know who he is, and he scrutinizes everything I do now with a magnifying glass. If I say the wrong word, do the wrong thing, he's straight onto YouTube. Please, sir, Peter's been a naughty boy. He's one of those, you know. So I've got to be a bit careful. Right, Jason Finch. I love Thai girls in bikinis. Yeah. Javier, Frankel, you must be feeling exhausted tonight. Busy evening, well done. Frankel's actually he's roadieing for. Do you remember Human League? Frankel, because Frankel drives a lorry, a big lorry. What do they call it? HGV, and he does he drives the equipment for a lot of bands, especially 80s and 90s bands. He's been up to Glasgow recently, Nottingham. He's now heading down towards Gatwick Airport because there's a race course near Gatwick Airport. I think it's called Kempton Park. I might be wrong. Frankel will correct me. But Human League are going to be playing there. They're setting up, and Frankel takes all their band equipment, all the light and everything down there. Okay, James Casey, thanks, mate. What up, Snoop? Here's your first bar fine. Some coins for the bar fine pot. That's going towards the camera, James. Thank you, mate. Nick T. Peter, you must have seen Days of Wines and Roses with Jack Lemmon. If not, you will certainly enjoy it. It's a classic 1962. The one I watched with Jack Lemmon, he was a good actor, Jack Lemmon, wasn't he? Do you remember, what was that one, The Apartment? Do you remember the single guy? He had the apartment and he used to let it out so his bosses could bring women around there. Yeah, that was a bit sad. But I don't know, those old movies, there's so many. I'd rather watch a good old movie 3-4 times than a modern crappy movie. There are some good modern movies. I mean, I loved Goodfellas. That was I'm not into violence, but it was such a great portrayal of the mob. It's a classic now, isn't it? Obviously, Scarface at the time. That's an old movie now, but that was another classic. Casino was a brilliant movie. Some of the Jason Statham, is that how you pronounce it? Some of them are good. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Is it Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels? Fantastic. And the other one, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but those kind of movies are great. I'm not really into sci-fi, and I definitely don't like westerns. Yeah, I'm not going to say that Sawan Sharma. Right, you say we are talking about. Yeah, I know who that is, and that person has a Russian boyfriend. Sex sells, doesn't it? That's all I'll say on that one. Right, Jay Frost. When are you moving to Thailand, Peter? Well, it's really difficult, Jay. I'd like to move tomorrow, but I've got to sell my house. I've got to sell this house because I've got to sort my wife out and my young daughter, get them set up. I'm giving them most of the money. I'm doing the decent thing. And until it sells, I can't move full time. But I had a chat with my wife today and I said, look, you do realize it's not going to go overnight now. I mean, because of the cost of living crisis, people don't want to take on big mortgages. Interest rates are going up. So people are kind of staying put. And I said, look, we might have to just stick it out. You know, maybe you pay a little bit toward, because she works full time. I said, I'll spend a lot of time in Thailand, but it's going to be very difficult for me to finance a life in Thailand, pay for air tickets, and pay all the bills here. Because at the moment, all she pays for is her petrol and food. She buys the food, which isn't that much these days. So I'm going out in October for 2 months. I'll come back for December. I'll probably go back out in January. It depends. It's all down to finance, isn't it? At the end of the day. Paul Hoskins, was that the bloke who said of all the bars? No, that you're thinking of Humphrey Bogart. Jason Finch, Peter, you should bring bar girls on the show. Bit difficult. We don't have too many here in Kettering, where I live. Mind you, we do have a Thai restaurant. And we now have a couple of not soapy massage. We've got a couple of Thai massage parlors in town. Okay. Go to take a great name. Go to take a shirt. Is it true there are Russian-only bars and Indian-only bars? Yeah, there is. If you talk about Pattaya, there's a couple of big Indian nightclubs in Pattaya, and they are. When I say Indian nightclubs, the shows are all Indian. Indian. What's the word? They're Indian themed. It's all about. Yeah, I mean, it's mainly Indian customers, girls in there who dress up like Indians, and then you've got. You have got Russian-only places. It doesn't mean they won't let you in. But that's their target market. Right. Somebody's just said, keep the ladies up. Like you're saying, don't get rid of the thumbnails. I've just done a little test this week. I'm not going to get rid of them, but I've just done a little test. That is going down well now, Matthew. I might have to break up my whiskey soon. I did a little test because most of my story videos, I've noticed after about a week, they get about 10,000 viewings, okay? Some of the stories can get 20, 30,000 viewings after a few months, but generally they get most of them get over time between 10 and 20,000 viewings. Generally, after a week or so, they'll get about 10,000 viewings. Now, what I've done, the stories that are coming out next Saturday, I've actually got a picture of a girl in there, totally different to what I normally do. She's in a traditional Thai dress, very beautiful girl, but there's nothing shown, just a traditional Thai dress with my normal backdrop and everything. And I just want to see, will I get the same amount of people watch that video? Is it because they like the thumbnail, click on it, and then start watching it? I don't know. Mark Hanley, my favorite actress is Lucy Tai. Disgrace that she never got an Oscar nomination. Lucy Tai, is she the lady in the movie I remember her in is Payback with Mel Gibson? Hubba Hubba, is that her? She's getting on a bit now if it is her. Andrew, Peter, have you ever seen the now we're talking. The Shawshank Redemption, I would say is my all-time favorite music. Such a meaningful film, fantastic film. And the voiceover by Morgan Freeman, you know, it's so haunting, isn't it? Great movie. I must have watched The Shawshank Redemption, I'd say 15 times over the years. Absolutely brilliant, of course, yeah. James Casey, you're up in the bids here now. Here's for your Double Trouble bar fine pot. Enjoy. Thanks, James. That's very generous of you. That's going towards the camera. When I get it, I'll unwrap it in front of everyone. Okay, Danny Ho says, Pete is raving up into party mode. I've only had one beer. Right, Capio, how you doing? Nice seeing the stream, mate. Great stream, 400 viewers. It shows there's an audience for good quality content. Look, Capio, I've got to be honest with you. I'd had a few last night, right? But I always do. But you see, the thing is, when I come into your stream, because you don't bullshit on there, and everybody on there's talking. See, I'm really careful now. You know who we were talking about last night. Everybody knows who he is here now. I don't want to give the guy any credence, okay? I don't want to say his name. He's not worth my time. He's not worth your time, okay? And I'm not going to spend my time wasting it on him. I think he's trying to be the Howard Stern of YouTube. You know, the guy hasn't got two pennies to rub together, but I don't want to give him a platform. But the reason I came into your stream, you guys were talking about it. Of course, it set me off. I'd had a bit to drink. You know, I was on this last night because I'm not working now. I thought I'll have a treat. And as always, I was just about to go to bed and flicking through YouTube, and I came across your stream. So because you're talking about my pet hate at the moment, of course, you set me off. And it's like you've got a bunch of horses shaking the barn. They want to run, you know, and they're just waiting for the latch. Of course, I switch into your channel, the latch is off, and bang, off I go. But great stream. But I just hope I didn't say anything stupid. But nice to see you in here anyway. Right. Oh, burping like a good one now. Brian Street, one for you, mate. Cheers, Brian. That's going towards the GoPro. Pulley Buffalo, Lucy Taiwan AVN Awards. Okay. You still haven't confirmed to me, is it Hubba Hubba? You know, the lady I mean. Right. Black Bolt. First the music, now the thumbnails. Damn shame. No, the thumbnails aren't going, Black Bolt. Look, let's get it really clear, because this guy that Capio was on about last night, who you all know, he hasn't got a clue what he's talking about, all right? Okay, YouTube, what they say, and I've checked with them. Let me just get that email up from them again. Right, so if you're talking about topics about, say, for instance, girls in Pattaya or the work they do or things like that, if you're promoting it, you are breaking the policy, the terms of YouTube, okay? They don't want people promoting that because their advertisers don't like it, right? But what they're saying is, if your video is a topic of discussion, then it's fine. So if I was to come on here and say, well, you know, I went to Pattaya last year, I'd never been there before, and I discovered there were 25,000 working girls, and it was a shock to me. That's a discussion, no problem whatsoever. But if I come on here and I said, I went to Pattaya, there were 25,000 working girls there, and I suggest you get down there, and here's a list of prices, here's a list of places to go, and if you go there, you'll get 2 for 1. Of course, they don't want that, all right? But the guy who I'm talking about in the background, who I keep saying I won't mention his name, he really doesn't know what he's talking about. He really doesn't, okay? So let's move away from him, because I'll get off on one otherwise. Right, should do a blooper video. Yeah, definitely. You know what, guys, I'm really looking forward to getting to Thailand. I've got so many things planned. And back to your comment, Black Bolt, I'm not going to lose the thumbnails. Everybody likes to look at a pretty girl. Everybody likes to look at a sexy girl. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's not demeaning the girl. The images are out there. People enjoy watching. And I'm sure women, of course, you put a well-fit guy with a six-pack, like we used to have 100 years ago. You put the guy on the street working on a pair of shorts, female drivers passing them. You don't think they're going to crook their necks? Of course they're going to. You know, we're all human, aren't we? Okay. Jose, hi Peter. How has the live stream been going? How many drinks are you at? I'm getting a reputation here. No, I'm still on number 1. I shall go on to number 2 soon. I don't want to be known as a pisshead. You know, I don't want to be, again, talking about the guy we know. I don't want to come on here and get absolutely, there's nothing wrong with having a drink, but I don't want to get hammered and talk nonsense. Okay. And again, guys, as always, if I've missed your comment, please put it up again, because they're going through so fast, and I'm trying to stay with the newer ones, because I found that if I, is that another super chat there? Who's that from? Yeah, I did that already, didn't I? David, thank you, David. Right, I'll put that up because you haven't mentioned his name. Right, Capio says he's done this for years just to check big channels out of jealousy. Best ignored and let channels like me slap him about. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so tempting to. I mean, it seems like every stream I do now, he makes a stream about my stream. Okay, so but he hasn't got hardly any subscribers, so it doesn't do me any good. But yeah, okay, but. I think I'll sort of ban myself from leaving comments next time I come on your channel, because I get carried away. Darcy, evening. How are you? Billy Pat's talking about Ricky Drama. Ricky Drama, that rings a bell. Ricky Drama. Who was Ricky Drama? Ed's 20 Stone Sweetie. How are you doing? Hey Peter, how about writing a book about retiring in Thailand? Well, I'm not actually an author myself. I'm friends with Andrew Hammond now. He is an author. If I could reach his book and plug it, it's called Get Me Out of Here by Andrew Hammond. It's a good book. I've actually read it myself. I've got a copy up there. I might, you never know. I might sit down with Andrew and say, let's write a book between us, because he's done a lot of traveling, Andrew. But at the moment, the book that I put out, I've only got a volume 1 out there. There it is. I plan to do another 2 or 3 books. And these are mainly the stories of, the guys who go out to Pattaya and stuff, fall in love with these lovely, charming bar girls, and leave like the guy there with nothing in his pockets. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not an author, but now that I know an author, it's something to think about, isn't it? Okay, let's just get rid of him. Right, okay. Okay, let's have a look. How do you say that? I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. No, I will try. Kunda, is that Kundal the Pie Man? Is that right? Kundal the Pie Man. Okay. You're settling your house in the UK, but will you lose your base when you move to Laos? I'm not moving to Laos. I will move to the Philippines, but I would never sell my new home. Now, look, without telling you my inside leg measurements, basically what it is, I'm selling the family home. I'm giving probably 80. I probably owe, the mortgage I owe on it is probably about 20%. Okay, it's quite a nice 4-bedroom home with a double garage. I'm selling that. I've got a very small mortgage on it, which I'll settle. The balance that's left over will, if I'm going to give about 80% to my wife and youngest daughter to buy a smaller 3-bedroom house, because we haven't fallen out in a horrible way. We're still friends. I want to make sure she's set up. Now, I've got a number of small properties that I rent out that I bought when I was younger. They're mortgaged. I don't make big money on them, but one of them in particular I've earmarked for myself, that when I come back from Thailand one day, I need to settle down. Maybe I'm too ill, or I just get tired. I don't know, and I need to come back for whatever reason. There is one property. It's a very small 3-bedroom terrace that was built in the 70s. It's not a Victorian house. It's in a great location. It's quite at the end of a cul-de-sac. Co-op is around the corner. It's got plenty of parking. Nice little house. That's rented at the moment, but I've earmarked that for myself. So the family home has to go, I'm afraid. That's just how it is. Ask Blaster live again. If someone has nothing better to do than monitor your channel, his life must be really sad. His life is beyond sad. Sad is too mild. He's like the king of sadness. If you put all the kings of sadness in one room, he would be the ultimate king, the king of kings, the don of dons. He's one of them. Right. Look, I'm not going to look, guys. I'm not going to get off on one now. But do you know what made me? I'm still not going to say his name. But do you know what makes me laugh about when he does his videos? Right. He dedicates a video to me. Right. And it's not to give me any awards or compliments me. but he has to keep disabling the comments because people come in there and they say, he's making this, look at this guy, he thinks, he said on his last stream, I'd only been to Thailand 3 years. He said he'd been doing ladyboy competitions 10 years ago. Show me, I've never seen one of you. And, all stupid stuff. And, I mean, come on, let's move on. It's fun to talk about the guy, isn't it? Because he's such a loser, but, I don't want to, Right. Oh, it's really kicking off now. Right. Okay. Eugene Vincent, how much did you pay for your Rolex President back in the day? I can tell you exactly how much it was. So if you don't know, guys, when I lived in Thailand, I was making quite a bit of money. I'm not going to tell you too many of my personal things, nothing illegal. I've always been a grafter, but I was making good money. And I decided in those days I was Mr. Bling, because you know what it's like in Thailand, 5 baht chain, pinky ring. It's changed now. But, in those days it was good to feel good, if that made sense. And I was in Mabu Kong and they were selling Rolexes and they had the presidential one there, 18 karat solid gold, secondhand. I paid 200,000 baht for it, and that was around 1997. But then you got to remember, back then we were getting nearly 8,000 baht to the pound, whereas opposed to now it's just over 4. And I'm gutted because I had, again, without giving away too many personal details, I got into a bad business deal. And one of the things I had to do to get out of the deal was I had to give some cash, and I offered this Rolex as a kind of bargaining chip, and I lost it because of that. But what I was really pissed off, what really gutted me, I had a Raymond Weald, because I like nice watches. I had a Raymond Weald, which I bought from the Emporium on Soy 24. And in 1998, when I bought it, it cost me, back then, it was, let me just have a think now. It wasn't as much as a Rolex. I think it was 60,000 baht. So that's like 1,500 pounds 25 years ago, right? So now it's probably going to be costing 5 grand, right? Well, I was wearing it, and when my kids were young and I come back to the UK, I bought a nice 5-berth caravan, and we used to take the kids to these theme parks where you can plug in the electric. They have kiddie shows and a bar, and it's easy way to have a holiday with kids. They make friends and stuff. And I went up to the shower block to have a shave, and I took my watch off, put it on the side. Why I took a Raymond Weald, I mean, God only knows. I should have took something like this. It cost £3.99 from eBay. I wear it in the UK. I've got a nice watch, 2 nice watches to wear in Thailand. But I left it on the side of the sink. I went back to the caravan, looked, I thought, shit, my watch. Went back, there was a cleaner there, guy. I know he had it. I said, mate, I left my watch on here. Have you seen it? No, I haven't seen it. I couldn't accuse him. I know he had it. Demetrius, how are you doing? Love from Sweden, Stockholm. My youngest daughter will be in Sweden next week. They've got a big cosplay convention. I don't know where about, but she's going to be there. Right, Phil Martin said, I need to know his identity so I can troll him. It's not worth trolling him. He doesn't have anybody watch his channel. Right. JB says, hi, Peter, just on the train listening to the live stream. I'll behave myself until I get home. Good man, JB, because some of your comments are really close to the wind. But I know you don't mean any harm. Right, Capio says, 15K Canary. He bought 14K of them. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Okay, I think that's just an opinion. Your Mazda D-bag, Raymond Weald is not a good watch. They are a good watch. They're not a top watch, but they are a good watch. They're certainly not a rubbish watch. And it's down to the individual. I personally like Raymond Weald. So, I mean, it's my money, isn't it? If I want to buy it, then, it's up to me, isn't it? I like this watch. I paid £3.95 for it, believe it or not. I bought it on eBay. It's a wonderful watch. It tells great time. It looks good. It was £4. Right. Windows open. Yeah, I know about that as well. I don't want to put the comment up, but yeah, I mean, okay. Christian Santiago, is it? I've learned a lot watching your videos. Keep up the great work. Yeah, thank you, Christian. When I started this channel, it wasn't to be an educational channel, but you just tell stories, you tell it how it is, and I suppose people pick things up along the way. Right, Ed Sweeney's 20 Stone Sweet again. How about interviewing an expat who has successfully retired long? I think I put that one out already, did I? Yeah, I can do that. That's not a problem. But isn't there a lot of people doing that already? I watch. I can't get this box open. Hang on. I watch there's some guys out there who do nothing but interviews, and they do interview these long-term expats. I can do it, yeah. Right. Javier says, I know you, whenever I see your comments, Javier, I never read them before I put them up because I know I can trust you. It's not going to, you're not going to say something stupid. Retirement in Thailand is a very interesting topic. So many stuff to consider. I guess you have a decent retirement pension. Things go smoothly. I mean, well, look, I could do a video on it, but what could I bring to the table? You know, there's so many videos out there. You know, I've done budget videos. You know, how much people ask me, how much do you need to live out in Thailand? How much can you get by on? I've done budgets with 3 scenarios. You know, budget, medium price, long term. You know, the cost of condos, health insurance. I mean, what else can I talk about? Okay, Shane Bongus again. Thank you for that, mate. When will you and Sweeney be in Thailand together getting drunk? I don't know. I don't know if I don't think it will be something that's planned because I think I get the impression that Ed's a bit of a loner. I really do. He's a nice guy and everything, and we've done streams and we do very well together, the streams. But I you know, obviously if I seen Ed in Thailand, yeah, I'd definitely have a drink with him. We'd probably just go live on the spot. Who remembers that stream Ed and I done, and it went on for 5 hours? Do you remember? We got extremely drunk, the pair of us, but luckily for us, it seemed to go down okay. William Ford, are you talking about the bar fine Brit who films himself drinking and smoking? Isn't that Power Lines and Bar Fines? Was that him? I'm not going to name the guy who I'm talking about, who watches every single one of my videos and keeps constantly reporting me to YouTube. I'm not going to mention his name because he's not worth my time. Okay. But I think a lot of you out there know who he is. William Ford. Are you? No, I've just read that. Paul Hoskins says, I don't wear a watch anymore. You don't really need to, do you? Especially if you've got you know, a smartphone with you. Okay, I got an answer to that. Yes, Lucy Lou. Yes, hubba hubba. Yeah, yeah. She's very sexy, isn't she? What's her race? I mean, is she Chinese American? But she's getting on a little bit now, isn't she? I'm not trying to be disrespectful to her. Beautiful woman. But she, you know, she was really good in Payback with Mel Gibson. You know, where she was in that black car and the look she gives. You know, when she thinks he's dead and she realizes he's behind her with a gun, and she has that look. You know, almost like a cat, isn't she? Very, very sexy woman. Okay. Okay. Hi, Steve LeBrum. A big hello from Victoria, Canada. Yeah, good to have you in, Steve. Nice to see you in on this Sunday evening. I don't know what time it is where you are. Okay. Yeah, Nathan says most people just use their mobiles these days. A good watch is an old rod. I think of a watch as more than tell time. My wife bought me a couple of nice watches. I'm very lucky she's Asian. So for me, if I buy her a watch, she'll get a gift card or something like that, you know. But being Asian, she'll only buy expensive gifts. That's what they're like. And she bought me, I can't even remember the brands of them. One she's brought me recently. I'm not going to wear it here. It's really nice. I think it was about £1,500. Tag. Have you heard of Tag? It's a Tag. And the other one she got me was a, what was it? I can't remember. It's a nice watch. Right, Yours Travel said, 100% Ed is a loner. He is a great, confident guy, but thinks he likes his own space. Yeah, I get that impression. I mean, I'm kind of friends with Ed, and I'd like to think I'm friends with him. I've had quite a few private conversations with him. We've done streams. We've discussed this idiot this morning. I don't want to tell you what I said to Ed and what Ed said to me about him, because that's private on his part as well. I don't mind telling you, but I don't think it's fair on him. But yeah, I think Ed's one of those guys. He just likes to do his own thing. He doesn't want to be pressured or promising to do things. And that's fine. You've got to respect people's privacy. If they want to be loners or do their own thing, that's fair enough. You know, I like to be by myself sometimes. Yeah, again, another brilliant movie. You're pushing all the right buttons, guys. Hugh Jordan. Hi, Peter. Have you ever watched the film Sexy Beast? Ben Kingsley played an absolute psycho. Do you know what I said to you earlier? I said I'd rather watch a good movie 2-3 times than watch a bad movie once. Well, I watched this recently, it's 2 weeks ago, and I've watched it a few years ago. Yeah, he does play a psycho. Another good one is one with it's called The Business with is it Danny? He goes out to Spain and they're drug couriers and stuff, and brilliant film. But yeah, that Sexy Beast. you know, Ray Winslow, another classic actor from Scum in the early days, and you feel his pain, don't you? You know, he really just wants to stay in Spain with his wife, and Ben Kingsley's like winding him up, saying, yeah, you know, because his wife obviously was a bit of a sordid past. I don't know, maybe she worked in a hostess club or something like that. And he's bringing things up, and he's been very derogatory. And yeah, if you haven't seen Sexy Beast, suggest you watch it. Very good. Hard Tulip says bar fines and power lines. I haven't actually seen any of his. I tend to watch. I don't really like to watch channels that are very, very negative, because there's an old saying, and I really believe this: if you hang around with 5 losers, you're going to be loser number 6. If you hang around with 5 intelligent, decent guys, you're going to be intelligent, decent number 6, because it's just how it works. That's how humans work. We feed off each other, and if you're hanging around with a bunch of losers who feel sorry for themselves, you'll end up being that way as well. You know, yeah, their name's popping up now, but I'm not going to say it. Right, let's do a wind up now. Danny Ho, oh my God, those beers look so tasty. I'm stuck in the bedroom with COVID at the moment. Poor thing. But anyway, Danny, this is to you. Oh, that's cold. Well, that's really cold. Oh, I can smell the hops. Smell the hops. Hang on. It's a cheeky little number. I'm only teasing you, Danny. Yeah, it's very nice. Right, okay. Let's stop being silly. Javier says, yes, I know that, Peter. You've covered the subject very well. You've got to be careful when you're making videos, you know, because for us, we're thinking, right, what can I make a video about? I need to put something different out there. And, you know, you can rehash things, and it can get, like somebody said earlier, they said, don't you think there's too many YouTubers doing the same old thing in Pattaya? Well, that's not really for me to say, but yeah, I hear you. And I've got to be careful. I've done all the 10 things not to do in Thailand, 10 things I love about Thailand, my favorite 10 bars, my favorite, you know, I've done all that now. I'm going out for 2 months in October. I'm going to be doing some completely different videos. I'm not saying they're going to be the most exciting videos in the world, but they're certainly not going to be the most boring videos in the world. And, you know, I look yellow tonight. I'm looking at the screen that you guys look like. I don't think I've got yellow jaundice yet. I think I don't have cirrhosis of the liver. I actually had it tested last week, but I look yellow on there. Right. Chet Bound, good to have you in. We've got your message today, obviously. Hello, Peter and everyone. I'm home so very late in. Great stories this week. Well, again, I'll say for the 3rd time because it's important. The stories next week, the first one is from a working girl from Isan who is married. Her husband wrote the story for her, but it's actually her story. And when I read it today, it was very emotional, very emotional. Sawan Sharma. Yeah, okay, I don't know what that means, actually. Jay says, just say his name. No, but I'll tell you why I don't want to say his name, right? Because somebody pointed out earlier, they said, Peter, well done, you've got nearly 40,000 subscribers. Now, I'm not boasting about it. I don't mention that, but I have, right? This guy on that particular channel, he hasn't even got 2,000 subscribers, right? The guys who are subscribed to his channel, most of them have been blocked from everybody else's. There's a guy who left a comment on his stream last week, right? He's called Farang Traveler, okay? And he left a message on there and he said, Thailand Bound has blocked me tonight, right? But what he failed to say is Thailand Bound has blocked me tonight because I asked Peter if he uses the services of prostitutes when he goes to Thailand. That's what he actually said to me. So why should I be disrespected? Why should I have somebody talk to me like that, right? So I banned him. So I don't want to name him, not because I'm scared of any repercussions or not because I'm scared YouTube will say something. Like Capio said, you know, they do that. They rip the arse out of him, right? Let them do it. They have fun with it, okay? But the bottom line is, if I mention this guy and I say he's done this and he's done that and he's done the other, half of the guys on here are going to go and have a look at him because it's feeding the monkey. Everybody wants to watch a clown, right? People enjoy a clown. So I'm not going to give him the benefit of sending traffic to him because he slates me, okay? It's all schoolboy tactics. He can do what he wants. I'm not making videos about him. I could make a video saying drunk alcoholic can't take what he gives out. I mentioned that before, right? I could do that, but why should I waste your time? Why should I waste my time? Why should I give him a platform? He's really not worth it. Honestly, he's not. So let's get on with our stream. Let's have some fun and let's forget him. Right. Okay. So Richard Harris, Tag Heuer top watches. Yeah, Tag are quite popular at the moment around here anyway. I'd be scared to wear it here. I mean, it's not a hugely expensive watch, but, you know, all the muggings that are going on. Right. Can Fachan, a good watch is really just a jewelry accessory for practical purposes. A smartphone and smartwatch is better. Yeah, you're right. And I like a nice watch. You know, there's certain things that make you feel good. And when I go out of an evening in Thailand, if I used to wear a nice gold chain, I had a 5 baht chain here, I had a nice Rolex. You know, the Thais notice you, and everybody likes a bit of attention, don't they? Everybody likes to be noticed. I'm not so much like that now, but I still like a nice watch. If I put a nice watch on, I feel good, you know? I don't know why. Right, Chris. Peter, I don't think it matters if several YouTubers have done videos on any given subject. What matters is a YouTuber presenting their style and personality. Absolutely. And somebody said, when I went to Pattaya in December, I said I wasn't going to make any videos in Pattaya. And a lot of people come back at me and said exactly what you're saying. They said, look, they have, but you haven't done any. So when you go there, you should do some. And I had a couple of emails from people this week. Hang on. There's a guy who's got a fairly big channel. He's younger than me. I won't mention him because it wouldn't be fair on him. But he's made a big announcement this week that he's going to start telling stories. Okay. And he's put out a video saying, I'm going to start telling these stories. I want to make an ebook and start sending me in your stories. So I got a lot of people write to me and said, oh, this guy's copying your idea. He's going to be reading out stories and all this. My attitude towards it is the internet's a big place. There's room for everybody, isn't there? And, you know, if that's something he wants to do, I don't have a monopoly on stories. They don't belong to me. They're people's stories who send them in to me. Anybody can do it. Other people do it. But like I say, I don't have the monopoly. I don't own YouTube, and I don't have the right to tell others not to do it. Now, if he does it and people enjoy them, fair play to the guy. But he's got a different audience to me. He's a younger guy. He's got his audience. I'm sure his stories are going to be a lot different to mine. And if they're not, okay. If people like what I do, they'll come back and watch my stories. If they don't, they won't come back. But, you know, people write to me like I'm going to be angry about it. Not at all. Not at all. Right. Eugene Vincent. Steve McQueen famously wore the Tag Monaco in Le Mans. Yeah, I used to like Steve McQueen. I really did. But I read after his death, I read a lot of things about him being a bit of a he was a little bit of a jerk in ways, you know, a bit demanding, a bit disrespectful how he used to talk to the staff on the set. And I don't like that, you know, so I kind of went off him a little bit after that. Paul Shagger says, I bought a Tag in Abu Dhabi in 1988 for £40, was offered £600 for it from a jeweler in 1999. He didn't believe me, it was a fake. Yeah, I mean, some of the Rolexes now, the Submariner, you can't get one for love nor money. They're worth millions, absolute millions. I was watching an auction where I think it was a Rolex Submariner, and it went up on auction and it fetched a stupid amount of money. And you think to yourself, well, if that guy can pay millions for a watch, how much has he got in his back pocket? You know, for me, £1,000 is a nice watch, £1,500. That's my budget for a nice watch, right? Maybe a little bit more. But to go out and spend several £1,000,000 on a watch, how much money have you got in the bank? You know, wow. Okay, Yoz says, Sexy Beast, that has Ray Winston in it too. Yeah, I did mention that, Yoz. Ray Winston. The only film Ray Winston, I loved him in Scum, brilliant. You know, I'm the daddy now. Where's your tool? Great movie. Watched it a few times. The only movie I didn't like Ray Winston in, I just thought it was a flop. I was so disappointed. And I'll tell you what it is. I'll build it up now, right? Okay. Now, being 62, my era when I used to watch some great TV was the 70s, late 70s. Okay. You had Minder, you had the Sweeney, you had the Professionals. Colditz used to run on a Sunday night. I love that, you know, the escaping and everything. And so one of my absolute favorites was John Thor and Dennis Waterman in the Sweeney. You know, you'd have that Granada came shooting out of the screen at the beginning. You know, what young man wouldn't be glued to the TV set when that come on? You know, it was all drinking and fighting and catching villains, and it was fast paced. And, you know, I was a super fan of that show. You know, I've watched it recently several times. I had the box set. My wife finally ripped it out of my hand and gave it to a charity shop. I got the full box set, the Sweeney. When you put the two blue boxes together, you got Regan with a gun. And they made a remake of the Sweeney with Ray Winston. It was rubbish, absolute rubbish. And I was so disappointed because when I seen this film, The Sweeney with Ray Winston, I thought, wow, The Sweeney, what a movie this is going to be. and Ray Winston's in it. It's going to be a real classic. And I watched it and I was so disappointed. But there you go. Okay. Johnny Red, spot on, Peter. You don't attract what you don't want. You attract what you are. Yeah. The only thing, he's a little bit dangerous because he keeps reporting me to YouTube. But I've got one of these managers now. When you get up to a certain level, you can apply to have your own sort of manager. He's not like my personal manager. He'll probably look after hundreds of accounts, but I've got direct contact, and I can say, look, is this a bit ropey? Or and they'll say, well, you're sailing close to the wind, or no, it's fine. And the one thing I have learned, as I keep saying, YouTube don't mind a subject for discussion. You're just discussing it. It's when you start actively promoting something that they don't like that they tend to put your channel down. Right, Andrew Hammond says, I'm totally lost without wearing a reliable watch. Old habits die hard. Old school, yeah. I mean, who remembers Timex? Do you remember Timex? What is it? Takes a licking and keeps on ticking. God, who thought of that? Right. Steve P says, you're making me thirsty again. I'm making myself thirsty. Okay, somebody told me about a live stream today. I thought I did live streams. The longest one I've ever done on here was about 4 hours. Shan't be doing them again because I always get drunk the last hour. But somebody told me about a guy in Pattaya did a 5-hour stream, 5 hours plus. That's a long one. Okay. Paul says, Peter, I have an idea to help you with music for the channel. Check your email later. Is it the idea about I should contact a company to write some music for me? Because the problem is with that, it's an end theme. It doesn't have to be Thai. It was nice using a bit. I appreciate that. I will have a look at it. It doesn't have to be Thai. I've tried to pick out some music from YouTube that's kind of fits the theme of what I'm doing. Of course, it's not Thai. There are subscriptions that you can sign up for, and they have thousands of songs in a library that you can use on YouTube. They're copyrighted, but you're paying to be able to use them. But they don't have Thai songs in them. And if they do, the Thai music that I played, it isn't just Thai music. It's Isan folk music. Some of it. The one at the end of the stories, I've only just stopped using it. That's actually from the 70s, because I had a Thai teacher and I used to ask her, what's this girl singing about? And she used to tell me, and I used to spend hours and hours and hours looking for the right song. It's not easy. Right, Scott, how are you doing? Hey, Peter, how are you? Will the channel change a lot once you've moved out to Thailand for good? I used to think it would. I used to say to myself, well, I'll stop telling the stories because they're just a stopgap. But no, I don't think so. It will change, but I think only for the better, because I think I will continue the Saturday stories, because although they're a lot of work, it's all about subscribers. A lot of people, and I've got a lot of women signed up for them stories. They like to listen to them. And so I won't stop the stories as long as people send them in. And the only thing I'll be doing more video when I'm in Thailand about things in Thailand. But I've got to be really careful. I don't want to be one of these guys who go into a restaurant and say, well, I've just ordered a fish soup curry and this cost me 50 baht. And let's have a look. Yeah, you get a bit of bread, you get some rice, and now that is delicious. Lovely. I don't want to do them sort of videos. I mean, they've been done, haven't they? Okay. Yours Travels, lots of comments tonight. The cruise I go on 3 weeks has dropped COVID testing, so means 100% go now, COVID or not. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't come back. Did I say hi to you, Kevin, for that one? A bit towards the GoPro, Peter. Great channel, mate. I'm going to Bangkok and Pattaya for the first time in December and feel well educated thanks to your videos. Well, thanks for that, Kevin. It's nice to know, you got something out of it. Angels Cabell. Hello, Peter. Very late. Good evening. Yeah, hi, Angels Cabell. Good to see you in. Right, so Wan Sharma, I'm not sure if I should read this out. Vomit from whale port is very rare and costly. Yeah, you know what? I know, I've heard about it. I'm not going to even discuss that. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He tries to use you to get attention. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not the bad channel. Hypocritical Reject. Capio is a channel. They just basically don't give a shit. They talk about what they want. He's not the guy who talks shit about me. He talks shit about the guy who talks shit about me, if that makes sense. Okay. I don't think he's like the most popular thing on that channel. This Capio channel, go and watch it when they're on. They come on late at night and they just basically say what they want to say. They don't give a shit, basically. Right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. David Pipe. Here's a cool film. A lot of people don't know about it. Oh boy. Yeah, I do know about this one actually. Not trying to be a bigot, and I haven't actually seen it. The old Korean version was not the remake. Yeah. Oh boy, it's a kind of horror movie, isn't it? I keep meaning to watch it and I haven't. Yeah, I agree with that. Javed says, and the soundtrack from the movie The Business is absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it is. Do you remember when he is it Danny Dyer when he arrives in Spain and he's got the bag, the guy's bag? I forget the guy, good actor as well. And he goes into the guy's club and he's at the bar and you can hear this all night long. The song's called All Night Long, and you just see him stand at the bar and he looks down and he's got a bit of company down there, you know. Right. Scott G says there's a lot of jealous guys out there, Peter. Don't let them get you. They don't get me down, Scott. They don't get me down. All I'm saying is I'm not going to give the guy a platform, right? Check Bound. You mentioned movies. I watched Bigfoot or Bust. I haven't watched that recently with big boob women, including 3 from Outer Space chasing. Sounds like my sort of movie now. Let me read that again. I might watch that tonight. Recently with big boob women, including 3 from Outer Space chasing Bigfoot in the woods. It's so bad. It's sexy. You couldn't make it up, could you? Couldn't make it up. Do you know one of my? Oh, hang on. You know, when you're a young man, there wasn't a lot in the 70s on TV. You know, we'd watch BBC Two, which is back then was rubbish. It was all dramas, play for the day, Shakespeare. Not interesting for a 15-year-old boy, but you'd watch it in the hope you'd get a little bit of a flash. You know what I mean? And one of the first movies that we all talked about at school was Barbarella with Jane Fonda. Do you remember that movie where she wore that skimpy kit? And the movie that you've just mentioned there, and let me put that up again. I know what you mean. It's so bad it's actually watchable. Yeah, there are movies like that. Okay, Tommy Robinson follower Peter. Okay, are there? I hope this isn't going to be racist with a name like that, right, Peter? Are there many Black and Asian Brits in Thailand, or is it mainly the English lads who go for the Thai bar? No, I mean, one thing you got to say for the Thais, fair play to them. They're not perfect, like we're not perfect, but one thing about the Thais, they are very racial accepted. Is that the right way to say it? They're very racial they're accepted. They accept every race. They're not really racist. They call certain nations. I'm getting myself in a foot here. Let me answer this. Let's start again. Peter, are there many black and British? Yes, plenty. It's not just white guys. And the Thais treat everybody the same. There's no favor. They don't treat other people worse than others, if that makes sense. Right. Getting myself in trouble there. Right. James, Casey, Paul Hoskin. Okay, you talk to someone else. Yeah. Paul Hoskin says, just looked in the drawer, found a casino watch. Is it worth a lot? I wonder what else you found in the back of your drawer, Paul. Yeah, the Casio watches. I had when I worked in Dubai in the 80s. I had one of these. It looked like it was square and it had it looked like a calculator, but it did so many things on it. I wouldn't be able to work it now because I'm old. But I remember I had this watch and it did everything. It had a calculator, it had a calendar, it had all sorts of things. You could jog and count your steps. And this was in the 80s. Fantastic. Chugsy says, what's wrong with playing for ladies in Thailand? Absolutely nothing. Windows open. Yeah, I know. That's what I've kind of been talking about all night in a roundabout way. But I keep saying it. If you've just come to the stream and you're sort of wondering why I haven't mentioned it, I'm just not giving the guy a platform, okay? Okay, Brian Street says, Thai baht against the GB, against the pound update, mate. I know I can look, but changing the subject, okay? I don't look. I mean, this is them from Friday. I haven't updated this. On Friday, it was 43, nearly 44 baht to the pound. I don't know what it is today. It won't be much difference from that. Okay, Black Bolt says, Peter, telling stories doesn't work for everyone. Few channels are trying to do it. Really, I haven't come across. I come across one guy in Pattaya. You see, look, what happens? You've got to have a bit. I'm not blowing my own trumpet here. I'm sticking to the seat here. You've got to have a little bit of charisma, I think. I'm not trying to sound Mr. Charisma, but you can't just read a story out like you've got to have a bit of feeling. And I have seen a couple of other. What they do, they come along to a channel like mine. They've never seen me before and think, oh, look at this guy. He's in England. He's not even in Thailand, and he's got 35,000 subscribers, or however many I've got. And what does he do? Oh, he tells stories. So I'll tell stories and I'll get 35,000 subscribers. And like Black Bolt says, it doesn't work like that, because I mean, I seen a guy, he tried to do it. He had his microphone. He put himself in a big pink heart. Okay. And he wrote there. Do you remember Simon Bates in the 70s? They used to, on Radio 1, it used to be our tune, our story. And they'd tell a story with a theme in the background, and it brought you to tears at the end. And he'd end in it and he'd say, and this was Betty and John's tune. And he'd play the record, and you're almost like, oh, you know, it was like that. And, you know, he tried that, and he was in a big pink heart with our tune. I think he made 2 and it flopped, you know. And I have seen others do it. And like Black Bolt says, you know, it's not for everyone. And the other thing is, I don't think people realize some of these guys, when I do it, okay, I read a story out, lasts half an hour and it's finished. But what they don't realize, I've spent the entire weekend, and I mean the entire weekend, putting that upload together. Okay, I rehearse it, I read it, I edit it, I re-edit it, I rehearse it, I read it live before I record it, I record it, I have to edit it, I have to find all the background. It's not a quick fix for a lot of subscribers. It's hard work. You know, good luck to anybody who tries it. Okay, James Casey, you can find in the UK. You and Paul Hoskins having a little conversation there. Right, Sohan Sharma, I'm guessing you're Indian, so I'm going to shock you in a minute. Other people won't understand this, but I'll give you a little shock. You might not believe this, but this is true. Is Hollywood movies and British movies are different? They're different because we're slightly different cultures, aren't we? We've got different sense of humor and everything like that. But they can watch ours, we watch them. But I'll let you into a little secret. I hope I pronounce his name correctly. When I worked in the Taj Mahal Hotel, the Taj Mahal Hotel in Mumbai, which was called Bombay when I was there, I met very regular a guy called Amitabh Bachchan. Or I probably pronounced his name wrong. Very tall man, famous actor. His son married Ashwani. You know who I'm talking about, right? Amitabh Bachchan. I met him several times. How's that for a bit of a name drop? Okay, right. Can I just call you Reject? It's such a mouthful, this, right? Right, got it. Only in Thailand. Search you. Okay, yep. Right. No, thanks for that super chat. A bit late mentioning it. Alzono Pitchard. Is I'm terrible with the names, but Alzono. I'll call you Alzono. Have a special just on Ladyboys. You know what? The problem is if I start doing specials on, thanks for the super chat, by the way. If I start doing specials on only Ladyboys, I'm going to start getting a reputation. And I don't mind. I mean, it doesn't bother me what people do. It's that time, guys. It's that time. But you know what's going to happen? The rumor's going to start circulating. They're going to say, well, he was married and he was secretly a closet queen into Ladyboys. His wife found out and he left him. Now he's gone to Pattaya to indulge himself. And of course, that's not true. But you've got to be careful, haven't you? Right. Dennis Waterman. Yeah. My wife was a groupie for Jackie Chan. Not in real life, but she was in love with him. She was a little schoolgirl. She used to write letters to Jackie Chan and wonder why she never got a reply. Right, Hugh Jorgen, is it? Let's not forget Ray Winston, The Departed with Jack Nicholson. Awesome. Was he in that? Ray Winston. I watched that recently. I know the guy who called, what's his name? Oh, God, Damon. Oh, what's his name? The guy who played in Catch Me If You Can. A lot of movies. I don't know. Was Ray Winston in it? Oh, he was. Yeah, he had yeah, that's right. He was in it. Yeah, because he was in the bar, wasn't he? And when that fight broke out, he had the beard and he was quite. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, classic film, classic. Eugene Vincent. McQueen's first wife, Neil, is an American Filipino. I've read her book, Some Dark Moments in it. Is that because of Steve McQueen? She had the dark moments. Yeah, now we're talking. You won't believe this, guys. I actually had a Ford Capri when I was very young at the time. I'll tell you what I remember about it. It was a GT 2000 and it was a Mark 1 with the round headlights. I wish I had it now, it'd be worth a fortune. GT 2000. But do you know what I remember about it? I'd be driving along and the gear stick, I could lift it out, you know, so I'd be driving, I could take the gear stick out. It worked perfectly, but what it was a little bit like a GoPro, this gear stick. The bottom of it was like that, and then it fit in there, and the way they held it into place with a pin, it was that simple. And the pin had obviously come out and rolled about and gone, so it still worked. But the thing is, I'd have a passenger, I'd say, here, watch this, and I'd lift the gear stick out, and they'd be like, funny. Right, Nathan Ralph, the Submariner cell is like crypto or anything collectible. You pay silly money because you think someone else will pay more. Well, a lot of people are collecting and trading in things that are not so traditional. Like my friend in London, he's got a collection of miniature whiskies. I don't know a lot about them myself, but I know they're worth a lot of money. Some have gone to auction, and the prices he gets for them are phenomenal, you know. And I did mention before there was an auction where there was a barrel of whiskey. I don't know how big the barrel is. I don't think it was like a huge barrel that they put on a ship. Maybe something like this. I don't know. But it had a very old whiskey in it from I believe a distillery that had closed down in the 1800s. And this, believe it or not, this whiskey went on sale in an auction, and it actually sold, believe it or not, for $16 million. Think about it, $16 million, and it was bought from an Asian lady. Okay, probably some Thai bar girl up in Isan who fleeced a couple of farang. But there you go. Right. Transparent media truth. Whatever happened to the Thai way of telling time by the sun? Not only the Thais, a lot of different people. Right. Andrew Hammond. Another great movie is Heat. Robert De Niro and Al Pacino. That was a good movie. And the classic scene in The Heat was when Al Pacino and Robert De Niro were sitting face to face, and basically Al Pacino was saying, I'm going to catch you one day, and Robert De Niro basically turned it on its head and he gave his answer. But it was very, very, very good scene. Right, the best John Mills film in my eyes is Mr. Polly. I haven't seen that. I'm going to look for that after here, because I watch every kitchen sink drama. You know, those the old black and white English movies from the 60s. I really like them. There was one where I wish I could remember the name of it. No, I can't get into it depth, but I'll have a look for that. Let me just make a note of that. Mr. Polly. Right, okay, got it. Okay, that's probably Bob. He's heard me giving him a shout out on coming in on the phone there. Right. I'm going to pour myself another vodka Ribena when I get back. Vodka Ribena. Christ almighty. Right. Kevin 12345612364. Not so far from me, Peter, in Northampton. Yeah, you know where I am. I'm in Kettering. Right, guys. First one of the night. Cheers. It says absolute. I got it free with a bottle of vodka, but I don't drink vodka. Somebody gave me it for a birthday. I drank it though. Oh. You know, these Sunday streams, I like them, but they start a bit slow because, I mean, I've got over 400 people in here now, but when I say they start a bit slow, when I do the Friday night stream at 9 o'clock, I virtually start drinking within 15, 20 minutes. I'm not a big drinker, guys. It's just what, like, well, I don't have to explain myself, but, on a Friday night, I start at 9, so I can pretty much start drinking from the get off, but I don't drink in the day. And when I start the stream on a Sunday, it's 7 o'clock. So I tend to, what is it now, 9:15. So now I'm starting to sort of loosen up and have a few drinks. And, it's nice when you can sort of relax a little bit. Okay. And Cam for Chan, is it Cam for Chan? Peter, would you recommend taking expensive jewelry like luxury watches to Thailand? Will it attract undue attention? Yeah, I wouldn't really bother, to be honest with you. I mean, I remember years ago, I used to, you're opening yourself up I mean, it's safe for most of the time, but remember, if you have guests in your room and you're too drunk and you forget to lock it away, the safe's in the room, so you should be okay. But I remember years ago, I used to wear a pinky ring, okay? Don't ask me why. I wouldn't wear one today, but it was a gold pinky ring with a diamond in it, it was almost like the Don, and I'd go around the go-go bars. And every bar I went to, the girl on the door, they'd shake my hand. If I didn't wear this ring, nobody shook my hand, right? But they'd shake my hand. And I used to have to hold my finger like that tight because I could feel them trying to work it off me. Because you think what money they make, they know what a diamond ring looks like. They get that off my finger. It's tiny. They hide that. They'll take that. At the time, I think I paid 50,000 baht for it. This was years ago, right? So even if they sold it for 25,000 baht, that's like a 2-month salary for them. So of course they're going to want to take it. But in answer to your question, in the old days, if you wore a lot of nice jewelry, you got some more attention, you were looked after a lot nicer, and it made you feel good. But now you're more of a target. They see you wearing nice jewelry, they want to steal it off you, don't they, at the end of the day? So, and you're not going to gain anything from it these days in Thailand. I know guys who don't wear watches and they'll go with a Singer t-shirt and flip-flops, and they don't fare any worse than other people. So you're obviously in India, right? Is cricket still popular in the UK, or is it dying? It's definitely not dying. It's more popular now than it's ever been. Cricket is basically one of our national big sports. Obviously football, which Americans call soccer, but cricket, rugby, cricket, and football, I would say the three biggest ones. Okay, cricket's massive, massive. Okay, when I was in India, India played Pakistan at cricket. It was like the second coming. It was wild, you know. They almost, Pakistan and India, when they play cricket, it's like World War III, you know. Right, let's have a look. JB, you could release an aerobics fitness DV. Are you trying to be funny? Right, Paul Shackleton. No, don't stop the stories. I learned so much before the. So with the stories, I mean, okay, guys write and they say I learned so much from the stories. That's great, but at the end of the day, they serve two purposes. You know, if a guy's been stung and he feels bad about it, I suppose it kind of helps that you can put it down on paper or type it out and listen to it and learn from it. But the other thing, you got to remember, it's entertainment, isn't it? Everyone likes a good story. And, you know, even me, I like to listen to a good story. No, Jay, not at all. No, I don't, you know, I can take a bad joke. Don't worry about it. Right, no name, Peter. A video on must-haves when packing for Thailand tourists. Not, I think I've done one on that already. Yeah, I have. There's a video on the channel called 30 Things You Should Know Before Going to Thailand. There's a volume 2. And in 30, I do mention in the points things you should take and things you shouldn't. You can pretty much get everything in Thailand now. Prescription drugs, most of them you can get over the counter. All the deodorants, medicines, you can get it all. The only thing you really need to take that you can't get there, I can't think of anything. No, you can pretty much get it all there. Right. Mercy Pool Cardano. I have a watch that $400 back in 1995. It was a gift. I wore it a week before I put a decent scratch on the lens. I haven't worked in since. I'm too hard on watches. Right. Well, I'll give you a little tip. If you've got a watch that's got scratches on it, take some toothpaste and a soft cloth and just work it in. Work it in hard, but work it in, and that toothpaste will remove all the light scratches. Why? Because you don't feel it when you're brushing your teeth, but toothpaste, although it looks and feels smooth, it has tiny, tiny granules that you don't feel, but they are there. And if you rub that into a watch surface, glass, it will remove light stains. And of course, it's cheap to replace a glass on a watch anyway, isn't it? You can get that done anywhere in Thailand. Okay. Bend over. Gary Oldman is fantastic in the profession, Leo. Yeah, I was never a fan of Gary Oldman, to be honest. JB, I keep hearing a noise in the background. Are you filming in Waitrose? I often hear that noise before security summons me and tells me to leave. I'm not buying anything. The only fan you might be, unless you're joking, the only noise you might be able to, I've got a fan here just out of camera view because it is very hot in here tonight, but I've turned it down low, but I've moved it close. So to keep the noise reduction down, it would be too hot otherwise. Mike Hamlet? Foot and mouth disease is causing chaos in India and Australia. Could close its borders to Bali. Thailand also needs to be careful. I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, we had a big problem with foot and mouth disease some time ago. Chris, do guys leave their mobile phones at home when they go on holidays in Thailand and get a burner phone for the holiday? I have a couple of apps with sensitive data and not taking on that being stolen, etc. I think your phone's pretty safe, Chris. I have to have my phone with me because I need to be in contact with people, and I just like checking my comments when I'm out. Like when I go out of an evening, when I come back, if I'm staying in Soy 8 or somewhere like that, what I'll do, I'll go into Soy 4, I'll go into Hooters where nobody hassles you. I'll order a nice cold, ice cold pint of lager. I'll drink that, and I'll just go through my comments on my mobile phone. But I've always taken my phone out there. They're like little computers now, aren't they? So they do more than just sort of make phone calls. Chet Bound says, Britain watches, a friend bought one of these expensive watches. I think it was, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can go so far on a watch, can't you? I don't see the point in spending thousands and thousands. Okay, Boohoo, Cartwright. I think Peter gives you a kickback for the encouragement. I don't even understand that. Who is Cartwright? Okay, only in Thailand. The only thing I have ever collected was British brewery ceramic pup ashtrays. After 20 years, I had about 50 to 70 and decided to sell them and just about got my money back. Yeah, but it wasn't about making money, was it? It was a hobby. At least you got your money back. I don't know if that's a joke, you mean that, but you boohoo, you said, my uncle vanished off the face of the earth for wearing bling. Matthew. Hi, all right. Okay, Javier. Last month, I think you meant to say on my way back from Bangkok, I watched brilliant movie again. I watched Donnie Brasco with Al Pacino and Johnny Depp. Brilliant movie. That's another movie, Javier, that I've watched at least 4 to 5 times. It's a true story, actually. If you go onto YouTube and put in the true story of Donnie Brasco, it's a great documentary as well, but very, very good movie. It's one of those movies you really get into it, and that I think that music in the background, it's so kind of draws you into the whole. It's perfect actually. That's an old one. Black Bolt says, great old movie, John Mill from Hobson's Choice. I do remember that one, and that is a real old movie, that one, but good movie. Okay, Michael Mackin says, last night outside of Boston, heard Three Dogs Night live. Cheers to the old days. Yeah, okay. Tommy Robinson says, I want a GoPro camera too, good kit. Well, I've watched a couple of, because I don't know anything about them, but I know they're good. And somebody wrote to me and said, be careful of the GoPro 10 because the CPU can overheat. So, I want the latest. And I looked at a few videos on YouTube and nobody mentioned that. But what they were doing was comparing the 8, 9, and 10. And they were saying, they were showing you the features, and they were filming all three, the same scene with the 3 different cameras, so you could compare color, sound, everything. And there isn't a lot of different. The 8, I think the 8 is actually as good as the 10, but the 9, the quality didn't seem to be. The 8 seemed to be better than the 9, but the only thing with the 9 and 10, you've got a front screen on them. But I'm going to go for the latest one. I'm going to get the 10. It's about £350. I'm going to get a nice gimbal stand that's solid, and I'm going to get one of these G clamps that you can screw onto the handlebars of a motorbike, because when I go down to Hua Hin, I want to ride around. It's got stabilization, and the way I'm going to do it, blimey, I'm going to ride, by the beer bars and all this, good places to go to, and I'll dub over it. So as I'm watching it, I'll explain where I am, what I'm doing, and if you ever go to Hua Hin, you'll know where to hang out. And I want to do stuff like that, not only in Hua Hin. Right. Thailand Paul, morning guys. Haven't seen you in for a while. Thailand Paul, I think you're in Pattaya, aren't you? Right, Paul Hoskin. There's a 50 pence in circulation that's worth £100, and there's 21,000 of them. Yeah, I've got more here, Paul. They're in my drawer. Right, Brian Street. Thailand related films I've watched many times: Kickboxer, Bangkok, Dangerous Impossible, No Escape, and Hangover 2. If you go on to Netflix, there's a couple of Thai movies that are based in Thailand. One of them is about a bodybuilder. He's got about as much personality as a wet fart. But he's a Danish bodybuilder. And he goes out to Pattaya and he meets this girl. It's okay. And then there's another. I can't remember. I think it's called Teddy Bear. It might not be on Netflix, but he's a Danish. I think it's subtitles. He goes out there anyway. And then there's another one. A guy who goes out there and he meets this girl. And he falls in love with her, and it actually turns out to be a ladyboy. And you're going to curse me now because I can't remember the name of it. So if anybody else has seen that movie, put it up here so we can tell everybody about it. But he's a young guy. It's a German family, and they go to Phuket. They get put up in a hotel that's not what they booked, and it goes a bit tits up. And then the boy kind of goes off and does his own thing, and he meets this girl, and they just hang out together. And he ends up obviously sleeping with her, and she's very intelligent, and you can see. The way she talks is very engaged. You could see why the guy fell for it, but he didn't know. And then eventually he found out what she was, and it was very, very difficult for him. But in the end, his mother basically said, well, I won't tell you what happened in the end. If you watch it, it will spoil it, wouldn't it? Okay. Over the years, how much money do you estimate you've spent on your trips to Thailand? Wow. I mean, don't forget, I've lived there for many, many years. I lived in Pattaya for a number of years. I lived on Soi 22. I've lived on Soi 24. I lived on Soi 38. I lived on Soi 4. Lived, right? Not on holiday. I don't know. I mean, I'm absolutely clueless. I mean, I don't know. Don't forget, when you live there, you don't spend as much as when you go on holiday. When you go on vacation, you're having a blast, aren't you? So you're not really watching your budget. But when you live there, you have to live in a different sort of way. And in a way, some ways it's a better kind of way because you get into a routine. I used to go to a gym when I lived on Soy 24. There was a gym at the end, and I used to go there. And I didn't pump weights or anything, but I'd go on the treadmill for half an hour, get the old blood pumping, as it were. Take my razor. I used to have a nice shave and shower in there. I'd come out feeling $1 million. So you have routines that you wouldn't do. I certainly didn't go out drinking every night because it'd kill you if you did it every single night out there. But you did have certain nights where you thought, you know what? The great thing about living in Bangkok, for instance, when I was there, is sometimes I wouldn't go out for 2 weeks. They've got good movie packages in Thailand. You watch movies, you'd have a real nice meal. Everybody's got a living maid out there if you live there because they're cheap. She'd cook a nice Thai dish and you'd watch a bit of TV. But the good thing about Thailand is if you sit in there and think, you know what, I want to get out, I want to party a little bit, I want to do this, I want to do that. It's 10 minutes away, isn't it? You can't do that in England. Okay. Hard Tulip. Do you like Hong Kong, Peter? How does it compare to Bangkok? I was there many, many years ago. I don't think it compares at all anything like Thailand. It's like Singapore. Singapore's a fantastic country, absolutely fantastic. The infrastructure, it's clean, it's modern. It's a country where the people can be so proud of themselves, what they've achieved. Is it exciting? It wasn't for me. But it's a great country. Hong Kong's the same. It's very hilly, I'll give you that. But no, I mean, you wouldn't want to go there now, would you, with all that's going on? Yeah, that's right. He played French. I do remember the part that Ray Winston played. I'm going back on some of the older comments now that I might have missed out. Geezers, right, I'll put that up for you there. Right, hi Peter. I got a fake Rolex from my best mate on his honeymoon 28 years ago from Thailand, and it lasted about 20 years. Do you know what? Those fakes, if you get the good fakes, they're damn good watches. I don't know if you know this. Let me just give you a little bit of background on this, because my wife spent 12 years working. She was a supervisor in a jewelry shop. She worked in there's a big brand. They haven't gone out of business. They're called Goldsmiths, and they had a shop here in the town where I live, and it closed down during COVID. She's now got another job in another big company. She's doing well, good salary. But when she worked there, she was trained, and she knows watches like the back of her hand. She can look at diamonds. She knows gold chain. You can't, she's very, very good at what she did. And there was a taxi driver one day. He brought a Rolex into her, and he said, and this is true, right? And you'll get the joke when I tell you if you don't know. But he brought this Rolex into my wife's shop, and he said, "Oh, can you change the battery in this Rolex?" And my wife said, "Well, we're not allowed to touch fakes." And he said, "It's not fake; it's a real Rolex." And my wife said, "It's not; it's a fake." And he said, "Well, you haven't even looked at it." And she said, "It's a fake. I'll guarantee it." He said, "But you haven't even picked it up. How do you know it's a fake? You haven't even looked at it." She said, "It's a fake," and he wouldn't have it. In the end, she says, "Well, you do know that Rolex is a perpetual movement. So a Rolex has a tiny little pendulum in it. So when you're moving, it's a it's self-winding, whatever you want to call it." And this guy had gone in there and gave her had a cheap Chinese workings in there with a battery, and he wanted the battery changed, and he really believed he had a real Rolex. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you? Yeah, Matt Damon, absolutely right. Alexander's right. You mean Matt Damon? Yeah, he's a brilliant actor. One of the was it him? Was it Matt Damon? There was a movie with called A Boy's Life with Robert De Niro, where the boy was living with his mother, but they didn't have a father, and they met Robert De Niro, and it was a really funny character. But he was good. If it was Matt Damon, the boy who played that part, was it Matt Damon? It might not have been Matt Damon, but a very good movie. Yeah, I know that, Sohan. I do know that. And the thing is, when I worked in India and I met this guy, I didn't just meet him. We had a nightclub with the biggest, it was called the 1900s, this nightclub. And at the time, it had the biggest screen in Bombay. So when he had a film on a video, he'd come and I'd open up the club for him. And we'd sit there and have a cup of tea and watch his movie. I didn't understand a lot of it, but that's the relationship I had with the guy. I mean, I knew his wife. His son would come to the nightclub at the time. I forget his name, but he was 17 years of age. So it wasn't like I bumped into him in the lobby and it's like, oh, that's Amitabh Bachchan. I mean, I've sat and drank tea with the guy several times. It's not, but I didn't at that time appreciate who he was. And as I say, his son ended up marrying, I think it was Ashwani, and we used to get the Miss World, the Miss Universe. I think in India at the time it was ZTV, similar to MTV, and the presenters the girls and that, they used to come into the 1900s nightclub there, you know, and they'd have a little dance around and everything. Had a great time there. It was a fantastic time, actually. Right, okay, enough name dropping for tonight because everybody else will be thinking, who's he talking about? Right, Paul Hoskins. Okay, we've done that. Let's get to some of the later ones. Right, then I went to Hong Kong 1999. I had a good time, but once was enough. Yeah, well, it's not Hong Kong anymore. It is, but it's now China, isn't it? Hugh says A Boy's Life. Yeah, Leo DiCaprio. That's right, Leo DiCaprio. Yeah, okay, but excellent movie. And he was very young in that movie, wasn't he? Because it's old now. Yeah, I mean, they're a bit played out now, but yeah, the Bourne movies, they were great, especially the first couple of Bourne movies. They're really good. What was that film? Is it John Malkovich? Is that how you say his name? He played this part where somebody kind of took the mickey out of him a little bit, and he made it his life's ambition to belittle this guy. I can't remember what it was. That was a very good movie. Absolutely. Look, someone's having a laugh there. Battery change on a Rolex. Okay, Real Space Hobo. Sanjay Dutt was the De Niro of Bollywood. Yeah, okay. Right, Andrew, did you watch the BBC series called The Serpent? Yeah, very good. And it was, the scary thing about it is it's a true story about the serial killer. And I'll tell you something about that. Now that all of you have probably seen that. If you haven't seen it, it's on Netflix currently. Just put in The Serpent. It's a true story. And what it is, this guy in the 70s, I believe he was kind of, I don't know what his race was. Or was he Thai, Indian, something like that? But he used to prey on backpackers who were doing the backpacker trail. You know, they used to do Nepal, you know, through India and then Thailand, and he'd trick them, and he ended up, him and his girlfriend murdered a lot of them, and he got away with it, but he came back to Nepal and they caught him. It's a series of about 6. But if you ever go, when you go back to Thailand, go to Patpong, go to the Patpong Museum. It's very, very interesting. It's basically a museum built on the sex industry around Patpong, the history of it. So if you're familiar with Patpong, you know where Foodland is, the supermarket, because you've got Patpong 1 where the market is, and you've got Patpong 2 where Foodland is. Well, imagine you come out of Foodland's front door. So it's behind you, Foodland. You come out the front door, look to your left over there, and there's a Patpong Museum. You go in there, it's about 200 baht to get in. They've got like a real, like a little bar set up. Let me try and describe that better. It's a mock-up of a bar from the 70s. You go into a girly bar, like it's got the bar stools, and they've got holograms of girls in bikinis dancing. They've got a lot of newspaper clippings, but there is a piece on the Serpent with real newspaper clippings from when it all took place. Obviously it was big coverage, and they covered it in the local newspapers at the time, well, internationally, I suppose. But you've got these original newspapers stuck on the wall and pictures. Very, very interesting. So if you get a spare afternoon, I've actually done a video on the Patpong Museum. It's on the channel. I basically walked around quite quickly, actually. I was with a guy called Satai. He was my guide. He was one of the Satai who's a guide in the Patpong Museum. He was actually a manager for, let me get his name right now, Soy Cowboy, the guy who, the dark, the man of color, as they would say now, who opened one of I think he opened the second bar in 1973. And I don't know if you know this, Soy Cowboy, it got his name. TJ, the guy's name was TJ, what was his name? I can't remember, but he was an ex-American Air Force guy, and he used to wear a cowboy hat. And back then, before you had all the internet and stuff, there was a column called The Night Owl, and it was written by a journalist called Bernard Trink. So if you wanted to know what was going on this weekend, wherever, you'd buy this magazine or get this free magazine, and it'd have a column in it called The Night Owl, and Bernard Trink wrote all this, and that was a go-to place to see what was going on. Now this, I think his name was TJ Hooker. He was one of the he opened like the second bar in Soy Cowboy when there was nothing there. Now he used to wear a cowboy hat, and Bernard Trink gave him the nickname the Cowboy, and then because of that, because he was one of the first there, that name kind of because Soy Cowboy isn't really called Soy Cowboy, it's got a Thai name, a Thai street name, but it got the nickname Soy Cowboy because of him. And that this story is relevant because if his name is TJ Hooker, the guy who opened the bar, his manager in 1973 was Sati, his name is. And this Sati, who is now very old with a very long grey ponytail, little guy, comes up to about here on me. He's one of the guys in the Patpong Museum. And when I was talking to him, he told me I was the first manager in Soy Cowboy. He said we tried to get a bar in Patpong. He said, but the rents were just so expensive that we took a chance and went to Soy Cowboy. Nobody thought it would work because there was only one bar there. But you know, the rest is all history, isn't it? Okay. Right. It's getting warm in here again now. Right, David Heidelberg, look alike Russell. Right, evening all. Sorry late. On duty as French F1 motor racing finished a little while ago. That's probably why we haven't seen Clive for a while, because F1 Clive F1 McLaren. Okay, JB, Pat wouldn't pong if she had a shower after aerobics. Yeah, okay. Well, you're going to join. You and Paul Hoskins should write a book together. Right, Chillax, I'm moving to Pattaya in November, December, looking for a bar manager job. Don't really want to pay for a return flight. Any advice, Peter? Well, the problem is if you don't get a return flight, there's not much difference in the price, to be honest with you. If you buy a single ticket or a return ticket, there isn't much in it. But the problem is you can potentially have problems. I'm not saying it won't work for you, but when you go through immigration, they want to know where your return ticket is. And even for me, when I move out there, I'm just going to buy a return ticket. The other thing you could do is get a flexible ticket, which will cost you more, but you're probably better off just getting the cheapest return ticket you can get and just dumping the return. There's probably not much more in it. Now, if you're looking for a bar, I don't know how old you are, but if you're looking for a bar manager's job, the guy to speak to is Brian Flowers, who has the is it the Nightwish group? He runs all the bars in Soy 6, and he has a lot of contacts. They're always looking for bar managers. It's not a job I'd particularly want to do at my age. But, you know, I do a little bit of research on the return ticket. Okay. James Casey says, is the museum in Patpong where King's Garden was to the left of the walkway to Patpong 1? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. You're talking about on the corner there. It used to be all Lady Boys, didn't it? Yeah, well, it's if you imagine you walk past that on your right and Foodland is on your left, as if you're leaving. And you've got is it the Go-Go bar up there with the glass? You can see the girls dancing. It's kind of there on the right, somewhere along there. Another brilliant film, Norman Avasu's, was the dude from Boogie Nights. I've kind of forgotten which dude we were talking about. But Boogie Nights, that was an excellent. Burt Reynolds. You know, Burt Reynolds didn't actually like, he wasn't proud of doing that movie. He didn't like it. It came out later that Burt Reynolds said it was one of his least proud movie. He wasn't proud of being in that movie at all, but he won an Oscar for it, and I thought he was brilliant. Burt Reynolds is a sort of actor that I never liked. I always found him a very cheesy kind of. The only two movies I liked him in was Boogie Nights and was it The Relevance, where they were lost in the woods and some hillbillies were after them. You know the one I mean. I think it was not The Relevance. What was it? It's no late 70s, 80s music. They're the only two movies. But all these other movies, I found him very corny, cheesy. He wasn't one of my favorite actors, but he was fantastic in. Well, it was just a great film. It was loosely based on John Holmes. You know what he was famous for. But that's another movie that I've watched several times. Very, very good movie. Martin Ryder, bloody hell. The film review channel. Well, it's Sunday, Martin. There's no hard and fast rules. I've got nothing prepared, no competitions, nothing. I just talk about what everybody wants to talk about. If there's a subject there that somebody puts in a comment, we'll talk about it for a while, then we'll move on. If you've got something you'd like to discuss, bring it in and we'll talk about it. Okay. Mark Hanley says, Serpent was French, only stayed a month in Thailand. Okay. Was that right? He only stayed a month? That seems a bit short. Yeah, Dirk Diggler, brilliant name, Dirk Diggler. Do you remember in that movie where he says, you know, they're in the hot tub, aren't they? Burt Reynolds, I forget the other actor's name. He's another good actor, actually. And Dirk Diggler, and he's got another name before he's called Dirk Diggler. And he's saying, do you think I can change my name? I was thinking about what the Colonel said. He's the Colonel who was part of the mob, wasn't he? Financed the movies. And he says, think of a name for yourself, something with panache, something. And he said, I've had to think about what the Colonel said. And he said, yeah, and they're like, yeah, what is it then? And you see this neon come up, Dirk Diggler, and the neon just explodes. Fantastic. Right. Yeah, Eugene Vincent says, laugh out loud, TJ Hooker was a cop show. Yeah, I'm getting confused now, aren't I? What was his name? I'll kick myself if somebody tells me. Black Bolt says Bangkok Pat also had a great video on Soy Cowboy. Well, you know the story there, don't you? I was in Soy Cowboy in the afternoon. People don't believe it. They think it was a kind of setup, but it wasn't. I don't know why I was there in the afternoon. I think I was cutting through. Yeah, I was. I was coming from, where had I been? Was it Terminal 21 or Robinson? I can't remember where it was, but I thought I'll take a walk through Soy Cowboy. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I just fancied taking a walk just to look what was, if anything was closed. It was when COVID was on. I wanted to see what happened. I just wanted to have a look. And I walked through, and who was walking the other way but Bangkok Pat? He grabbed me, put me on camera. He said, come on, let's go somewhere for an interview. So he interviewed me and I interviewed him, but he had so much, he had so much stick because people could kind of say to him, why are you interviewing this guy, Peter? You know, all he talks about is mongering, and your channel's not like that. And he had to disable the comments. Shame, really. That's it. Real space. It was TJ Edwards. That's the guy. And he was in the American Air Force. And when he retired, he was, the main man in Cowboy to start with. Okay. Of Mice and Men. I haven't seen that. Have I seen it? I've heard about that, of Mice and Men. Yeah, I have. That's the one where it's a couple of hobos, isn't it? And they've made 2 versions of it. There's an old one, and they've made one recently. That's got John Malkovich in it, if it's a movie I'm thinking of. And one of the guys is a little bit simple. Is that of Mice and Men? And they're traipsing around looking for work. I think I'm right when I say that. Walk ATM. Somebody, mate, there was a movie called Beautiful Boxer, multi-boxer by day, transgender by night, see trailer. Wow. Yeah, I like anything like that, anything Thai related. Oh, okay. Thanks for that, Clive. He said the race finished 6 hours ago. Well, it shows you how much I know about it. I don't watch it, do I? Okay, right. Danny Ho says with Heather Locklear. Do you remember Charlie's Angels? And with Boswell, who was that little fat guy in the background? Yeah, I'm getting some stick now. Look, Clive says, wasn't TJ Hooker a motorcycle cop around mid-80s? Yeah, I just found out what that word means, actually. How do you pronounce it? C-I-R-C-A. Because I kept seeing it on videos. I was looking at, I like watching, you see these old pictures then and then, and you'll see like a picture from the 50s of a swimming pool with all these people around it and swimming, and then it'll bring up what's there now, and it's just like nothing there now. But it's the same shot taken then and now. And it always comes up with that word. Is it Surika? I probably pronounced it wrong. And I thought, what does that mean? Because I kept saying it, and it means around, approximately about, doesn't it? Donald Person, what is the best time to go to Thailand? What month? I don't like rain or hot. Well, if you don't like hot, don't go to Thailand at all, because it never, ever, ever cools right down in Thailand. Bangkok is known to be the hottest city in the world because it doesn't cool down at night. But in answer to your question, the rainy season is coming to an end soon. If you really want to catch it at its best time, high season is generally November to January. I was there December, January, and it was quite pleasant. It was about 28 degrees. It's still hot, but I was sitting in outside bars and I wasn't sweating my cob off. It wasn't a case of like, I've got to go in a go-go bar. Not that there was any open, but it was quite nice. And if you go around November, December, that's their kind of high season. That's when it cools down a bit. And and it's not really the rainy season either. Well, it's not the rainy season. Not really. It isn't. Right, Paul. There is a company that does an onward ticket where you don't need a return ticket, but instead just show you are leaving to another country. The company will reimburse you the ticket. Seems like a lot of hassle to go through. Jack Horner, Burt Reynolds, Jack Horner. Yeah. Along with other sisters, a Little Bill must be the worst name ever for a porn actor. Little Bill. Who was Little Bill? That was it. Yeah, you'll give me so many right answers tonight. Deliverance. What did I say? I didn't say Deliverance. I said something else. Yeah, that was the one where they were they were on a camping trip or something, weren't they? They got into trouble. Right, bend over again. I've got a Citizen Eco Drive solar panel beyond precision. All right. Yeah, that was it. Mark Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg was actually quite a famous singer in the 90s. He used to be called Marky Mark. He was quite a fit guy, actually. He's always dancing, doing raps and stuff without a shirt on, six pack. But he was actually quite successful as a singer in the 90s, and then he moved into acting. And I think he's a very good actor. He was good in The Gambler as well. Actually, he's been good in everything. But I really think he really played his part. I think the pinnacle of his for me, the Boogie Nights. He was very, very good in that. Excellent. And then you had Roller Girl as well, didn't you? Okay, so Damon says Deliverance, Squeal Like a Pig. That was it. Yeah, Squeal Like a Pig. They were hillbillies, weren't they? Okay. Okay, Phil Martin says film Deliverance, best line. Boy, I'm gonna make. Two people just said, "Boy, I'm gonna make you squeal like a pig." Oh, it's all coming out now. Look. Boo-hoo, the banjo kid didn't play it. A banjo player was behind him. All right, okay. I'm smiling at some of these, just a private joke amongst. Right, Chet Brown says, Burt Reynolds, I recommend his TV series BL Striker, is it? He plays it straight, no cheese, very, very good. Yeah. Do you know, completely off the cuff here, you know Norman Wisdom? Do you remember Norman Wisdom? He was massive in the 50s and 60s. If you're not from the UK, Norman Wisdom was a kind of slapstick comedian. You know, he'd fall over and he did all his own stunts. And he was a very funny guy, very popular. Some great movie he was in. But after his career had hit its pinnacle on his downward, you know, it was really at the, I don't want to put him down and say he was at the end of his career. He wasn't. But after his high point, as it were, he had a second life because he became very, very big in one of the East European countries. I forget which country it was, somewhere like Romania or Bulgaria or one of those sort of countries. And he ended up going out there and doing personal appearances. He was about 50, 60, and they absolutely loved him. You know, when he went out there, he'd have crowds of fans and everything. And it was one of these countries where you wouldn't see any sexy shows on the TV. You wouldn't see anything raunchy or close to the bone, as it were. They just like solid, clean comedy sort of thing. And his sort of movies went down really, really well. And he was a megastar. When he went out there, you know, he couldn't believe it himself, I don't think. I can't remember the country, though. If anybody knows, let me know here. HW, I just happened on a vlogger named Paddy Doyle. Very impressive. Has a really good channel like yours, Peter. Well, I would say he's probably got a better channel than mine because he's out there, isn't he? I've watched a few of his videos. He's traveled throughout Thailand, every province. The last one I watched of his, he was in Vietnam. Very adventurous. He clips these things on the back of his motorbike. The only thing I wasn't keen on, though, he's got a nickname for his motorbike, and I was kind of like, really? But yeah, he's a good vlogger. Right. Right, only in Thailand. This is the biggest online site for booking transport in Southeast Asia. Tickets are around £10, and when you cancel it, we'll probably get a 50% refund. All right. LG Serpent was hanging around the Malaysian hotel backpack area at the Blue Fox restaurant bar. That's where he befriended a lot of his victims. Serpent was hanging around the Malaysia hotel. I don't know the Malaysia hotel. Is that still around? You know, if you're one of those guys, if you're one of those guys who have only been going out to Thailand for the last sort of year or two, or a few years, 5 years, whatever, it's really difficult to explain to you. But Thailand has really, really changed a lot. It's, you know, I've been going out there for over 3 decades, and you know, it's very easy to kind of lose things and you don't notice them. But it's changed a hell of a lot. I mean, just little things. I'll give you an example, okay? When you crossed over at Asok on your way to Soy Cowboy, coming in from the Asok end, you know, all around there, you had all these small food stores and pop-up bars, aluminium tables, and there was no kind of shutdown time back then. You know, you'd come out 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and even if some of the bars did close and you came out, you know, these entrepreneurial ties, they would pop up these aluminium tables. You could have fried rice, they'd bring you beer out of a cooler, and it was all, you know, they eventually cleared it all out. You know, things like that. You still get a little bit of that walking down Sukhumvit at night, but that's kind of gone now. And there's lots and lots of things that have slowly been chipping away. And I think the charm the charm of what Thailand used to be. It's still a good place to visit. It's still a lot of fun. But if you haven't been going out there for a long time, I suppose it's like everywhere. And I'm not kind of doing the old guy thing like, oh, the good old days, it's rubbish now. It's not rubbish now, but it was totally different. It was very much more charming. The Thais were very much interested in you as a foreigner because they wanted to learn about your culture. It wasn't just about the money. They're friendly now, but they were really friendly back then. A lot more. Well, I won't say a lot more because they're not unfriendly now. But it was different. It was very different. I mean, I remember when they were building the BTS, a couple of incidents where a taxi driver was crushed. One of the girders that they put up, the supports, it fell and crushed a taxi driver. Another time, a woman was walking, I think it was Soy 22. She was walking on the pavement and they were bolting, putting some bolts on the scaffolding. And one of the bolts, he dropped it, landed on a woman's head and killed her, So I remember all that. They didn't have an MRT. I remember Asok. Asok was a mess, I mean, they basically put a station there. They had to dig up the whole of Asok. It was a huge hole, for months and months and months. And to get from Tonglaw to Sukhumvit back then, I mean, the Sukhumvit Road, it was like a car park. You just didn't go anywhere, very, very different to now. Right. Charlie's Angels are my favorite. I would give them a good seeing to. Would you really? Thanks for sharing that with us. Right. Okay. Martin Ryder says Deliverance is 50 years old. Yeah, you forget how old some movies are. If you look at Scarface, I mean, when did that come out? That must have been in the 80s, right? So what? It's got to be 45 years old. Yeah. Yeah, that was see, The Shooter, he was a good actor in that, of course, but that's one of those films I'm not really into. It's where one guy takes on an army and shoots, like, I know he didn't do that much, but when you get these guys who sort of like 20 people take him on and he kills all of them. Okay. Chris says Donald Pearson, April, May is bloody hot, June, September is bloody hot and rains almost half a day, but then bone dry sunshine, 32, 34, humidity. Best time December, early February. Well, that's what I said, wasn't it? January, February, March. I don't know about that one. I'll put that comment up there. Danny Ho says he robbed a Vietnam guy and left him permanently blinded in one eye. Really? Mark Wahlberg got a shot in Pulp Fiction. I don't remember that. I've watched Pulp Fiction a few times. Pulp Fiction. Do you remember the scene when he goes into? Who's the actor? The man of color. Is it with the curly hair with John Travolta? I forget his name, but they go into that apartment, don't they? And the three guys are shitting themselves, and hang on, the TV's going off. Hang on, guys, been on too long. Hang on, that's it. He goes into that apartment, and he looks at his burger, and he says, "Can I have a taste of your burger?" And he bites his burger. He says, "Man, that's a tasty burger. Can I try your beverage?" It's just, it's such a small scene, but made to be so entertaining. Okay, right. Okay, check back. Norman Wisdom, it was Albania. Yes, I remember now. Thanks for that check back. It was Albania. They viewed his working man roles as showing why socialism would improve things for the working man. He was huge, wasn't he? Absolutely huge. Have I read that? Burt Reynolds. Yeah, see, that's one of the ones I didn't like. Burt Reynolds, great in Smokey and the Bandit, especially Smokey and the Bandit 2. And Burt Reynolds goes into the desert with all those cop cars and trucks, plus animal scenes and the cannonball. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I couldn't get into them movies. I just found them corny. It's the same like the Dukes of Hazzard. I mean, Daisy Duke was okay. It was worth watching just to get an eyeful of Daisy Duke, wasn't it? But it was corny. They drive what was a car called, the General Lee, right? And it'd be covered in mud. It'd go over a small hump. It'd land in the creek, as they call it, the Americans, the small river creek, and it'd come out like it had been valeted. And the guy would be talking. He'd say, "Yeah, the General Lee's just been through the Hazard car wash." I mean, it was a little bit much for me. Right, only in Thailand. Martin Ryder, Thailand prices are not very competitive these days. Might skip this year and go to Africa for some hardcore mongering. Where would you go in Africa? I worked in Africa for a while. I didn't feel safe there, and it's I don't know. It was in the 80s. I was in Zaire, Kinshasa in Zaire. I kind of had a good time. There is a lot of what you're talking about going on there. It's not. I wouldn't say it's somewhere I'd want to go back to in a hurry. Yeah, Clive says all the hawkers and the street food are being kicked off the soys now. Yeah, they are. I'll tell you something else that I noticed from the old days, and some of you guys will know this as well if you've been gone for quite a long time. The police uniforms and vehicles have totally changed now. They're the same, but they're not. Now, let me explain. In the old days, the cops would be on a clapped out old motorbike that they owned themselves, clapped out, right? Their uniform, the brown in the shirt had been washed so many times, it was grey. The boots that they wore, like now they wear like combat boots. They'd wear whatever they could get their hands on. Remember the old Chelsea boots with a zip up the side? They'd wear them, you know. The pickup truck, you'd get a dozen cops in the back of a clapped out pickup truck. I mean, it just looked like a country that wasn't spending any money on the police, you know. But now, you know, they've got American cop cars, they've got GoPro cameras on the top of the helmets, the motorbikes, they're, you know, proper police bikes. So that's getting well funded now. But going back to the 90s, I mean, it was a real, you know, I don't know how to explain it, but it was a ramshackle. It was like a ramshackle force. It really was. But, you know, you tend to forget these things. You go to Thailand, you see the cops, and you don't, you know, you forget how it was in the old days. Oh, I'm surprised at that. Somebody's saying, Mario says Pattaya is a ghost town. Really? Another one, CX bar empty. I don't know. Anyone lived in Republic of Georgia? Right, Alexander the Great, only in Thailand. What is the name of that website you were talking about? Okay. Sukhumvit is still like a car park. It's not, believe me. You can get from one end of Sukhumvit to the other very easily now. It wasn't like that. If you think it's like a car park now, you should have gone back to the early 90s. I used to drive. I remember I went to see Simon in Soy 38, and I was living in Soy 24 at the time. So, you know, 24 to 38, they're on the same side of the road. I came out, it was 5:45, and I left Soy 38 and I got to Soy 24. It took me an hour and 10 minutes. Terrible. SkyTrain's so easy now, isn't it? Mark says Wahlberg was best in Ted. I didn't see that one. Anomaly says, if the cops here in Ireland attempted to wear the same body-hugging uniforms that the Thai cops do, there'd be buttons flying like shrapnel every time they tied their laces. Yeah, that's something that got me, and it still happens there. I don't know what it is. The Thai police, when they wear their shirts, they've got this thing about having them so tight that they look like the buttons are going to explode. I don't know why they don't get more better fitting shirts. Charlie, anyone got info on Hua Hin? Thinking of doing 5 days in October? Worth it? Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of info on it. I can't really tell you too much about it on here. It's a great place to go. It's not Pattaya, very relaxing. There's lots of things to do there. What can I say? Just do a bit of research on YouTube. There's plenty of videos about Hua Hin. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, super nice. King Chaza, isn't that in the Congo? It is. It's the two closest cities in the world are Kinshasa and Brazzaville. Why? Because they're separated by a river. Forget the name of the river, but basically both of the cities, Kinshasa is on one side of the river and Brazzaville is on the other side of the river. So that makes them the closest two cities in the world. I was in Kinshasa. The only problem I had when I was in Kinshasa, they only spoke two languages. One was a local dialect, which obviously I don't know, and the second one was French. It was West Coast is mostly French speaking, whereas the East Coast is mainly English speaking. Well, of course, I don't speak French, and I was in the Congo, Kinshasa. I still had a good time, but you know, I felt a little bit vulnerable there. You know, I did see things happen there. And one day I'll tell you something that happened to me, but tonight's not the right night. So look. All right, we've got one in tonight. Look, is this Africa bound? No, and it's not movie bound, and it's not alcohol bound, and it's not, you know, whatever bound. We talk about anything. It's a Sunday night. If somebody brings up a subject, we'll talk about it. Okay, okay. Damien says the soapy massages are all open. They were open when I was there. Okay, I didn't know that. Daisy Duke aged very poorly, sad but true. Do you know who my favourite character was? I did watch it because there wasn't a lot on back then, was it? It was not like you had 40 channels, 100 channels like you've got today. But do you know who my favourite character in the Dukes of Hazzard was? I don't know why to this day. Boss Hogg. Do you remember him in the white suit? Classic. Okay. Boo says, didn't a chimpanzee kick punching bandit, aka Burt Reynolds? Don't know about that one. Yeah, Colin, it's not for everybody. Hang on, Javier. I was trying to find something else. Where's that one gone? Yeah, so Colin says Hua Hin is amazing. I've actually met people who said Hua Hin is boring because there wasn't enough for them there. So I don't know how old you are, but let me briefly give you a little bit of a rundown on Hua Hin, okay? So it's nothing like Pattaya, okay? Pattaya is all Western, lots of girls. It's partying, it's 24-hour town. Hua Hin is a little bit laid back. You have bars, girls, all that sort of thing. There's no go-go bars because there's a King's Palace there, but they tend to keep the riffraff out of town. So you don't get Russian mobsters there. You don't get boiler room scammers there. You don't get the real, the real sort of lowlifes. They run them out of town, okay? They've got some nice malls. They've got some nice restaurants, some nice hotels. It's clean. You tend to get a lot of kind of not Icelandic, Norwegian, Swedish, that sort of area in Europe go to Hua Hin, but it's very laid back. It's not quiet. You can rent a motorcycle for about 150 baht a day. A couple of good malls, lots of places to eat, lots of entertainment, lots and lots and lots of bars. Why do you think Johnny lives down there? And 20 minutes away, you've got Chatham, which is a beautiful, beautiful beach town with a big crest of beautiful beach, sand, palm trees. Fantastic. So, go there, have a look first, see what you think. And, you don't have to stay there forever, do you? Javier says, Quentin Tarantino has directed so many great movies like Pulp Fiction, From Dusk Till Dawn, and Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, very good, very good. Do you remember somebody remember Jeff say Boss Hogg? Boss Hogg. And who was his ass creeping cop? The one who had that stupid laugh, whenever Boss Hogg said something. Forget his name. Okay. James Casey said Hua Hin is for older gentlemen. I wouldn't say that, James. It's not. I wouldn't say young guys would want to go there because a lot of young guys who go to Pattaya, they just want to do one thing, don't they? Okay. Just trying to find some comments from somebody I haven't read out yet. Okay, Chris says, risky to get a bike if you're new to Thailand. Second highest road deaths a year. Second only to Libya. Go Thailand a few times, get used to it, and then rent one for short distances. It can be safe. It depends what you do. I'm not going to say anything bad about people who've been had accidents on motorbikes. I'd say the biggest area in Thailand where people die on motorbikes is Phuket. Because what happens, you tend to get a lot of born-again bikers. What happens, they have bikes when they're young. They'll get a fizzy when they're 16, FS1E. Then they'll move on to like I did, an RD 250, 2-stroke, 250, goes like shit off a shovel. And then they move up, and then they'll get to maybe 21, 22. They've got something like a Honda 750. They meet the girl of their dreams. They have a family, and then the toys have to go. The bike goes, obviously, because he gets a mortgage or he's got to furnish his new house with his wife. And then, of course, the kids grow up. Maybe he gets a divorce. They go back out to Thailand. He sees all these Harleys and big bikes for rent. Thinks, oh, yeah, it all comes back. Jumps on the back of a bike. Goes like a bat out of hell. Of course, the experience is gone. And Phuket have got some killer hills and, some real sort of roads you've got to look out for. And they go absolutely mad. And, of course, some people drink. They go out to the bars and they take the bikes and they can come unstuck. And that is very dangerous. And you shouldn't drink and drive in Thailand now because it's not about a fine. In the old days, you could pay a few hundred. Forget the danger part of it, okay? But if you get stopped, you could pay a few hundred baht and then let you go. That doesn't happen anymore for the most part. What they'll do, they'll park your bike up, they'll take your keys, and then they'll put you in the back of a pickup truck. You will get locked up in the cells. You'll go in front of a magistrate. You'll probably get fined. I think the going rate at the moment is about 5,000 baht for drink driving. So it's not a big deal. But what is a big deal? What happens if you get picked up on a Friday and you spend the weekend in the police cells? Is that what you go to Thailand for? It's just not worth it, guys. Transport is so cheap. It's not worth it. Now, when I'm in Hua Hin, I don't tend to rent a motorcycle in Bangkok. There's no need. You've got the MRT, you've got the BTS, you've got taxis, you've got tuk-tuks, you've got motorcycle taxis. There's just no point. But when I'm in Hua Hin, I do rent a motorcycle, and it's great fun. I rent one of those little step-through 150 cc Honda Click, Honda Vibe. I don't go on the highway with it. What I'll do, I'll come out of my hotel with a bag of laundry. I'll do 2 or 3 streets, drop my laundry off, do 2 or 3 different streets, go and have a meal, and then park the bike up in the evening, and then go out and have a drink. It's very convenient to have a bike, but you've got to be careful. Samuel Jackson, that's it, yeah. So Donna says, Chris, I would like to have my Ducati and ride around. Yeah, they're nice bikes, Ducati. I think Damon's got a couple of them. Okay, let's have a look. How long we've been going? 3 hours. Oh, wow. God, it goes fast, doesn't it? How many have we got on the stream? 300. We did have 400, 350. I must be talking crap tonight, or people have got to get up for work. Let's have another beer, and then we'll call it a night. Cheers, guys. That's actually gone warm. It's because I've been drinking whiskey. It's great now. I finished the job, you know. I don't have to wake up. You know, I was doing that little driving job. I used to have to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I used to leave at 8, but I'm not at my age. I can't just kind of jump out of bed, chuck my clothes on and go out the door. You know, I like to do things at leisure. So I'd get up at 7, you know, use the bathroom, everything, go down and have a leisurely cup of coffee, look at a few TikTok videos, that sort of thing. And that's all gone now. I finished the job. So I still wake up early, but it's nice to lay there. I've got to get down by 9 because Benji's crossing his legs by then. I've got to let him out. But, you know, the difference between getting up at 7 and getting up at 9 o'clock in the morning is great. It's great. And I can dedicate myself to this full time now. Okay. Toby, hi, Pete. Which area of Bangkok will you live? Well, I think for me, I'm going to live between, I want to be in the heart of it, you know, because I've got a YouTube channel. So I don't want to be stuck out in the sticks. I'm going to be living between Soi 4 and Asok, somewhere along there in one of the Sois. I found a nice apartment in Soi 8 when I was there. It was 20,000 baht a month, £500. It was a 1-bedroom flat with a nice bathroom, lounge, fully fitted, even had a washing machine in there, a balcony. But I don't really need an apartment. When I go out there, I'm going to do it on the cheap. I'm going to just get myself a room, as long as it's clean, safe, you know, with a shower on the side. That'll do me, and I'll see how I get on, because I'm going to be paying about £100 a month for a good level of health insurance. You know, I don't want to be cavalier and don't take out any health insurance. I want a good health insurance, so that'll cost me £100 a month. You know, and I've got a few subscriptions that I pay, so I don't want to go out there and splash your cash, as they say. If later on I can afford it, then I will. But I'm very my needs are simple. As long as the room has got aircon, it's clean, the bed's comfortable, it's safe, little balcony, maybe that'll do me. I need a workstation, an area where I can have a computer and everything. And that, you know, if I can get something for under 15,000 in Bangkok, a room, that would be great. Okay. Martin Ryder says, Eddie and Peter giving up their jobs. YouTube must pay well. Good luck to you. No, it isn't that, Martin. They don't pay well. YouTube doesn't pay well, but I've got other interests. Okay, I wasn't doing that job. That wasn't my sole income. The reason I did that is because, yes, the money does help, but it got me out of the house. You know, it gave me a reason to get out of bed in the morning. And I used to go out at 3 o'clock for an hour. So it was a break. You know, if you're on a computer all the time. The reason I've decided to stop now is because the badges that I had to have for the council. I had to have badges. I had to be CRB checked. I had to have medicals. They cost a lot of money, you know. And the school holidays are on for 6 weeks now. And I just made a decision and thought, you know what? I'm not going to go back now, because I have other interests, other income. And YouTube does pay some money. If I had to live on it, I'd be living a very poor life. But it helps, doesn't it? As far as Ed goes, I don't know. Nobody knows what he does for a living or what he did. But obviously he's single, so his expenses are a lot less. And maybe he is, maybe the money he's getting from YouTube now, but you don't know because of his age. People don't tell you their personal details. And Ed might have a nice pension. You know, he's probably worked all his life. He's got a pension. Right, Stinger. Martin, why don't you think he keeps doing... Martin, why do you think he keeps having a go at me? This guy, Stinger. Why do you think he keeps doing these streams? Right, this guy on screen now, Stinger, half of the time he criticizes me because I get money on YouTube, and half of the time he says, I think I'm going to make a YouTube channel because I didn't realize you could make money. He can't make his mind up, right? No, you're wrong, Stinger. I don't do streams because I get money, because I did streams for a year and I didn't make a penny because I wasn't monetized. You said the other day that you're thinking about making a YouTube channel so that you can make some money, right? Well, if you do that, if you make a YouTube channel to make money, that's your intention, you won't make a penny. Why? Because you've got to have a passion for it. The money follows later. I ran this YouTube channel for 18 months and I didn't make a penny. Okay. The money followed because I was doing something that people enjoyed. But if you go off and you just make a YouTube simply to make money, you'll fail, guaranteed. And you keep leaving these comments. Okay. I haven't blocked you because I know you're not vindictive and you don't need anything really bad, but you keep jumping on both sides of the fence. On one side, you think you're being a little bit of a dig at me there. You're saying, why do you think he keeps doing the streams, insinuating I'm doing them to make money? But on the other side of the fence, you're saying, I think I'll make a YouTube channel so that I can bring in money. For God's sake, make up your mind, right? Matthew Cartwright says, Donald Peterson, totally agree, mate. Cheers. All right, Don. And then just to finish off on that Stinger thing, Stinger, if I was doing it for money, I've been going for 3 hours, 20 minutes. I haven't had a super chat for about half an hour. I'm not, you know, if I was only doing it for money, I'd be thinking, well, okay, that's it now. I've had my lot. I'm going. But I'm not. I'm not staying here because I hope I get another super chat. I'm staying here because I'm drinking whiskey. I'm drinking beer. I don't have to worry about competitions. I don't have to worry about waking up in the morning. I'm enjoying it. So, you know, fair play to me, I'd say to that. Right, Chris, the idea of small moped just putting around a few soys to get around sounds cool. Here comes a but proper motorbikes on highways, it's the other drivers you need to worry about. Yeah, you know, look, I've had big bikes all my life. My last bike was a pan-European, okay? The bike I had before that was I forget the model, but it was a Suzuki 1400, okay? Before that, I had the Honda 750. So I love big bikes. But, you know, I don't think in Thailand, I don't think I'd feel comfortable going at high speed, you know, on a bike in Thailand. I'm not a girl's blouse. There's nothing to do with that. But, you know, people do get killed in Thailand. Like you said before, it's the second highest death rate in the world. I forget the other country. Did you say Libya? But, you know, a little step through, they get you about. You don't have to worry about calling taxis and being ripped off and jumping on the back of crazy motorbike taxis. You know, it's there. You come out in the day, you're going around the soys, you know what I mean? The main roads up there, you just go around a few soys, you pop to 7-Eleven, get a few Leos, pop up to the laundry, go and get some lunch. You know, they're great for that, just for pottering around. You know, they're ideal. Hard Tulip. Peter, if you're a tourist, I'm in UK, what's the best travel insurance company to go with? I am worried about tripping on the pavements and ended up in hospital and ask for a debit card. Well, you've got various options. I think we're going to have a little chat in the week, so I'll talk to you about this. I'm going with a company called Pacific Cross because I'm going to be living out there, and I've done a lot of research on all the insurance companies, and they're all snakes, aren't they? At the end of the day, you know, none of them you can trust them. But I've done research. They called me from Thailand, explained it to me. I've looked at lots of others, but there's lots of options. The one I'm taking out this time, when I go out to Bangkok in October, I've just bought a month's insurance with my ticket. I think it cost me £63. But you're right, they will do that. I mean, when you go to hospital in Thailand, you go to a private hospital, and they're very, very good. But the first thing they want to see your insurance card, and they'll check it's valid. And if it's not, they'll bring a machine to you to take a swipe on your credit card. They won't leave you to die or anything like that. If you haven't got any money, they'll just chuck you out the back door, and you'll end up in a public hospital. You know, so you know they're not that bad, as it were. But hospitals are a business. You have to remember that. All right, someone pay again. This guy, look, someone pay him a super chat. He's not had one for 30 minutes. Laugh out loud. It's not good, Peter. I'm learning from you. Okay, Stinger, do me a favor. You give me a super chat, okay? You're telling everybody else to give me a super chat. You give me a super chat, okay? Give me £1, okay? And I'll be convinced that you're not a bullshitter, right? Okay. Colin Moore. When I looked, Thai Airways was around £740 return now, about £100 more than when I went in March. So not sure where these 1,500 figures are coming from. Well, I'll be honest with you. I wanted to go in August, and I had a look, and I'll only take direct flights. I don't like stopover flights. I know people who like them because they say, well, I fly 6 hours, I can stretch my leg, and then it's another 5-6 hours, whatever. And the reason I'm not going until October is because I checked on a lot of the websites that cater where they do comparisons, and the cheapest one I could find direct at the time was £1,300. And Andrew Hammond actually check band, thank you. That'll come on here in a minute. I see it up there. It hasn't come here yet. There we go. There we go. That's just for Stinger, right? Let's leave that up there. Put some salt into his wounds. I haven't read it. I'll read it in a minute. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go in August and I tried September. I couldn't get anything. It was all expensive. And then Andrew Hammond said to me, he said, oh, I've just got a ticket on Eva Airlines. I'm going in October, first week in October. It cost me £727. Well, of course, I want to go on Thai Airways because it's easier to change a ticket in Bangkok because you can phone them up and I want to go stay another month, okay? And I got Thai Airways for £705 return in the first week of October. If I'd have gone on Eva Airways, I could have got it at that time when I was looking. It was about £718, but I paid, sorry, not 700, was it 700 and, hang on, I'm getting my figures mixed up now. No, it was 600 and, how much was it now? There wasn't much difference, so about £40. I paid £705 on Thai, and I think at the time, Eva was 627, I think Andrew paid 628, something like that. But, you know, I hear what you're saying about you don't know why people are quoting these prices, but honestly, when I had a look, that's what I was getting, hence why I delayed it until October, because I couldn't get the flight. Right, check bound. Contribution towards a GoFund, Peter. You never ask for money, and you always show thanks if you do get something. You're a people person, and I think you like interacting with the audience, and you've built it here. Absolutely, thank you. And Stinger, I'm not really having a really serious go at you, because if I was, I'd just block you. But you've got this, you make me laugh, you know, because you, like I keep saying to you, today you're like, oh, you know, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I didn't realize you could make money from it. Wow, why? I mean, the first thing you ever wrote on my channel is, why are people sending in money? I'm going to start. And then you change tunes and you say, oh, everyone's sending money. It's not right or whatever. But anyway, I look forward to seeing your YouTube channel. I'm sure it's going to be a belter. Right. Okay. What's going on here? Right, Neil Thompson, check T's and C's on the flight tickets. The cheapest ones aren't usually changeable. You say that, but when I went out to, you are right, but you know, they're much more flexible out in Thailand. And this is another reason why I fly Thai. When I bought my ticket, when I went out there in December, when it was a real, you know, real winter of discontent, as it were, December, when it was full on, and you've seen what I went through to get there, you know, for the channel. And, that's what they told me. I bought this cheapest ticket, and in their terms, it was like, you know, you can't change it. If you miss your flight, that's it. You've lost your money. It's not negotiable. You go at this time on this day. If you're not on the flight, that's it, right? You can't change it. Well, of course, I caught COVID when I was in Thailand, so I called up Thai Airways, and I thought, they're not going to do it. I'm going to have to buy another ticket. And they just said, yeah, fine, we'll leave it as an open ticket for 3 months. I'm like, really? Yeah, they did. Okay, Stinger. Someone's having a go at you there. No need to be rude. Not said anything rude. Please don't be a keyboard warrior. Okay. Look, yeah, no, you know, we're having a joke here. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he didn't say anything serious about it. I know most people on here. Just you know, let it go over your shoulder. You want to see what I have to put up with Matey Boy and the other channel there, right? Okay. Damon Chetband, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I've only got Damien in tonight because Frankel's not around. He's actually near you, Damien. He's gone with the Human League. He's doing is it Kentworth Park, the race course near Gatwick? That's where Human League are going to be playing. Nathan, thank you, mate. Thank you very much. You actually do that most Friday. They add up, don't they? What can I buy for the camera with that? That'll go towards a strap. It's all good stuff. Okay. Oh, where are we? Right, Carefree 40 says flying Bangkok tomorrow. Qatar Airlines, £750, booked a few months ago. Yeah, but you're doing the stopover, aren't you? I only like the direct flight because once I'm on that plane, I'll fall asleep. I want to wake up in Bangkok, not the Middle East. But that's a good price. Yeah, okay, that's what you paid, Andrew. Because you were gutted, weren't you? Because Andrew thought he got a deal. He says he actually called me up and he says, I've got Eva Air in October, 637, right? And I went on there and they dropped the price down to about 326. I think it was about £10 cheaper. And Andrew's such a tight ass that when I told him he could have got it £10 cheaper. He nearly threw himself out of his 15th floor apartment window. Right. Right, Peter, I'm flying Bangkok August 27th, used 80,000 United points plus £100 tax-free round trip. Not bad. Yeah, excellent, excellent. Right, Dutch franc. Is this a real Dutch franc or an imposter? No, it's a real one. No, we don't talk about that. Okay, we've got a little bit of a war going on here. We're going to try not to get involved in it. Right, hard tulip again. Peter, I was in Pattaya in early 2020. I knew this guy from England. He brought his elderly, able-bodied parents to Pattaya on holiday. No insurance, she tripped, no insurance, broken wrist, £20,000. Yeah. How did she slip on those beautiful pavements in Pattaya? So silky smooth. I am surprised. Right, hectic daddy. Thailand bound friend flew out yesterday, £1,400, but that is direct instead of 25 plus hours, 2 stops, etc. 1,400. That's expensive. You know, that's expensive. That's double what we're sort of paying. The most expensive flight I've ever paid to Bangkok, and it was economy. I was having a fight with my wife, and she really pissed me off. You know, she really did. And I don't know if it was my fault or her fault. It's probably my fault, you know, because I'm not the easiest to live with sometimes. And we had this fight, and I was really pissed off. And I phoned up Simon in Thailand, my friend. He said, "I'll just jump on it." I wasn't driving at that time. He said, "Look, just book a ticket, come out here for a couple of weeks. It'll be good for her to get some space. It'll be good for you." And I had a look, and the cheapest ticket, I don't know why, it was £1,700. So I phoned him up. I said, "I ain't paying 17." And at that time, I was paying £550. And he was like, "Come on, you know, save your marriage." Yeah, it did a lot of good, didn't it? But anyway, I bought it. I went out there 2 weeks, had a good time. You know, I'm just laughing because, you know, I'll tell you why I'm laughing, because, you know, the guy who's like really seriously giving me some shit. He's trying to get my channel taken down at the moment. Barnaby Barry, thank you, mate. Appreciate that. You know, the guy who, I won't mention his name, but he scrutinizes every video I make, every stream. And he's already reported me to YouTube several times because he said I'm encouraging, you know, everything that goes on in Pattaya. So he's probably going to rerun this, and he'll rerun this on his channel. And I'm just laughing because he said he says things that are totally untrue. Last week he said, "Oh, he's only been to Thailand 3 times," and I thought, you know, the guy's obviously his alarm clock's going to go off any minute. But one of the things he said, "What do you think this guy does when he goes there? Do you think he visits temples all day?" No. And I'm like, I'm watching this. I think, well, what the hell's it got to do with you? What I do when I go out to Thailand? But, you know, what can you say? Right. And that's why I was smiling. I don't know why I was thinking about that. Cohort 61. When you are married, the fault is always the husband's. Yeah, well, I'm not going to be married too much longer. I'm going to be young, free and single. Well, free and single anyway. Okay, guys, excuse the sniffing. I'd have to go out if I didn't do it. Actually, I might go out and water the daisies in a sec, and then have a good old sniff. Right, Martin Ryder says Eva Air 609. Yeah, but when was that, and when did you book it, Martin? Chetbound, Carefree 42. Have a great flight. James Wise, what's the current restrictions at the moment? Well, there isn't any, is there? I mean, if you can just go there, you don't need a Thailand pass or anything like that anymore. You just need to show that you've had your 2 injections. And you can even go there if you haven't had the 2 injections. The only difference is when you go through the airport, you have to have you know, the AK, you know, the test where they stick the thing up your nose, and, you know, the one that you get the results in 5 minutes. That's the only thing. If you don't have the paper to say that you've had the you know, you've already had the 2 vaccines, as it were. Oh, we've got another one, guys. Let me show you this for a laugh. Look, here's another one. Nicholas Fletcher. What do you do? Bore her for a laugh. What can we say? Right. Let me just find him. No, what it is, Nicholas? I actually I sent her a picture of you, and that was too much for her. So she's actually you know, she's actually going. Well, you're gone anyway. Right. You see, when I get these kind of troll messages, you don't need to see them. I could just delete them and not even mention them. But the reason I show them to you, because they're kind of pathetic guys, aren't they? You know, I feel like saying to them, "Shh, your mum's coming up the stairs." You know, what, you know, how do you spend your Sunday night just writing shit like that? Right. Right, Passimo, I didn't see you in for a few weeks. Thanks for that. $5 for the GoPro fund. Look forward to seeing the driving videos when you get there. Passio, that's the main reason to get the GoPro, because it's got stabilization on it. And what I want to do is I want to film while I'm on a motorbike, going to certain places that might interest guys, but then I'll dub over it and I'll speak where I am, what I'm doing. It won't all be about that. I'm not going to be another ride for kicks, but obviously that is a part of it. So thanks for the super chat. Another one there from Peter Kapchuk. A kebab pizza for you and Damon. Yeah, thank you. Well, Damon and I don't actually manage to get together for a pizza or anything, because Damon lives about 120 miles from my house. But I do manage to get out with Franco quite often. I didn't get out. I did go for one today with another friend, not Franco, because Franco's actually driving the equipment for Human League. You know, Human League are doing a concert down near Gatwick, actually, and Franco drives all their gear around, you know. And I spoke to him today. He's lording it up. He's in the VIP tent having his breakfast. You know, I don't know how he managed to get in the VIP tent. Okay. Okay, David says current price for Las Vegas to Bangkok on Cathay via Hong Kong for high season is $1,100. That's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, I don't envy the Americans, because they have it tough, don't they? I mean, at least in the UK, we've got the option of having a direct flight 12 hours from Heathrow to Bangkok. I have flown to California and I had to go through Japan. It's a long flight. It's a long haul flight, guys. I mean, you know, the Americans get it. You know, they suffer. They do really. Right, Mario. Thanks for that. Thank you for that, Mario. Support. Don't worry about these armchair critics, the trolls, the guys who come in here and leave stupid messages. I mean, I don't worry, but I show them because I think they're pathetic. The reason I show them is I'm like, look at this pathetic guy. Right, K-Bomb. I booked last month, $600 return from Brisbane, Australia. That's the price. Right, let's get some people we haven't spoken to yet. David Piper. Oh, I've just shown that one. Right, let's get. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say tons of money for good YouTubers. I wouldn't say tons of money. Look, it's okay. Yeah, look, if I had a like an hourly rate, I'd probably get a lot less than a McDonald's 16-year-old, because you don't realize in the back end how much these live streams are I'm not, look, I feel like I have to justify myself. I enjoy them, okay? I'm 3.5 hours going on 4 hours, and I'm drinking beer, I'm drinking whiskey. I don't have to wake up in the morning. I really do enjoy them, okay? I'm going to buy a GoPro and the equipment. It's about £500. I've told everyone, if people like the channel and they want to contribute, I don't ask for it. If they want to, I appreciate it, okay? But that's not my motivation for doing streams and YouTube and all the rest of it. I don't know why I'm trying to justify. I really don't. But it's just there's people out there who, I don't know, maybe they're jealous. I don't know. Right, Rama Mandeep, how you doing, mate? You can't do sniff live on YouTube. Oh, right, okay. Right, I've done that one. Okay. Yeah, but I'm quite clever about this. Matthew Green, you said, don't mention the trolls, buddy. That's what they want. Let's enjoy your show. They want to moan. The real serious ones, like the guy who's out to have my channel taken down, I've mentioned him so many times tonight, but I haven't mentioned his name. Other people have. I haven't. Capio was in the stream. He absolutely hates the guy. But I don't want to have this negative feedback, so I haven't mentioned him. But guys like the other guy who just came on and said, she's leaving you because he bored you to death. I mean, if that's the best thing he can come up with, he must have the brains of a rocking horse, right? Think about it, if that's all you can say. But the reason I show them comments is not to give them a platform or make them feel good. It's just, I look and I think, is that the best you can come up with? I mean, I'm obviously upset, aren't I? Right, Pazimo, Google takes some crazy percentage of the transactions on the platform. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, Pazimo. They actually take about 30% on the super chat. So easy numbers. If you get $100 in super chats, I would end up getting $70. And of course, I will be taxed fully on that, which I've just paid my tax bill, £5,000, believe it or not. Look, there's no denying it. You do make some money. If you're at a level where you're one of these guys, like I don't want to name your name, but there are plenty of YouTubers out there who have got 2 million, 3 million subscribers, then yeah, you're going to make a damn good living. You're going to make 10, 20,000 US dollars a month. You're talking 2, 3 million people. I've got close to 40,000 subscribers, right? I'm happy with what I get. You know, I'm not greedy, but don't ever think because you've got a YouTube channel and you see a few super chats coming in that, you know, I'm going to be going out and buying a Ferrari tomorrow, because I'm certainly not. Right, and saying that's another super chat. Thanks for that, Nalogs. Right. Okay, I will put this up. Let's get into this now. No, I don't mean that. Someone called it a mugs game. Just saying loads of people are making millions from it. I know that's not your intention. Some people make money, then give away. I tell you what's really weird. You know, I look at these. Sometimes I look at these channels. They're kids. They really are kids. You'll get like a 15-year-old boy, and what he does, he'll buy the latest game, and he plays this game, and these kids from around the world are watching him, and he's got 10 million subscribers, right? And you know the guy's pulling down £50,000 a month, £40,000 a month. He's 15 years of age, and he's playing video games all day, and he's making more money than you or I would make over the next sort of 5, 10 years, whatever. I mean, you've got to look at that and think, Jesus Christ, where did I go wrong? Guys, let's drop it. I'm happy with what I do. Right, Real Deal TV. Hello, Peter. Great to wake up to another stream. Great to see your subs jumping up a couple of 1,000 per week. No, I don't get 1,000 a week. If I got 1,000 a week, I'd be very happy. When I hit 40,000, it is a milestone. I'm getting close now. I've got 39,000. I think it's 460, something like that. I do get people unsubscribe a lot as well. I'll tell you when I see the most people who unsubscribe is when I put a new video up, right? Because obviously some people subscribe and they think, oh, I like this. But then when they keep getting notifications like, oh, I don't want to watch this anymore. So when I put up a new video, I get more people unsubscribe than subscribe. But then the next day and over the next week or so, then you see the new people coming in, because people discover your videos and they start subscribing. But on the day, like when I upload the stories on a Saturday, my number, if I'm on 450, for instance, it will go down to 420 in a day, because people are like, oh, no, I don't want to watch this again. But over time, of course, it comes back up. You're back. Peter's got a bladder of a cow, been 3 times already tonight. Yeah, I mean, all that water I drank, yeah, and I drank the cup, and I've had 2 beers, yeah, and a few whiskey. I'm still fine. I'll be hanging the towel in soon anyway. Right. I can't pronounce that. It's Jim. Peter, really enjoy the conversation. Enjoy listening to the channel. The best part is you speak fast, so my Thai friend has trouble understanding the content. Yeah, I mean, that's a bad habit. A lot of people have said that. They said you speak too fast. I can't help it. You know, when I read it, I'm starting to slow down now. When I read the stories out, I do make a conscious effort to speak like I'm speaking now, nice and slow. No, I do. I make an effort to kind of, instead of speaking like, oh, blah, 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 I make an effort, because I know there's people from around the world watch your stories. But what I would say, if you're not from an English speaking country and you do struggle, there is actually a translator. What do you call it? Translate. There is text that you can put on. If you look at when you're watching the stream, if you look in the bottom panel, there is a picture of a keyboard, and if you click that, it's very good voice recognition. Is that the right word? The text, when I'm speaking, the text actually goes across the screen, so you can always do that. And I haven't mentioned him tonight. I don't know if he's even in the stream, but Noel, if you're out there in Birmingham and you're listening to this, all the best to you. Right? Okay, where are we? 623 via Saudi Arabia, booked about a month ago. That's not bad. James, I'm not going to put that up because I will look like an e-beggar. Right, Gary Hughes, just looked at Thai website, depart London, 9 p.m. return, 24th, yeah, £2,450. Don't forget as well, it's the school holidays. That's got a lot to do with it, hasn't it? So a lot of Thais who live in England have got kids, they want to go back and see their families. There's English people who are in Thailand with their Thai wives, they want to come back and see family here. So, you know, always on school holidays, it's always the kind of worst time to travel, isn't it? You know, yours travels. You know, there's some brilliant Scouse jokes. Some brilliant jokes based around Scousers, isn't there? I'm sure you know most of them. But you know, when I listened to Ed Sweeney, I spoke to you on the phone once. It just, I think it's a nice accent myself. But you know, the comedians kind of hook up on it. The best. I hope you don't get offended by this because I thought it was very funny. The best Scouse joke I ever heard was Chubby Brown. He said, "Yeah," he said, I went up to Liverpool recently. No, it was Bernard Manning. He said, and please don't be offended by this. It was just him telling a joke. I found it quite humorous. He said, "Yeah, I went to Liverpool the other day. I wanted to see how my hubcaps were doing." I thought that was really funny. Right, okay. Cohort 6. I'll get loads of shit now. You watch. Cohort 61. Peter, I'm an American and have been watching videos about English accents. What is yours? I don't think it's London, is it? I was actually born in London. I was born in the north part of London, a place called Haringey. It's a shithole, basically, which is why I'm not there now. I live in Northamptonshire, but I can't really pin down an accent because I've spent the best part of my life overseas traveling around the world I was in the hotel industry. So it's really hard. Some people say to me, "Oh, you sound like a bit of a farmer, like you come from the Bath, somewhere like that." And I've never lived there before. I don't know. Maybe people can tell me. Right. Cannabis is legalized. And have you noticed I'm not trying to pronounce your name because I can't. Cannabis is legalized. And no, the Thai are on it. They're already producing top shelf indoor grown organic flower with no Western help. Though they are sharing sell jungle boy seeds. Okay. I'm not into drugs at all. Not long for takeoff. Yeah, you don't be nervous, Damien. You're there in 3 weeks. Like I say, you'll get there after a few hours in country. You'll forget it was so long that you've been there, that you haven't been there. Real Deal TV. If you don't, I think you were going to say, if you don't mind me asking. If you don't mind me asking, do you struggle with your partner always feeding you? My partner, no, I don't. She doesn't feed me. The glory days are gone. My partner is Vietnamese, so she is always offering me food, which makes it hard to keep the weight off. No, Koreans aren't like that. I would love my wife to say, here's some food and feed me like a king. Don't knock it, mate, honestly, because if you ever lose it, you'll look back and think, damn. Right. Okay. Donald Pearson, guess you didn't get my super chat. Donald Pearson, did you do a super chat, Donald Pearson? I didn't see that. Let me have a quick look. I like to display them all. I don't know. You might be joking. I can't. Donald Pearson. No, Peter, I'm saying if you live in 15 minutes outside town, probably be cheaper housing. Okay, I've got that. Donald, if you gave me a super chat, of course I'm going to thank you, but I don't see anything here at all. No. Anyway, thank you, just in case you did. Right, Hugh Jorgen. Peter, where do you get those hilarious videos from with the 3 Asian girls saying things like, I have a bad case of diarrhea? Oh, yeah, they're actually Japanese. And what it is, I do a lot of research because I don't know if you probably don't realize, but my Friday streams, I want them to be, I try to make them better than, not other people's, but I try to make them as good as I can. And, okay, I've been talking here for nearly 4 hours and probably talking shit, right? Having a drink. But with the Friday streams, I try and make them as entertaining as I can. So I spend a lot of time researching. And I came across an 80s Japanese English language school online. And how they tried to teach the Japanese the English was, rather than just sit in a classroom environment, they thought it would be fun if they got these 3 Japanese girls. I don't think they realize when they say, I've got a bad case of diarrhea, how actually funny it is. But that's how they taught their students. So what you didn't hear is I cut out the teacher. You'd only see the girls dancing with a thing on there. So in answer to your question, I do a lot of research to see if I can find this stuff. And that was from the 80s. And when it's old, like from the 80s, normally it's not a copyright issue. And the other thing is, if it ever becomes a copyright issue, it's very easy for me to go in and trim it out of an old video. Okay. James, you say I miss Pat Pong. Pat Pong's had its glory days. Now I think Pat Pong's, it's not. The best thing about Pat Pong for me is the market. I think the market's great. Compared to Soy Cowboy and Nana Plaza, Pat Pong, I just don't think it has it anymore. Right, Pelly, did you watch Vlogging a Dead Horse boxing, the vlog from yesterday? Super impressed of his boxing skills, a real pro. No. Right. Okay.
I've flown a lot for work in the US company, paid almost weekly or more. Eva is the best airline I've flown. Eva's very good. They're very cheap. I like Eva. I've flown them a lot. The only reason why I fly Thai is because what I do is I'm going out for 2 months, but I haven't booked 2 months. Okay, so I'm going out. I'm going to get 30 days at the airport, the tourist visa or visa exempt, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, I've got a flight booked for a month after that. So I know if I have to come back for whatever reason, I've got a flight, but I probably won't have to come back. So when I'm in Bangkok, I'll extend my visa for a second month and I'll extend my flight a month later. And it's just so much easier to do it with the customer service with Eva Air isn't great, I'll be honest with you. But with Thai, they're pretty good. You know, the office is in Bangkok. They've got English speaking agents. You have to wait for about 20 minutes on the phone. But they do say for English speak, press 2 or 3, whatever it is. You're on hold, then somebody will come on and speak in English. And you can say, look, here's my ticket. You give them the number. They'll tap, tap, tap. They look it up. And they'll change it. They say, okay, when do you want to go? Month's time. And they'll book it for you. And I think I paid 1,000 baht for doing that. They just charge my card. Very cheap, very convenient. Okay, taxi to Peter. Peter, what's your pub of choice in Heathrow 2 for a few drinks? I didn't know there were, well, where I always have a drink, it used to be called years ago, it used to be called the Shakespeare. It's the one, you know, where there's 2 escalators that go down. Oh no, I don't like that one anymore. I like the one at the bottom. Yeah, you know the 2 I can't really describe what it is. So you go in, you got all the shops, you walk over there, there's a glass lift, isn't an elevator, and you've got 2 escalators, one going up, one come down. Well, if you go down the escalator over there kind of thing, there's quite a popular kind of restaurant. It's quite expensive, but I kind of sit in there and drink in there. Right, Donald says, I was asking if you can get a place for 400-500 a month, outdrive Pattaya, but close enough to hang out. Yeah, I did answer the question, Donald. I did answer it. What I was saying is, why don't you consider Jumtian? You know, Pattaya is very cheap for accommodation. Okay, check band again. I'm sad that you've retired the Japanese dancing girls. I was humming. I've got a bad case of diarrhea for those after I heard it the first time. The last one, Friday. Well, the reason they've come to the end because they only did so many. They've got lots of phrases, but some of them aren't funny. They'll say things like, do you like sugar in your tea? Do you like sugar in your tea? Well, it just isn't funny to listen to. But when they say, I've got a bad case of diarrhea, or spare me my life, or, you know, don't say that, you know, that's funny, isn't it? And I've actually come to the end of all the saves. I haven't got any more, but I've saved them. So maybe 6 months, a year go by and I'll say, do you remember these guys? And I'll do them again. You've always got to move on. You've always got to try and do fresh stuff. Yours travels again. Don't go to the pub in the airport. Get a lounge, £33, and unlimited drink and breakfast. What about that story today? The second guy, he had a couple of sandwiches in the lounge and he ended up like puking up in the bucket. And yeah, horrendous. Right, Pat Pong was fantastic before the market showed up. Okay, I don't remember that. Jeff say, can a foreigner apply for citizenship to Thailand? It's very, very difficult. My friend Simon, they give out about 100 a year. You've probably got no chance. I wouldn't even think about it. My friend Simon, he speaks fluent Thai. He's been out there for about 15 years. He's married to a Thai woman. He's got 3 children, 3 boys. They're grown up. He's got everything Thai you can think of, from driving licenses to all these papers I can't even explain here. He's tried to get one. He hasn't been able to get one yet, but he continues to try. So if you're kind of thinking about it, forget it. You've got no chance, honestly. Sorry to be so negative, but that's just how it is. Bottle Baby, just joined. What did I miss? Well, we're 3 hours 50 into the stream, so pretty much most of it. Right. Yeah. Is he gone? Has he gone, James, or is he still here? I don't think he meant anything really bad. He's not, you know, he's not a bad guy, is he? Right, Peter, can you recommend a good health insurance company in Thailand for someone aged 64? Yeah, I mean, Pacific Cross, they will take you. And as long as you sign up before you're 65, they will continue after you're 65. The problem is with a lot of the insurance companies in Thailand, and they don't tell you this, it's in their small print. They'll take you on when you're sort of 60, 61, 62. You get to 49 and they'll send you a letter saying, sorry, you're 65 now. We're not going to insure you anymore. Then, of course, when you go to try and get alternative insurance, nobody will take you on because you're already 65, right? The thing with Pacific Cross, if you go with them before you're 65, they will continue the insurance after 65. The only difference is if you join when you're 64, they will want to send you for a full medical to see if there's anything that could be potentially a problem. But for myself, I'm a young 62, as it were. Even if I don't end up living out there, I think I'm going to take out the insurance when I go out there. I'm going to do all my view, even though I'm back and forth. I think because of my age now, I think I'm going to take the insurance out with Pacific Cross. And they seem to offer the best packages, and they seem to be the only ones that won't sort of get rid of you when you're 65. You need to do your own research. I've done it, and my choice is Pacific Cross. Chetban, that lounge story was great. Imagine puking into a litter bin and then carrying it through the terminal. Yeah, and he poured it down the. Imagine the guy in the next cubicle. When I read that, I was laughing. I mean, I could just picture it, but it must have been awful. Okay, come on, Peter. Let's set a record. I don't know what the longest stream is. I tell you why I don't like to go too long. I don't mind doing the streams long. We've still got 327 in. We had over 400 in. People have got to get up for work tomorrow. I don't mind, but what it is, when I drink, I start to slur. I don't want people rerunning my stream and saying, look at this guy, he's a total drunk, because I'll get the same reputation as you know who, right? You know who. So when I feel myself sort of starting to go, then, I need to. But you know what? I'm really sort of proud of myself because I've been going for 4 hours and I haven't been to the toilet, but I've got to go, guys. I've got to go. Hang on, before I go, let me... Capio, you love it, don't you? You have some stamina. 1 hour. No, I mean, look, I've been promoting the shit out of your channel tonight, Capio. So hopefully, if our friend is on there, you'll get a few people in there. Look, let me go. Look, I've got a nice patch of daisies. I've been going for 3 hours 52. I'm going to give it sort of 10, 15 minutes till I finish this beer, but I've got to go to the loo. I'll put this on for a minute. I'll be straight back. And thanks for the super chat, Capio. Let me just, where are we? Let me leave you with this lovely lady for a minute. Right, that's it. Those daisies are well watered. They'll be about 4 foot tall this time next week. Right, okay. It's lovely out there, actually. You know what? It's so stuffy in this room because there's no windows. I actually do get used to it. I'm sitting here, my back's wet and my shorts are sticking to this leather seat or imitation leather. And when you go out in the garden and, stand there for a minute and get the fresh air, it's actually very, very nice. Okay, right. We've still got just about 300 people in. Let's have a look what you're all saying. Okay, Passimo again. Capio, nah, it's a sick one. She's riding him to the vet to get him checked out. I just, I love the old buffalo thing. And I like that bit of music, actually. It's quite haunting, isn't it? All right, let's have a look. Cohort61, there's YouTubers whose whole channels are about citizenship to avoid taxes, investments, visa fees, travel. I'm just not rich enough. Yeah. Donald Pearson says, well, nobody would be here if Peter wasn't entered. Oh, thank you, Donald. I mean, I actually get embarrassed when people give me too many compliments. Right. Rama, probably not much point in getting citizenship. You will always be considered a Farang, not a foreign can get you treated. Yeah, it's really difficult. You won't get one, honestly. They give out 100 a year. And the sort of people who get them are not like you and me. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but it's... if Simon can't get one, it's I don't think you're going to get one. Yeah, he's been out. Dave, he's with my daughters today. Damon, my dog. Right. So, I'll put up already. Right. Matthew, you're a bad influence on me. We're not having a 5-hour stream. I can tell you that now because I can feel myself now. I'm getting to the point now. I do enjoy the streams. They're a lot of fun, and I'm glad you guys like them as well. But you know, you do get to the point where it is hot in here. I am drinking. You know, I mean, I've drank like a quarter of a bottle of whiskey now. Look, that was full, and you know, I feel okay at the moment. I'll keep it going for a little while longer, but I can't go for 5 hours. I mean, Jesus Christ. 5 hours, I'll be doing it from down there. You'll be, where is he? I'm like, I'm here, guys. I'm on the floor. I'm on the floor. We know somebody like that, don't we? We know somebody like that. Somebody who's about as popular as a fart in a spacesuit or a burning orphanage. The less we say about him, the better. Right. Only in Thailand. I think all insurance companies offer great packages until you have a major incident like cancer, and it's only then when you find out about the clauses in the policy. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I mean, the thing is, you could turn around and say, well, I'm not going to take any insurance because they won't pay out. But this is where you've got to do your research. Now, I did a lot of research on insurance companies. And yes, you are right. You know, I think a lot of them, their policy is to say no immediately. But, you know, with Pacific Cross, I know they do pay out. I know people have had accidents. I know people have gone into hospital. And I know that they have had their bills settled by Pacific Cross. Now, what they say, you know, with the thing is, with any insurance company in Thailand, top tip here, guys, any insurance company in Thailand, they will have access to every database in every hospital, in every clinic, anything like that. You must tell them everything you, like me, I take 2 prescription drugs. Okay, I take one for reflex because I get acid coming up from my stomach. I've been on it for 20 years. It's fantastic. I take a statin every night before I sleep because your cholesterol, your body makes a cholesterol at night. That's why it's best to take it at night. But I take a statin, and my cholesterol at the moment is about 4.3, which is very good because of the statins. And you must tell your insurance company that, because if they can find any excuse not to pay, like they find out you're on this medication and you haven't told them that, you know, you've broken their rules, haven't you? So as far as the hospitals and the clinics go in Thailand, you know, if you go to have a visit and you might think, well, that was 10 years ago, I don't need to tell them about it. They will find out. They will. Not so bad from your own clinic in your own country, because, you know, they have limitations. They might want to, if it's something serious, they might want a letter from your doctor. That's not unheard of. But generally speaking, with insurance companies, I don't think there's any one insurance company you can say, I totally trust them. They're the best. I know they won't rip me off. But from the research I've done personally, and I've done a lot, I've looked at a lot of companies, I've looked at a lot of videos. I've even got a guy who, he lives in Vietnam. He worked 30 years in the insurance industry, and he said to me, when you get the policy details, send it to me and I'll go through it. And the other reason I'm going with Pacific Cross is because they've got they're English speaking. They've got an office in Bangkok with English speaking staff. They're Australian actually. And I had a lot of questions, and I actually said, look, if you want to phone me, here's my WhatsApp. And the guy actually said to me, he said, look, I can't answer your question. He said, because when people ask us questions, he said, they're the same questions. I know the answers. He said, but what you're asking, he said, you're really going in depth and I don't know. And he had to go back to the underwriters and ask them and come back to me. And I'll give you an example. I used to be a heavy smoker. I haven't smoked for 10 years, right? And I said to him, I said, right, okay, here's a scenario. I don't smoke. I haven't smoked for 10 years, but I smoked all my life. If I suddenly get lung cancer, will the insurance company pay up? He didn't know, right? He went off and he got the answer. I think the answer was something like, if I smoked, I should go to a hospital in Bangkok, get my lungs checked out. If they're healthy and then I get lung cancer, I will get paid out. But if I don't get them checked out. So I had lots of questions like that. So when you go for insurance, don't just sign up and assume, okay, that's me covered. You know, it's a serious subject. And like someone's just said here, when they find out you've got cancer and they don't want to pay, just make sure you got yourself covered. I mean, I've even got repatriation. You know, if I was seriously ill, the insurance covers repatriation. I've got unlimited daily rates in the hospital, you know, because you will get charged for everything, you know, x-rays, doctor's consulting, can't get the word out late at night, when the doctor comes to see you, you know, the cost of the room. It is a business. It's very good in Thailand medical, but it is a business. And that's all I'll tell you about insurance. Okay, I've gone on about it, but you did raise a question. Okay. Okay, I think I've done that one. Right. Donald Pearson, I have a bad back and need pain pills. Can I get them there? Oh yeah, you can get everything, and it's over the counter as well. But what I would tell you, whatever medication you take the box, you know, because it's so much easier when you go into a pharmacy like me. If I need to renew any of my medicine, I just take the box, like the reflex stomach I get from my acid, and they've got their own version. They work perfectly well, and it's you don't need a prescription. So yeah, I mean you can get it all in. It's not a banana republic for God's sake. It's the Buminggrad Hospital on Soy 3 was voted the 5th best hospital in the world, right? In the world. So that tells you, you know, their medical is second to none, but it is a business. Right, Clive, you're still with us. What happened to the 8 cans of Stella and the half bottle of wine? Christ, this is actually putting me off getting health insurance. No, get it. You don't want to go there and not get it. Think about the story. The lady who fell over, broke her wrist on the pavement, and £20,000 bill. Jose, are there any public hospitals in Thailand? What do poor people do who have severe? Yeah, of course they have public hospitals, but they're not, you know, they're the difference between night and day. You go to a public hospital, you know, I'm not going to get into depth with it, but you're paying for a service, or you go to a public hospital, you know, think about it, the difference. They'll patch you. Here's a little example. Okay, you go to a private hospital, you'll pay money, you have a cut, they stitch you up. 6 months later, you won't even see the stitches, right? You go to a public hospital, same thing. You're going to have train tracks on your arm for the rest of your life. That's the difference. They will repair you, but it's not quite as good, if that makes sense. Right, WOC ATM, great name. Farang Nomad's Insurance, covering high risk activities and another thing. Look, just on, I didn't want to turn this into the insurance hour, but just another thing, and this is worth remembering. You know, say you have an accident on a bike, right? If you've had a drink, you're not covered because they will test you for alcohol. You're not covered if you've had a drink, right? The second thing is if you have a motorcycle accident in Thailand, you don't have a motorcycle license, you won't be covered at all. So you've got to make, you know, all these small details are very easy to overlook. But when you're taking your insurance, you really need to take it seriously and really need to look into it. Don't let it put you off, Clive. You just need to do your research. And, you know, once it's done and you're covered, you can kick back and think, you know, I'm okay. Right. I did say, yours. I did say reflux. I didn't say did I say reflex? Well, come on, it's 4 hours, 3 beers, and half a bottle of whiskey. Give me a break. Okay. Cohort 69. Bottle Baby used to be international. Don't know if it's still around. Okay. My youngest daughter was born on Rama 4. They got a hospital. So you know Soy 4, yeah, where Nana Plaza is. You go right to the end, and there used to be the tobacco monopoly. They used to make cigarettes there, right? It was the monopoly. That's gone. They're now turning it into a inner city urban jungle sort of thing, like a park. Well, if you were to go through that park onto that next main road, that's Rama 4. There's a hospital there. My youngest daughter was born in that hospital. Right, Danny Ho again. Train tracks sounds kind of cool, actually. All right. A nomad overseas. As heartless as this may sound, Kevin Thailand is a great. No, it's a good point. It's a good point because I spoke with somebody about this the other day. And it's not heartless. It's factual and it's important, right? As heartless as this may sound, Kevin Thailand is a great example of why you really need to have health insurance. I won't go into this story, but it's a very good point. Right, Pazimo again. Look, you said reflex, but you take whiskey to treat your reflexes. Yeah. All right, boom, boom. What happens if you bought a bar? You have to leave. What happens to the bar? Anybody takes it. You don't have citizenship. You don't have to leave. Get a bar with your Thai bar girlfriend, and you see how long you got the bar. Right. Okay. I'm not really an Dutch Frank. I'm not really a kind of island kind of guy. I like to go to resorts on the like Hua Hin, for instance, like Chatham. I've been to a few islands. I was in Koh Samui before it was, I was there when there was nothing there. Thailand, islands are great, aren't they? But I'm not a kind of sun worshipper, if that makes sense. Clive says, my missus gave me multicolored pills when I was ill. Well, you're still here, aren't you? Stop moaning. Right. What? No, I've read that. Oh, we're getting close, guys. We're nearly there. Okay, Billie Jean says, Billie Jean, that's Michael Jackson, isn't it? Peter, when you go to Thailand, will you spend all your time in Bangkok? Oh, no, of course not. No. What my current plan is now, I've got 5 nights in a nice hotel on Sukhumvit. So when I get there the first week in October, I'll have 5 nights and just when I get to Thailand, when I first get there, I don't try to do anything too serious. I just like I'm in Thailand. I enjoy that. You know, I get into the food and everything else. I go and visit the temples, like my critic always says. You know, God's sake. No, I'm going to do 5 nights when I first arrive there, and then I'm going to go down to Pattaya for a week. And then I'll probably do some road trips. I've got some things planned. I don't want to mention them here. I'm going to be doing some filming, going to different towns and stuff like that. I just want to do something totally different. Damien says, Peter, remember about Stable Lodge? 501 is mine. If you go get it, remember the story it has. Yeah, I'd rather not remember that story. Right, Mark Hanley, Japan kid earns 200. Yeah, I know it's look. A kid in Japan earns £200,000 per month eating crisps and drinking Coke, playing computer games. I know it's obscene, isn't it? My wife, my Korean wife, right? She watches this channel. I couldn't believe it. Me and my wife, we sleep in separate bedrooms because she snores. Like I can't sleep. She snores and I snore. So we've got, you know, she's got a flat screen I put up for her. She watches all her Korean movies. She's happy in there, you know, and that's it. I'm happy to sleep on my own. Anyway, I went up one day and I caught the TV and I said, "What are you watching?" And there's a Korean guy there with these bowls of food around him. Hang on, somebody's just done a super chat. I've got to say hi. Thank you. I'll put that up so don't forget. So there's a Korean guy and he's got all these bowls of food around him and there's no sound. He's not talking. He's just eating, right? And my wife, he's a Korean guy and I stop and I watch it for a minute and I say, what happens next? She said, "Oh, well, he's just eating." I said, "Well, why are you watching this?" She said, "Oh, he eats all this different food. Every night he makes something different. He eats it." I said, "Well, what do you get out of this?" And she said, "Oh, it's just nice to watch it. You know, tonight he's having squid and he's having rice and he's having eggs and all this." I'm like, "You sit and you watch this." Apparently, this guy's got 2 million subscribers because what it is, Koreans, they don't like to eat on their own. It's just a Korean thing. So you'll get businessmen. What happens is they go and stay in a hotel. They're on their own. And what happens, they'll order food and they put this channel on and they eat with this in the background. And it makes them feel better. You know, I mean, crazy, isn't it? And the guy's making shed loads of money for that. Okay, Antonio, how you doing? Nice to hear from you. Hello, Peter. Come and see me at Ubon Ratchathani when you get your new GoPro 10. Yeah, absolutely. Ubon Ratchathani. Have I been there? I've been to Udon Thani. I can't remember if I've been to Udon Ratchathani. It might have been a long time ago. And thanks for the super chat. Jose, I'm going to knock it on the head soon, guys. I'm feeling a bit tired now. Can we expect a lot of outdoor live streams when we're in Thailand with some real bar girls? Again, it's YouTube, isn't it? It's YouTube. You know, they're getting really, really strict. And if they think you're promoting that, I could do a sit down with a load of bar girls having a drink. And what do you do, girls? We're bar girls. What do you do for a living? You know what we do. And YouTube will look at that and say, no, that's not good for our advertising. You've got to be so careful now. You know, they could pull the rug from under my feet. And the worst thing for me now, I've got this idiot who watches every single stream, every single video, and anything that's slightly, that he thinks he can get me on, he reports me to YouTube. Ubon Ratchathani is a great city. I could live there, says Capio. I can't remember if I've been there. I might have been there. That would be northeast, I guess, right? I will. I'll definitely go up there. And if I go up there, I'll visit. I'll visit you. You put Jose says Peter is not a fan of the Philippines. I wouldn't say I'm not a fan of the Philippines. It's just if I was going on vacation, I prefer Thailand. I've been to the Philippines, and it's a choice thing for me. Thailand pushes my buttons more than the Philippines. But I've never said anything derogatory about the Philippines. It was great. I had a good time, but I just prefer Thailand. Right, okay, guys, I've hit the limit. That's it now. We've been going for 4 hours 10, still over 300 in the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Let me just get rid of that. There we go. Just put one up to get rid of one there. What time is it? It's 10 past 11. I need to get out and get a bit of cool air. I might take Benji out. Yeah. Okay, guys, that's it. Look, before I go, I'm going to repeat myself now. Next Saturday, there's a real good one. The first one, it's written by a Thai freelancer and about her life, what happened. And you might think, no, that's bullshit. Some guy wrote it for her. He didn't. I know 100% it's real because she's married now, and the guy who she's married to helped to write it. And it's a real insight. And although we know what goes on, there's a the human factors there. You can really tap into the story. Okay, so that's next Saturday. I'll be back on Friday with some more. I can't hardly get the words out now, but I'll be back on Friday. I hope you've enjoyed tonight. I've enjoyed tonight. Drank too much. Been going on for too much. And you'll see the rerun on what's his name's channel when he starts criticizing me. Okay, thanks a lot, guys, and I'll see you all real soon.